necessarily. Ah, there he is. I'll see you later. Hello, Sylvie. Welcome on in, everybody from Silva side and whatnot. We were squishing bugs and getting terminated by Terminators, you know? But hey, it's all fun. It's great. Thank you all for playing with me. Thank you, Silver, for playing for me, and I hope you had a wonderful time, a wonderful stream, and all that good stuff. Oh, thank you for handling the channels, Jen. Let me get the Hydra for Bola. Thank you so much. Don't worry, it happens. Sometimes I'll be like watching somebody, and like 3 months later, be like, "Hey, how am I not following you?" It happens all the time. It happens all the time. Thank you for the emotes. But I mean, we all do it. We all do it. Don't worry. Don't feel bad. Hey. Dun, 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 dun. I feel like that added like 45 minutes alone. Because I have it boosted right now.
Solve_and just resubscribed for 18 months.
Yay, thank you so much for continuing the T3. You've got some unique emotes, by the way, especially with the 10k sub. Or was it the 10k biddies? You've got like, at least like, what is it, like 4 or 5 unique emotes? So thank you so much for continuing to support the channel. Enjoy the lack of ads. Enjoy, you know, having some unique stuff to use around and whatnot. Why are we here? Just to suffer? I don't know. But yeah. We've been doing the Helldiver prediction. Now it's time to get back to Ocarina of Time. But I should probably throw on some more squats. Maybe do another wheel spin or two. Actually, yeah, we should spin the wheel. We should spin the wheel a little bit. So let me change the thing over to just chat and redeems for a second. I've been mixing some water, so yeah. So Ocarina of Time, redeems, squats. We got a whole bunch of variety stuff coming up. So let me just say variety and redeems. Change it back over to special. And let's see, where's the wheel? Oh, I have Brave. Right, I need to bring all the programs back now that our PC has more stuff. You can use your color for your name. Yes. Mm-hmm. Alright, let's go and get stream. Hex colors, yes. Used to be on Twitch like all the time pre-COVID. Oh, it's interesting that it became. Thank you for the headphones. Like less after COVID hit, but it happens. So let's see. Where is TITS? Let me go re-enable those things as well. Soon as the program's ready to go, at least. You're here about to get sleep into my voice? No worries. Get you that good sleep and get ready for tomorrow. And then the weekend will be here before you know it, my dear. Let's see. Stream avatar is good to go. TITS is ready to go. So let's re-enable the not the emotes. We should probably get the music going in the meantime as well. And just as a quick test. Hey, it works. Yep. Enabled it just a little bit early, but it is Friday technically now, as of like 2 hours ago. So it's back in session. Twitch's logic for higher or rater highlights. People were already here, why not highlight them? For rater highlights? I've always wondered that. And I'll be honest, I have no idea. It's just one of those magical things, I guess you could say. Night, Lou. Night. Take it easy. Let's see. Web browser. Brave. Let's get Brave back on the screen. Double flash the wheels. Oh, it changed the source name again. Okay, let's see where we're going next. So bring us to 32. Remember to buy that? Yeah, it's available. I need a... The thing is, I meant to make a little... Are we really doing jello shooters at like 1 in the morning? Guys, I guess we're doing a little drinky stuff tonight. We're gonna get a little silly. But I'll also show it off because I made it super ghetto. I made this thing absolutely ghetto style. But yeah. Cuddly doesn't send us the transparent stuff. So I need to go and like request it from HROTH or something. That way I can make some panels in a hot link down below. That way we can like kind of like, hey, we're officially partnered with Cuddly and stuff like that. But yeah. So, I guess before I start, you know, doing this stuff, let me take off my headset for just a second. Let's do it a couple of squats. We need to push the squats because you know, we're gonna have more squat total. I'm gonna show you guys what I did for the lime jelly shooters though. Doing the gasm. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hi Lily, how are you doing? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I also wonder how long it lasts, because I've seen it deactivate after a little while. But it's like, it's so redundant when you're like already in both chats. 11. No, it's 13. That's backwards. 14. 15. 16. You're gonna visit mom? Nice. 17. 18. 19. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay, that makes 70 so far. Do another 30 later as well. Okay. I was told she wanted to talk on what to do next. Oh, you plan on moving down south? Hell yeah. That would be warm. That would be cool. Well, no, it'd be warm, but you know, that's awesome. Okay. Let me see. What are we gonna do next? Where's the squats? Yay, we're almost like halfway caught up to our squats. My legs have been kind of feeling it just a little bit. Congrats on the cell. For realsies. Not having darkness for 7 months is gonna be nice. Awesome. Big congrats. Oh, that's perfectly fine, yeah. As long as I know. Like, feel free to, like if they ask you, like, I'm not, like, the leader of that group. It's the easiest way. We're a team. We are Helldivers. We fight for democracy. And if somebody wants to fight with us, that's perfectly fine to me. We need to add Elu later. Who else do we know? Like, I don't have a list of names as why I've not added more people. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, just let me know. Let me know on all accounts. Let's see. Okay, let me go grab the jello thing. Guys, I'll be right back in just a second. Hang tight. In the meantime, stare at the screen. Ah, my leg too, Jimmy. Okay, sorry about disappearing. I had to go get this stuff. Also, apparently I've lost a little bit of weight since starting the, whatchamacallit, marathon. I'm down to 167. Air horns? Air horns? Do I have a sound routine that does air horns? Wait, what happened? Oh wait, the music maybe. Hey, but anyways. Okay, guys. Let us go ahead and remove this one for now. I guess we can pull up YouTube for a little while we digest. The real question is, what's good right now? Hmm. Asmund does have a new video, but I'll probably skip that one. I'm looking at my Twitter timeline, just like Healthy Gamer GG has an interesting one. I'm trying to remember. What YouTube stuff do I usually digest? Lately, it's been all Asmongold. What if I can just pull up my history? No, not history. What is it? Liked videos. Well, I know it's a little late, but how's everybody enjoying the Thursday evening? Start of the Friday, whatever. They're looking forward to the weekend. Doing anything particular on Friday? What have you been up to lately? You know, talk to me a little bit while we're setting up. And oh, should we really? I kind of want to rewatch this brain rot thing that somebody sent me. Speaking of people that like we've been like there's been a lot of PC talk lately. Yeah, we'll be going back into OOT. We're doing a little bit of redemption time and stuff like that in the meantime. Face down bed? I gotcha. We all have plans on Saturday. Am I gonna have to take off on Saturday to come see you guys? I kinda want to. It also give me one day to rest up my throat and things of that nature, you know? But we'll see. Let's
There
see.
is a video
Oh, that was kinda loud.
that a lot of people been sharing in my Discord.
I kept getting notifications.
I feel
over and
like
over and
maybe
over,
have we
"Read this
seen
thing
this
before
before
you
on
take it down."
On
stream?
September the 13th of this year, The Verge published a
I don't
video on
remember if I've
YouTube.
watched this with
is a
people,
notoriously
but this
bad
is
video, apparently. I haven't
really
watched it
funny.
yet.
Apparently,
So
it was
guys,
like
just sit back and
total
watch.
fucking
Let
shit
me
show.
bring up
How
the
to build $2,000 gaming PC.
But I've been told it is extremely bad, and it's full of things that you just
Oh
shouldn't
wait, I
do.
have to show you the thing first. I'm getting ahead of myself. There's something I need to eat first because I was hungry, and I did warm up some hot food. So first things first. I have the Jello shooter, literally all in one. We're just gonna go ghetto style on our Jello shooter. Yep, it's the Verge video. Jiggly, 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 jiggly. Hey guys, it's Flubber. Oh man, I really need to rewatch Flubber at some point. Also, it's got a strong smell. I can't really smell the vodka, and that's probably a good thing. That guy got fucked by not having time to do it properly. He joined Linus in the video after that. Oh, so was it really due to a time constraint? I remember the post video, and I think, yeah, he did clear up a lot of things during that video. I forgot about it, but still, without knowing the context, it's still funny. Also, let me show you something really delicious. Who wants to take a guess at what this? This is leftover green chili enchilada. This is what I meant by there's some Mexican culinary arts in my family, and my mom can cook some really good stuff. So I'm gonna enjoy this first. But yeah, Flubber's awesome. Shake, 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 shake. So let's.
When building a gaming PC.
Yeah.
First, I admit, I thought it was satire.
So a few years ago, TC
It's
Hi,
just
Stefan. You
built a
probably
know,
shouldn't have included
don't
your Twitter handle
hate
here,
on
'cause
the
I
dude. It
imagine
all
you're
got
just
cleared
gonna
up
get absolutely
afterwards, but the
flamed from the
video
internet.
is still hilarious to watch.
Which is true.
But Flubber's
Why?
awesome, yeah.
Yeah, you can build a gaming
Yeah, I have it on
desktop
VHS
for
somewhere in the
around
house.
$1,000 or $350 or $250.
Also, I need to check
or
Discord because
$200
Discord's
or
like popping off.
$175 or $150 or sometimes even
Oh.
$100. But yeah, sure, $1,000.
I want to go all out, so I spent around 2,000.
2,000 is a decent chunk of change for a gaming PC.
Games. So, what do you need to build a desktop? Well, of course, first you need a
Oh, really? Thanks for
Preferably
keeping me
not metal.
updated
Hold
on
on,
it.
time out. Time out.
So, what do you need to build a desktop? Well, of course, first you need a table.
Up,
First,
right,
you
down,
need
down,
tape.
down. Up, right, triple
Preferably
Why
not
you
down.
need a table to build a PC? I thought you could build it in mid-air.
You cannot build this on the floor. So step 1, you need a table. Step 2,
No, you can build it on the
better
floor,
have
just
2
don't build it on
hands,
carpet.
And they better have 10 digits.
Like, that's just common sense.
If you
You're
have no
gonna need a
table, you kind of
certain
have to
working
work on
surface
it on the
area to
floor.
build a computer.
That's actually what
just-
hurts my knees more than
Why
anything.
even say that?
Have an anti-static working surface layered on top of it, a thermal paste applicator,
What? A thermal paste applicator? What the heck is that?
Does anybody ever actually use a thermal paste applicator?
an Allen wrench,
Oh,
Why is he recommending an Allen wrench?
I have never used an Allen wrench to build a computer ever.
a ceramic
I've built about
tile.
30 computers.
That
now.
would be a horrible
Unless
thing to do,
you use an
yeah.
Allen wrench to put together the table.
some tweezers to tighten up the wires.
Hold on. Did he just say tweezers? Those are zip ties.
How in God's name is my English better than his?
Ooh, this is not turning out good already.
A Swiss Army knife, which hopefully has a Phillips head screwdriver in it.
A Swiss Army knife that hopefully has a Phillips head screwdriver in it. No.
Wouldn't you make sure that you have the tools necessary before you start the build?
This is a sponsored video.
Why does your office with so many dozen PCs and so many dozen tech employees not have one of
Like I said, we need
these?
the enchiladas
And
first.
last but not least, an anti-static
And I'll get to the,
bracelet, which is to protect you.
Okay, that's
The jello.
the parts. These are the parts you're gonna need. But
Keep
more
in
importantly,
mind,
before we get
I know I'm in my
Hold on.
30s, but I've never had a jello shooter before.
That's not an anti-static bracelet at all. There's no ground wire coming off of it. He's not connected to anything. That looks like the bracelet I'm wearing.
What? It's not a wireless wristband. That's a Rivstream
Oh, custom
bracelet. He not
VHS?
fighting static. He fighting cancer.
Do you have like a
That's not gonna
camcorder?
work at all. Don't listen to this person. This is really bad so far.
We have a lot of boxes and a lot of PC parts, so it's best if you unbox them, isolate the parts that you really need. So it's best if you unbox them, isolate the parts that you
What? Why did he destroy the box? Dude, you have a knife right there, man.
Ceramic tiles and tempered glass go together like water and a grease file. Oh my god.
That wasn't so hard. Was
Damn.
and screw in with confidence, but also don't screw in too hard, otherwise you
Screw in with confidence. I like his style.
Oh, at least he put the posts in. He didn't tell. It's a tutorial. They didn't tell you to put the posts in, but luckily he already did it, and you just have to figure it out on your own.
I chose Asus's Z37
Asus?
for two main reasons. One, it has built-in Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, and also it has
Don't buy a motherboard just because it has built-in Wi-Fi and Bluetooth.
support for NVMe SSDs, meaning you can get really
Okay, I want to stop it there because why is he installing the motherboard straight into the chassis? I'd install as much as I physically could onto the motherboard first. So you're talking the processor, thermal paste. It's cooler if it will allow it. Obviously, if you're using an AIO, it's a different story, or custom loop. But if it's an air cooler, you can bolt that on there. M.2 drive, so that could be SATA or NVMe, and memory as well. So basically try and build as much as you can onto the motherboard, so when you do transfer it to the case, it's just generally easier.
attention to the brace that goes at the brace that
Mm.
brace that go the brace that the brace that goes at the back
brace?
of the
Oh my.
Did he seriously just call an IO shield plate a brace?
You always have to make sure that you really hammer it in because there's no screw.
Do not hammer it in. Please do not hammer it. Why did he say hammer it in?
Secondly, it's pretty fast RAM. It's 2,666
I love that part.
megahertz.
DuckTales.
That's not that fast for DDR4 memory. That is very, very slow. 2666.
I swear I
is
still have
not
that one movie where it's like
I
da
can
da da
run
da da da
3200
da da.
megahertz.
That would be classified as really fast on DDR3.
I don't even remember what that movie's
but for
about.
DDR4, not so much.
Okay, I don't know why he's opening all 4 DIMM slots. He only has 2 sticks of RAM. He's putting this in wrong. Already. There's the little notch right there, and there is the hole. You could tell right now this is not lined up. He's already putting it in upside down. He's not going to be able to snap this in.
And just lining that up with the logo.
Oh, they cut away.
So once you hear that,
They cut away because he was putting it in wrong.
solid clasp and you don't see
You mean click? It's not a clasp.
Now he's in slot 4. Who edited this?
I mean, I tell you, I'm definitely editing my video down so I don't sound stupid.
Step 3, we're going to install
Hold on. What is that?
Hold up.
What is this right here?
What do you guys see wrong
He installed the memory incorrect.
Oh no, he installed the memory wrong.
They side by side. They should be spaced out for that motherboard. I look at the manual. That's the wrong way.
So rip dual channel support on his motherboard if he's going to run his RAM like that.
That is only going to read 8 gigs. That's not going to read 16 because one of them's installed in.
I love motherboards
Speaking
that
of
come
the
with
memory,
built-in
I wish I
I/O
could erase
shells.
this one.
But you can
Yeah,
always upgrade this
the
and
last
swap it out.
motherboard I
It's
got
only held down
did,
by one
and it
screw
kind of
and
caught
a
me by
latch, so
surprise.
it's really simple.
Okay, so he mentions it's only held down by a screw and a latch.
But to be
then
fair,
looking
the
at
last
it,
time
he
I
hasn't actually put the standoff. And
like
it looks
built
like
my
he's
own
screwing
PC
the
was like
NVMe
12
drive
years ago
directly
before
onto the
this
motherboard.
one
So
that I did like
generally
a
you
couple
get
of
these
months
with your
ago.
motherboard, which is a tiny little
And the one in
standoff and a
between,
little
the
screw
build that I had in
that just
between was
kind of
actually put together by
brings up
Lou.
the M.2 drive so that it's in line. He's screwing it down onto the motherboard like, oh. Is this computer even going to work?
Now, which
It should be
main
standard now, I
fuse
hope.
depends entirely
Like
on
all-
what parts you're going to put in the system. I'm just going to pick the top one.
Absolutely wrong. He's absolutely wrong there. Obviously, you pick the top one because that one has the most bandwidth.
I'm just going to pick the top one because the SSD is at the bottom and I don't want to cover it. I just think it looks nice. Make sure that you align it with these little insulating pads. So
They're not insulating pads, they're anti-vibration pads. What
Oh,
are you
really?
insulating against?
so the power supply doesn't short circuit and come into contact with the rest of the system.
What?
So
Whoa, hold the phone.
That is so dumb.
You are actually an idiot.
Go in. I've had enough.
So we have a 120 volt outlet, and then we have our power supply. Oh no, 120 volts. I'm touching the case. There's 120 volts going through my body right now. But what happens if we take that nice little thing? Nothing. Because if we go into continuity, it's grounded. It's almost as if the people developing electrical standards knew what the heck they were doing.
It's a good thing he has what would Jesus do bracelet on, or he'd be really screwed.
So just take it in, slide it in nice and easy until
What?
you have a snug fit, and then shift it to
What?
the back and make sure it's right up against the front.
What's wrong here?
Oh my god, he's putting the fan towards the back of the case. He's gonna suffocate airflow on it. Oh no.
If you want this PC to actually last and not burn itself the fuck up,
This is potentially a fire hazard.
You should never do that. Never, ever, like, block the fan.
What the case is designed for is that the power supply should be facing outward, or the fan should be facing outward so it could pull air in.
this guy's gonna be replacing the power supply in a few months, and he's gonna be like, "Holy crap! Why is this thing dead already?"
Always be sure to try to
Fake
Hold
Game
on,
Boy
I
and
can see
handheld
through this.
restoration
I can
videos?
see the table through.
I
the
didn't know
vents
those
of
were
the
a thing.
radiator. He does not have fans on that.
Why are there no fans on the radiator? So he's just gonna fry his CPU too.
He also doesn't have the plastic cover on this. That has thermal paste on it. If that thing happens to tilt or anything else, he's just gonna smear thermal paste on
Wait,
it.
after this,
Also,
I might have
they're-
something to show you
There's nothing
guys.
special about this screwing in process. They're just really long screws because they go through the entire frame of the cooler.
Let me stop munching and
And
talking
they
at the
take
same
whatever.
time.
You know why they're really long screws is because you're supposed to put the fans on and then screw the fans on with those screws. That's why they're long.
Because the fans are this thick, and the screws go through the fans into the radiator to mount them to the radiator.
He should use the small one. He going to drill holes into the heatsink of the radiator.
And that fluid's gonna go everywhere.
Okay, he's probably broken his all-in-one now.
I doubt this PC is gonna last very long.
My family in China who made this product cringing so hard right now.
Every power supply is going to come with a big bag of Velcro cables.
Okay, every power supply is going to come with a big bag of cables. It's not every power supply, because not every power supply is modular. You have modular power supplies, semi-modular, and then just normal straight cables. So that's a bit of a misleading statement.
Typically, you want to put the cables in the power supply first. Some cases, very difficult to put it in after the fact.
Oh
Computer or
dear.
brain, depending
Considering
on
you've
how you look at
fucked
it.
up everything so far, I have no faith in you putting the CPU properly in its socket.
Why the hell is the CPU not installed at this point?
A Core i7 hexa-core CPU. Yeah, we've got one, and it's an 8th generation chip,
Yeah,
and
we got one. Super exclusive. You can only buy it on every major retailer in the world.
it supports overclocking. So what
I swear to
having
God, you
this
better not
little
overclock
installer
it.
does, we're just going to take this little plastic part out. Just toss that out of here.
No, don't do that.
And-
No, you need that.
What the heck did he just do? He goes like, Last Jedi level.
Motherboard manufacturers actually require you to have that not metal, but plastic cover for the socket, the CPU socket, if you plan on RMAing that
Hey, Zank,
motherboard. If there's a
how are
problem
you
with it
doing?
and you plan on sending it back
I
to
was
the
looking at some of
manufacturer
my
to get fixed, they need
liked
that plastic
videos
cover. They will
just to
not
put
accept
something
an
on the
RMA
screen while we were doing
process
like
or
redeems and
request if
whatnot,
you
and I
don't
saw
have that cover.
this.
So don't throw that away. Always keep that.
And also, you do not just pull it out of the socket. It pops out after you put your CPU in, which you would know if you would have already put your CPU in before all of this garbage that you did on your case.
And we're going to use the CPU applicator.
Broken DS or handheld?
I've
They
never
take it
seen
apart
that.
and clean it in water?
I have never seen that in my life. To be held on so you can install it properly.
It's called a CPU installation tool.
Hi.
It makes it really
You don't need
useful.
that.
So what having this little installer does for you is it's basically a brace that you can apply.
Yeah, you don't
right
need
to the
that.
C- and this will make it easier for us to apply it
you
to
don't-
the
you
I
don't
see you,
need that.
Lojin.
and make sure that everything
Also,
lines up.
ouch.
And we're gonna
But
clasp it
tasty.
down on it,
Yeah,
and we'll be
ouch,
good
but
to go.
The
tasty.
holder's right here.
You took the
And
tool
we'll
off
clasp
and you
it
threw
down.
it
So
to
I
the
mixed
side.
Why did he
the GG
spend all
powder,
that time talking to us
but I
about
forgot
the
to add
CPU
water.
holder thingy if
So
he
it was
didn't
like
even
super
use it?
He
concentrated.
knows he didn't need it. Now we can't delete everything he said because the editor is someone else other than him.
So we're about to apply thermal paste to the CPU.
Why are we about to apply?
Oh, I'll get
thermal
to tell
paste
in
to
a
CPU?
second, just this-
Looking in the
Thank
AIO,
you-
like
thank you,
typically
Logi.
AIOs come
Making
with
sure the
like a
throws are
thermal-
working
a
as
small
intended.
amount of thermal paste already
Oh,
pre-applied.
really?
Every CPU cooler
Mhm.
actually comes with a bit of thermal paste already neatly
Alright, and there's the
applied.
tell. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's good, essentially PC building practice to have a little bit extra
No.
and layer it on top
Oh,
of the
no.
CPU.
No, 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 no.
What he do? It's a CPU. You're not icing a cake.
By the looks of it, where I've paused, he looks like he's adding more thermal paste to the CPU, and then he's gonna put what's already on the cooler on top, which that's a big no-no. Don't do that. That's awful. What you should do is use a pea-sized drop of thermal paste in the
Oh.
middle of the IHS, which is that like metal square on the CPU, integrated heat spreader as it's called. That's more than enough. Is a pea-sized blob of thermal paste in the middle. Once you make the
Okay, let me
contact with
bring back the
CPU
whatchamacallit.
cooler, that will actually spread out when you go to put pressure from the cooler on top
Let's
of the
open her up.
CPU. So don't do this.
If they left this PC as is, it would probably be dead in a week.
Let's see how much we actually
Oh my
get through
god,
this
what
as
is
well.
that? What is this application process? What is that?
So you're gonna see that there are
Oh
4
my
bra-
god.
So you're gonna see that there are 4
It's like someone threw up thermal paste onto his processor.
It literally looks like a bird of
Okay.
shit all over the processor.
Imagine
Chill
a
out,
ketchup
shooter.
packet slowly being ran over.
He went all bukake up in that thermal paste.
You have a thermal paste spreader. Use the fucking thing. What is that?
Dude, I can't even make fun of this guy anymore. He's actually like messed up like almost everything.
Oh, if this computer posts, it'll be a freaking miracle.
Are you
And
not
we're going
supposed to
keep
taste the
down
vodka
the
like
range
at
of
all?
the processor, but it's also gonna be close enough to actually physically.
Because
come
it
in
said to
contact
put
with-
half a cup in this thing.
They're gonna keep the cooler off the processor, but it's gonna be close enough to make physical contact.
Take thumb screws like this, and just.
Okay, I'll be honest, I
screw
really
them on.
don't like the taste of lime jello.
Ooh, The Verge, I dislike your editing style so much. He said do it like this, and it's a wide shot. I can't
Maybe.
even see what he's doing.
So now that our internals are done, we're gonna put all the.
Half a
panels
cup
back.
of vodka, I
Here's
don't
the
know
top
how much
glass,
that
side
is.
glass, front glass,
I
and
guess
of
I'll
course,
get
the
like
back
not
panel
drunk,
are-
but I should get.
God, it's done.
So we've
I should
really
feel
built it-
something.
What is this?
I
What
think.
is all of this?
So that cable management though.
When you're building a computer, always take the time to cable manage properly. Make sure
That
everything
makes me
looks neat.
cry.
You know, your cables are not aren't going to affect your airflow inside your case.
And he actually used his quote-unquote tweezers slash
We go the way of
zip
ice.
ties, but he didn't do a very good job of actually cleaning up. And holy crap, look, there's a missing screw on his all-in-one water cooler pump. Why, you just had 3 and there's an extra one and you just threw it away just like the socket cover? And look at this. The tubing that goes into his all-in-one water cooler pump contacts the 1080 graphics card that he has. That's bad practice. That thing contains liquids that could potentially short out the system if it gets damaged by the heat generated by the graphics card. Now it looks like he managed to find the right screw for the fans. Oh, good.
That's just
Wait, what?
And we got to the post screen.
No way.
And we got to the post screen.
they got.
I
to the
didn't notice
post-screen.
that the
Holy
first
shit, it's a
time.
miracle.
I'm honestly surprised he got it to post at all.
That's
Well, you
amazing.
need a
That's the
USB
biggest surprise of all. He got to the post screen. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
And we got to the post screen.
You know what he totally skipped too? He totally forgot to mention how to plug in the power switch, reset switch, front USBs, front headphone jack, and microphone jack. Totally skipped over the front panel I/O.
I really want him to open up Computer Manager and see if it's pulling and if it's reading all 16 gigs because he still never fixed the memory.
And it's running pretty smoothly. I'm averaging 70 and 80 FPS.
You're averaging 70 and 80 FPS because you're in a plane flying around. The game really only needs to detail render your plane. Everything else is like half rendered because you're going so fast. So that's how they hide it with motion blur and all that stuff.
So right now I'm playing League of Legends. It's one of my favorite
bad
games. I'm actually
benchmark
playing
game.
against a-
The minimum requirement for League of Legends is literally a single core processor.
League of Legends could run on the shittiest of laptops. It was designed that way.
I'm averaging 120 FPS, and that's only because I've actually locked the game to that frame rate because
He's locked the game at 120 FPS. Why? Aren't we supposed to be benchmarking something? Why even bother?
The reason you have it capped at 120 frames per second is because you probably are not using a monitor that is 144
I'll
hertz.
be
So
honest,
anytime you get super high frame rates,
I already
you're
feel
probably
kind of
experiencing
like
ghosting,
swingy.
and Yasuo showing up all over the place.
There's a
because
lot
you
of
can't
sugar and
keep
jello,
up with
isn't
your
there?
system.
And of course now we also have a computer to test and benchmark games here at The Verge.
No. You do not get the right to benchmark games or test PC components if you build PCs like that, bro. You put your PSU
Night,
the wrong
Aaron.
way. You oversaturated in thermal paste. You mixed two thermal pastes together. You made a rat's
He
nest
mixed two
for cable
thermal pastes?
management. You even missed one screw on your all-in-one water cooler. Your radiator hoses contact the 1080 graphics card. Ain't nobody gonna respect your benchmarks after this, bro. 2.1 million subscribers ain't got a freaking screwdriver. Doesn't know what the heck tweezers are versus a zip tie. Doesn't know how to mount an all-in-one water cooler. Doesn't know how to put a power supply into their case. Thinks a power supply can short circuit by contacting the metal case.
All right, so long story short, this video sucks.
Presented by Capital One.
Capital One, you got the raw end of the deal.
Oh, you gotta get your logo scraped off this thing. Holy moly.
I don't know why you guys sponsored this video because it's terrible. It's full of misinformation.
This is easily the worst PC build I have ever seen.
A lot of people are gonna screw their computer up.
Very scary. Someone who built a PC for the first time might think this is a good video to follow, and their PC explode. They don't know the video bad because they disable the like and dislike and the comment.
Right.
Feel like I'm back in China.
Don't we love
So all you have to do
YouTube?
is take the brick and make sure that you align it with these little insulating pads so that the power supply doesn't short circuit and come into contact with the rest of the system.
It doesn't short circuit and come into contact with the rest of the system. It doesn't short circuit and come into contact with the rest of the system.
We have a big team of tech reporters with a deep understanding of tech and how it affects the world we live in.
So yeah. Now, to be fair, they, Linus did kind of help him out afterwards. I don't think the video is gonna be recommended here, but yeah. That was an experience of a video, right? Oh, you put ramen. How would you get ramen backwards though? Isn't it like slightly offset to the point that you? I guess maybe not all of them, but yeah. Or do you mean like in the wrong slots, like 1, 3, 2, 4? With force, it's possible? Damn. Okay, so let me... Hold on, my mouse is acting weird. May have it... let's see. There we go. What else do I have in my YouTube? Then I gotta go look somewhere in my room. Anything's possible with a hammer. I mean, to be fair, he did say hammer in the IO plate. I'm pretty sure we all caught that. Oh, well, some of my likes go back all the way to fucking a year ago. I thought I would like more vids to go off of and whatnot. Well, we're really getting into ancient likes if I'm finding live 2D tutorials. Um, do I have like a favorites list? Watch later maybe? Hammer time. Hey, that's not how you use a hammer. Let me see what else I can find real quickly. Because I just need something like as a temporary thing. AV3 creator. I'm glad we have VRC Fury these days. Well, I really don't bookmark anything on YouTube. God damn. Let me bring up this interesting vid for now. See, I never played Secret of Mana. I guess. I guess that is one application, yeah. As far as Super Nintendo goes, Link to the Past. And if I'm not allowed to use that answer, Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars. Enjoy this interesting video that just happens to be in my thing. And I might even let it play over to the other one. I just need it on the screen while I, consume Jello Shooter. But let me go see. If I have the box and I still have the thing. Where is it? Those would be interesting to show off. What's in this box? Anything interesting in here? What do I have to? Right back to Okay, so the box I was looking for is, it's probably in another box. But, hey, does anybody recognize this? It's just a bit dirty on top. It's been sitting in the box for a couple years. Like 20 years. It was actually sitting right next to another one. Yep. Reset button, eject button, all that. So the 64 is there. Do I have an NES in my room? I thought I did. Where did I put the handhelds? I could have swore I had at least one of them up here. There's the GameCube. I don't know where the handhelds are. I must have moved that box like I see like all the other systems. I think I do have an Atari somewhere in my closet, but I think it's behind some of the larger boxes. I do not feel like getting it out right now. How would I even connect an Atari to anything? You'd have to have like an adapter that's adapter for an adapter to get it to connect to like a monitor or something, wouldn't you? SNES is a little janky. Slot cover broke many years ago. Aw, I'm sorry, damn. I wonder if somebody would be able to help out with that. If you held the jump button, you would just wobble and wave in the air. Bouncy. Is this guy making the Breaking Bad math? No, this is like, I would just call it Jello, but it's made to be like artwork, but you know, artwork that you can just go and eat. What's it called again? Edible gems? Eat the night sky? Syrup? Silverleaf? Sugar? Woman? Probably. Okay, back to Jello Shooter. Also, this is a lot of Jello. Are you supposed to like... Nah, I'll just eat what I can. Read my dream up above. Game Genie came up with the code Fly Moon. I remember those names specifically. Moon, Wobble, Jump, and everything. I think I did have a Game Genie. The NES Game Genie is so weird. Has anyone seen the NES Game Genie? And the little flappy thing on top of it? Oh, that takes me back. Also, the Game Genie for the 64 is one of the worst Game Genies. That was such a waste of money when we got it. Permanently bent the pins in your NES? I never had to do that. Ours was pretty good. But then again, I don't know. That is a shame. But yeah, don't they look just like Jello Rocks? Except they look like they hold their shape better. But it does look like they use some kind of syrup. Oh, is it a common issue? I guess the NESs that are in this room are probably in the closet somewhere. I've actually never been to Hong Kong, so my dream render, if it was unique. Hard Jello, Crystal Production. Link to the Past, yeah. One of my all-time favorites. I had a weird dream the other day where I went to Hong Kong in a rickety ship. And when I got there, I was put up in a really seedy hotel. Then afterwards, went to like this shopping district. Anyway, after that, on the day I was supposed to leave another rickety ship, a kaiju attacked? Oh. Couldn't play any other game unless the Game Genie was connected? Wow. I've never been anywhere like that. I don't think I can remember any dreams I went to. Somewhere that I've never been. Because I never remember dreams enough. Real talk, good question. They do look good as like an art form and stuff like that though. The pins, it's because the way the original NES is built, it actually loads like a VHS. Oh. The top loader model? I wonder which kind I had. Aha, yeah, it's now Friday in California, officially. Right as this second passes, it is Friday in California. Let's see. Anything interesting? The SNES I had looks much different than the one you showed. Oh, really? The other one I have is a little, I guess, darker in color. There's a couple of different oh, wait, yeah, that's right, European. PAL systems. The one that came with the dog bone was the top loader model, the NES2. I've never heard of that. Europe and Japan got a different design? Oh, that's right. Yours was closer to the Famicom too, huh? The Super Famicom? Just search top loader NES? Okay. I feel like I've seen these once in someone's house. Cause that's where the funky controller look was from. Yeah, I've never had one of these. We have like the box shape, like the pure box ones. So there was an NES too? Weird. They're so expensive too, what the hell? Did those come out like a year later or something? Cool. Also, sorry about that. I keep forgetting if I use Firefox, my Brave just like freezes up. I think all the vodka kind of like went to the bottom. I can actually taste it the closer to the bottom I get of the Jello. Region modded? Oh. Interesting. Oh yeah, I know Ken. It'd be rare to find somebody that's never heard of Touch Fluffy Tail. Something like that. Just a weird kind of, but fun and cute, and you know, he's an interesting person. Oh, you know, it's like 2 in the morning. I guess we should probably look at this ocarina. just to see what it like, you know, I might have to lower the volume just a little bit for the microphone. Let's see. So does it probably catch up on like the C scale and stuff like that? Yeah. He's like I said, interesting person. His character's kind of cute though. Other than the songs, that's probably all one should know, honestly, when it comes to Ken. It sounds not that bad. It's very similar to a recorder. But the quality, at least it sounds a little bit more stable. I kind of feel like versus a recorder, 20 versus like one of those cheap things that you have to pay like $15 in school and stuff like that. Oh no, you have a headache? Oh no. One of my favorite rappers? Yeah, the one thing came in today. Pretty sure it was today. No, it was yesterday, because technically today's a new day. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Favorite rappers, Vinny Paz. Said some junk like Prozac contains fluoride. Wait, what? Yeah, it's a 12-hole one, so it's got the 4 in the front with the small hole in front of those. It's got the 2 in the back next to the sound hole. There's 2 smaller ones near the sides, but I'm kind of like not sure what those are there for, if they're used at all. But yeah, it's the full range one, so that's a high C. It really doesn't like the higher notes from what I can tell. But I mean, I think you're supposed to make a bit of a different sound when you use them. Thank you for the follow, Telzy. Welcome on in. So now I just gotta figure out, like, then you have a full range note for the OT music. Yeah. Let me see. There was one, I think it was for... Sorry, it was basically The Lost Woods, wasn't it? And that one's actually done in 2/4. Weird. Not bad. So it starts off with, what is it? That's an F, F, A, B. So do. Kind of like. So it's 1. Leave the one in the back open and then go for 2 fingers. Oh, I know that's the wrong. That's off 1 scale. Edible marbles, because the pitch bending instrument. High notes are going to be pretty sensitive to the amount of air. This is why I could, like, it will come with time. I didn't put enough time into the flute, so I could never get it to sound properly. Also, those things look so, like, it'd be so hard to eat them, but just, like, even if you start breaking them down, like, oh, those are so well done. I'm such a sucker for anything that looks like gemstones and ore. And stuff like that is just... It's so aesthetically pleasing to look at. People suggest fluoride. Huh. Weird. Yeah, Lost Woods. So the amount of air, huh? I'll keep that in mind, so. Interesting. So what other ones kind of comes in it? Yeah, trying to like, it's, when it comes to the recorders, you gotta build in that like muscle memory. To where you like don't let off of them and just hold the same note and blow harder. The pitch will rise. Really? Weird! You have to have really good air control then. What the hell? That's cool. That's actually cool. It sounds like an owl, huh? Interesting. That's without change. That starts some. So I wonder. So some of the notes might require you to, I guess, arc a little bit better. Maybe. Probably want a lot more air for the really high ones. It's almost like a whistle. You played the flute in school, so you got years of practice for lip control, breath control. I was like an in-between. I did reeded. I did sax. Sax and maybe just a little bit of clarinet. Huh. So, the sound quality isn't really too bad. I just have to learn some lip control and stuff like that. But yeah, I pure woodwind, it's not really, they call them woodwind because technically they were wooded instruments, but a lot, you know, glass, metal. Anyways, let me eat a little bit more of this jello, because I kind of got distracted. I probably won't eat all this just because I'm getting full from eating all this jello. You know? Fox goes doot, 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 doot. The ocarina has a second name in Sweden, Alurgok, so that translated would be clay cuckoo. Oh, cuckoos. I feel like I've heard of. Those are the small little bean-shaped ones, right? Kind of? Okay, no, this is completely different than what I thought I was going to see. That's Ashy. What does the fox say? Our foxes say unique things from what I can tell. I feel like all our foxes have their own kind of, you know, sound that they make. Yeah, I am full. I am full, Z's. I'll put this in the fridge in a little bit just so I don't let it go to waste. And we can always have more of that later. That was an interesting experience, but I guarantee shooter like cherry or lemon would be great. Now, the only reason I went with lime is, once again, I try to either pick the flavor that I don't think would be the best, or no, might be a little too weird. And I've never had lime, but lime jello is just kind of weird. So I didn't want to get something I knew I would enjoy. My response on Solva's mod application was quite obvious. Of course, the fox says Rumi. Oh, I see. You gave one of those in-depth, thorough kind of how well do I know you kind of things, huh? Mine, you know, mine were, I wanted to present questions that could maybe catch somebody off guard or forces them to think way outside of the box and see how they would like respond as they stood on their feet and stuff like that. So I really do think some of the more unique responses, in addition to having a bit of experience, really, created the foundation, because I had a lot of moderation applications to go through, which was kind of surprising. But I definitely knew what I wanted to look for, so I didn't like have a set amount of people that I was going to take, but I, 2 solid choices was what I was going for, and I ended up with 3. So I'll take it. It looks so pretty. I don't mean to pause it like right here, but let's go ahead and do another spin. Also, did I add the 30? Yeah, I did. 320 out of 670 squats. Okay, so instead of squats this time, we're going for some sit-ups. I unfortunately can't show those off because 1, the tracking won't be there, and 2, just some obvious reasons. So let me go ahead and get those out of the way. I'll communicate with you guys, and you guys enjoy the really pretty gemstone-looking food. Hold on, let me open it up. I think we were close to double digits, but I don't think I hit double digits. It was either 8 or 9, maybe 7. I wouldn't want to eat it, that's the problem, but sometimes as you start eating it, you see different, like, light refractions and stuff on it, and it just, like, it rewards you for eating it, but it would be hard to eat it, because it looks like a piece of art. It's just like, I don't want to destroy it, but at the same time, you don't get to see the, like, it's an artwork that you experience, it's, edible experience kind of art. It's just, there's no wrong or right. I feel like it'd be one food that is just like, it's okay if you don't actually eat it, just because... Wait, no forms. Do I need to sign in under... Wait. Which Google is this saved to? There it is. We had 8 submissions. 5 really good ones are Secret of Mana. Really want to play that at some point. Seiken Densetsu 3 Trials. I feel like I played that, but I think I only got halfway and I forgot about it. I just remember, what was the Valkyrie girl's name? Like, Lise? All her classes are really cool, and she looked pretty cool too. Blonde green elf thing. Terranigma? Never heard of that one. Tales of Fantasia. I feel like I've heard of that one, never got to it. Chrono Trigger was a game I want to get to at some point. Yes, Rise! And then her and her little brother as well. Chrono Trigger is just one of those interesting games. You know? But yeah. Anyways, 15 setups. Let me go ahead and get those out of the way. Let me go get my mat again. It's not a workout mat, but it basically serves as one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Let's see. God, that studio's uncomfortable. slightly sterile looking. If anything, the aesthetic of it does remind me a little bit of some VR chat worlds. It's aesthetically pleasing, but I mean, it definitely doesn't inspire comfort. But it's so pleasant to look at. I almost feel like some of these bleak world, like rooms and stuff like that, they make me feel a sense of surrealism in that there's, you know, not much there, but in a way, it almost makes your eyes or subconscious draw significance to whatever stands out. So in this case, the fact that it's so white really draws significance on the blue coloration here. So there's different ways you could lead the viewer's eyes when it comes to art. This is a bit of art theory. So there's positive and negative space. There's the use of line. And then there's the use of color as a direction. And I think when it comes to surrealism, a lot of Asian cultures do really well with liminal and minimal designs. The US definitely, I think in my opinion, like, you know, a few decades ago, definitely handled pop media probably best. Was that the one with the added extra ending where Skrullla gets fused with Lavos? Did they have different endings in some of the other versions? Because I know Chrono Trigger had the one where there's a boss you can't beat the first time, and then the second time you play it through, you like, if you beat him, the game ends like really quickly or something like that. I have no idea. Reminds me of one of those HEPA air filtered rooms that they use for the manufacturing of electronics so there isn't any dust in the room. I would love to be in a room where there's no dust. That would be amazing for my, you know, my breathing and my allergies and stuff like that. Ouchie muscles. Final boss starting pretty early. Okay. Let's add another spin real quickly. Let's just keep going a little bit. We'll do some spins, watch some videos, and chat. I'm having fun chatting. Well then. I don't really have many penalty spins left, so I may have to get creative. Or wait, shit, tomorrow's gonna be Friday. Doing a grocery run's gonna be kind of weird. So, can anybody think of a word that would be good to ban for 15 minutes? And see if I can avoid, like, the use of subconsciously relying upon it? This is a fun one some people like to play sometimes. We've had a good few suggestions in the past. But I'm wondering, just yes itself? Y-E-S? The? I mean, that would make it interesting. The is one of the most used and common used words. Something? I have 2 people suggesting yes. Do we have anybody else suggesting something else? Or do other people agree with the? 2 for yes? Oh, yes was not a suggestion? It is now, apparently. So currently it's 2 for yes. Maybe 1 for something, 1 for yes. Oh yeah, I'm feeling just a little bit. Okay, maybe not too much. Is like a little bit of like exhaustion mixed in with a bit of vodka. So, you know, I'm feeling it just a little bit, but I probably won't go for more bourbon. Or any bourbon right now. But we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. I mean, bourbon shot technically is on there. So we'll see. So, let's see, it's 25. As soon as this is 26. When it says 26, I guess thank you for the head pats. Thank you for the head pats. I'll try to avoid the use of the word the. But that might lead to some interesting or broken sentences and stuff, so I might try to get creative. Or, you know, things will get a little interesting. Let's say that. So, 26, come on, come on, come on. Also, my right eye's being weird. I might need to go wash it out here in a little while. Probably shouldn't have tried to rub it. Oh, man. Little eepy-ish. Little eepy-ish. My glasses aren't helping my tracking right now. The 25 must have been like exactly 25 when I... There it goes. Okay. So the word THE is banned for, you know, 14, 15 minutes from now. This is going to be interesting. Ever accidentally touch your eyes after eating? No. But I would love hot and spicy Cheetos. Do I dare put one more spin on this board? My mind is like already feeling a little fuzzy from this banned word. A little bit of booze makes this tricky. 14 minutes. Why is that one on there? I do. Thank you for using this. God damn it. Redeem. I'll make use of some other ones just to go with these glasses. Brain hurts. And I'll bring out my towel. Ah. You can always come up with another word to use. Yeah. I could. I almost feel like the is a little cheating. Thigh could be a fun one. But I could try to use words such as this, these, my, that. I don't think the is. It just, like I said, it feels cheaty. It counts, but like, I feel like I'd be taking a bit of this challenge out of this aneurysms. Des. These nuts. Anguish. Misery. Oh, this misery. I can't even do the meme. Lime, hold on to this page for now. We need this video to go for a little while. Oh, did I already make one? God, wow. That one's so hard. I feel like even with, whatchamacallit, like, okay, try to shuffle them up a little bit. So we have the lime and a penalty spin. I saw that throw, Lily. I saw that throw. So we already rolled the lime. So we still... Ah. We're really doing this, huh? Turn. Turn around. Ah, I can't turn around enough. I will fight back. I'll fight back with my forehead. No, tracking. Come on. Resist it. Lean. No. Fight. Fight the... Push them. Come on. This thick skull is good for something. Aha. Never give up. Never give up. Oh. Ah. Hi. I'm Lily. And I've had just a little bit to drink in the form of lime jello shooters. Brain be dead. Hey, what's going on, Melia? How's it going on? Oh no, I saw it was Jen. Thank you for the head pets, Gizmo. Welcome back in. How are you doing? That was a full 1,000 thing, by the way, yeah? It's a bit much, but I mean, it's there for reasons. It's there for reasons. It's funny. Because, like, if you do the 100 one, it doesn't last, you know, horribly long. But the 1,000 one was, like, kind of there for other situations. Like, I forget how I set up my redemptions based on subs and stuff like that. Just vibing, welcome in. I got you, Kara. Kurt SVT asked me, help. Oh no. What's wrong, Kurt SVT? Did someone steal your cookies again?
You mean
or did
cheese?
you run out of fluff to cuddle?
Aw.
What's the sitch?
What's the situation? Interesting clip. Yeah. I was like, fight it. I try to like make my model turn this way as much as possible to resist the flow. Someone used it the other day when you were sleeping. Oh, really? Was there 1,000 redemption while I was sleeping? I would have never noticed that. Cause who was it? I need to find a way to refund their points. Cause I ended up like cleaning the redemptions because every time you like clean out the redemptions, it triggers it again for some reason. Did it actually work if they clipped it? Wait, what? There's a clip of it? Hold on. Let's see. Clips. Sort by all. When would that have been? Oh, it actually triggered? Or did it not trigger? Let me look at this real quickly. Wow. All I can say is I'm glad it worked. Now I don't have to feel too bad about not being there, but it's still kind of like, bruh, I guess I'm a heavy sleeper. You know? Sometimes I can be a light sleeper, but I guess you could say I'm a bit of a heavy sleeper after that. So let's see, what's our penalty spin? I know we've only got 5 things left, and I'll try to find more. If I can fit in a... I guess this is gonna make for a proper punishment for failing the word challenge. You've heard of, Hi? Wait, where did that come from? Hi? Hello? Was there no redemption for the? What happened? Anyways, let's do the Macarena. The naked mole dance. I don't know. I didn't hit F11. At least I don't think I hit F11. Like, I'll hit F11. That's what happened when I... Anyways, gas station sushi, meat frozen, I can't spell. That's supposed to be sushi. Wow. I apparently can't spell sushi for some reason on this other website. So let's, Hi, Zank. Zank, I know what you did now. I know what you did now. And it might not have been you, but one of my mods definitely did the thingy. Definitely did the thingy, didn't you? Not the gas station sushi. I'll be a part of a chubby emu video. Guys. Ah! I guess while we're doing the sushi thing, we might look at chubby emu stuff and start catching up on my backlog. Anyways, let me go get the lime and figure out how I'm supposed to eat this stuff. I'll be right back. Hang tight, guys. I love you. Bye-bye. Yay! Just a little bit of narration, I think. Maybe. Yeah, I love his videos too. The way he does everything is amazing. You guys are in for an interesting thing. Oh god. A person ate dumpster pizza. Here's what happened to his tummy. JC presenting to the emergency room with a mild case of abdominal pain in his lower, help anatomy. His videos are too good. But yeah, so interesting time. Okay, so lime. I'll be honest, I've never had one of these. It should be good, right? Like the lime jello was really bad. But this should be good, right? Abdominal pain is I'm good. I'm great, aren't I? Also, as it mirrors, is my mic just a bit... Actually, my mic's lower. It's just I'm talking louder. Which means I'm in a nerve... I'm in nerve... Hi, I've had alcohol. Just a little... Wait. We said half a cup of... fourth cup is... That's just like 3 shots of vodka, right? Anyways, meat, grocery frozen sushi, in the sticks. I'm not even sure if this stuff is safe, but it does say let it sit out for room temperature for 15 minutes. So I'm gonna leave it to the side. You have to eat it in 2 days. Well, this was frozen. This was frozen, and it says to keep refrigerated. Why was it in the freezer section? Guys, I knew this one was going to be weird. I don't think it was supposed to be sold in the freezer. I think whoever ordered these for our, like, thing was, you know, these were... They were kind of expensive. I'll be honest, these were like $5. I don't think they were supposed to be in the freezer. But it does say, keep refrigerated. And then let them sit out for 15 minutes. And I'm thinking, are these even going to be edible in 15 minutes? Can we even eat these in 15 minutes, or are they going to be hard as... Am I going to have to put them in the microwave? Am I going to have to microwave my fucking sushi? Let's start with the lime. Yes, the alcohol will stave off the food poisoning. Make ramen instead? I think we went through both of our cheap ramen bowls already. I don't think we have any more. Also, this this knife feels weird. Should I get some more? Should I get some more booze? Like actual booze this time? I don't really like. Anyways, it's time for a lime. I've never had a lime. They should be like a subtle version of the lemon, right? Hi. Where's a napkin? Guys, I'll be right back. I'm careful with the knife, but I need to go, hold on. I just got lime juice, like, all over my desk. Oh, don't worry. I'm pretty good about it. Now, I'm pretty good at it, but I did make a dumbass mistake. And sliced my knuckle just a little bit a couple of days ago, but I'll be right back. I'm safe, don't worry. Also, those knives really need to be hand washed. I think somebody keeps putting these in the dishwasher, and the handle keeps, like, getting dark stuff all over my fingers. No, not again, not again, not again. I only did it that one time. Burger. Burger's good. Burger is good. Always get burger. So, let's see. This is probably not the best knife to be using either. These should also probably have seeds in them too, huh? It does look pretty good, I'll be honest. It smells pretty good too. This knife can't cut for shit. Then again, it doesn't really have teeth. It's like, look at this knife. It's like, it doesn't even have a blade. And it's in the steak knife drawer, and I'm just like, a butter knife could cut better than this. I should have been paying attention. Yeah, I don't think we have a knife sharpener, but this could definitely use it. It almost feels like I'm just forcing it through. It just... That's... The rat heard cheese and neuron activation has occurred. Cheese. Cheese. Hey, I want to buy some cheese or something. Like, the thing is, there's this section in my local grocery store, and they have these tiny little blocks of cheese, the little triangle pieces, and they're like $5 to $7 each. And I'm just like, who's gonna pay this much for like buffalo sauce ranch cheese, Asiago white cheddar, just like, they're really expensive. 99 bananas? I'll look it up in a second. I have lime like all over my fingers and whatnot. I'm not about to, you know. Hold that thought though. Hold that thought. Anyways, welcome in, Calamity. Let's see what the limes taste like. Let's see what the limes taste like. Then I gotta go wash my hands. These fucking knives just need to be thrown away. I don't know who keeps putting them in the dishwasher, but look at this. Like, using this webcam sucks. You guys can't... You can see it kind of, right? Like, all that residue from the knives. Handle is just coming off of my fingers. Anyways, bon appetit. You want to lick my fingers with all the lime and this dusty stuff? I'm not about to rub my eyes. Thank you for the warning indirectly, though. This is a eMeat C950, I think. Which is funny because I actually use a 960 for the rare times that I would use the webcam for like my old model or the 3D models. It's not a bad one. It's just, it's not meant to be zoomed in super big like that. I've actually got a thing, the webcam like kind of cropped in pad. So like right here is not too bad, but I also have the, hold on. I can't really click the keyboard or use my mouse because I got lime all over my hands right now. But let me also, like just, come on OBS. Use my pinky. And then maybe it'll show up better. Like the black stuff like on my finger and whatnot. That's all residue from the knives. Boiling water? Maybe. Anyways, lime time. It hits a little different, but it's good. So this is what a real lime tastes like. It renders at 1080, but no, the quality is awful. The camera is very low quality, but the thing is, it doesn't need to be high quality. I paid like maybe $20 for it, which is, you know, really not bad. I actually paid $30 for the 960 like 2 years ago. But yeah. Whoa. Oh wait, the color, this camera does do a little bit of light correction. They might look a bit greener than they actually are. Because I think the camera autocorrects almost a little too high. If I do more active hand cam stuff, I might consider getting a better one. But the thing was, hand cam streaming was never an idea. It was just a bonus. the reason I even bought the 950 was because we thought the 960 over there was dying, and the webcam that I have now wasn't actually dying. It was just the CPU was choking due to the heat issues. Like, you know, a few days before I started having the big issues in VR chat and whatnot, the webcam was like starting to cut in and out, and we thought it was the webcam. So I had already ordered the 950, and I was just like, what am I going to do with this extra webcam that I don't even need? It's just like, well, just maybe use it for a rare hand cam stream. I guess like one of the only reasons we'd really need it is if you guys like really want to get like better hands, or just like, I guess when we do the cosplay stuff, the camera might be kind of suffering, but we'll find a way to set it up. But yeah. You can't even read the letters on the keyboard? I might blame the whatchamacallit. Hold on. Is it this button? Let me find it. Okay, that might make it impossible to read. Red. Lime green. You need 8K hands? Guys, here's the funny thing. I don't have a good camera or a good recording camera. So you can't even get like my hands in better quality at all. I have no way to capture my hands better. Like, this is even probably better than my phone will capture my hands, maybe. Welcome in, Marutame. How are you doing? Welcome on in. I'm the Limoweski, and right now we're consuming a lime, having a bit of a drunky chat while we're kind of like, you know, doing some redeems from my marathon. And we're just celebrating and being interesting and whatnot. Nice hands, though. Everybody keeps saying that. How to capture hands? Use hands. Well, 1 day and 11 hours? Technically, that's how long we've been live in this session. How long have we been live total? Minus a 5-minute reboot. Let's see, we started on Saturday, 7. Tomorrow, we'll have been live for like, what, 140 something hours? I really need to make a separate timer that shows how long we've had the stream going, because Twitch cuts out like around 48 hours. But yeah, we've not cut stream except for like one hard reboot since Saturday. We're just having a blast celebrating our 2-year anniversary. Time to quit VTubing and become a hand model? I mean, I could probably become like a femboy model and whatnot. Like, you know, I've got the voice. But like, when you see like the whatchamacallit, yeah, I've slept a couple of times. I sleep every night, but like I stay up for like 16, 18 hours, I guess, on average. So my sleep's been moving just a little bit here and there, but like, yeah, just like, hi. Would you trust hands like these? Hands are pretty. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So let me get back to eating this. It's actually pretty pleasant to eat. They've got like a bit of a salty, kind of bitter sting when you first take a bite of them. But after that, they're really good. Yeah, there's a bit of bitter. You taste the bitterness for the first second or two, and then it's really pleasant after that. But they do have a bit of bitterness. Contrasting Fox Girl with Mechanic's hands. Lily gonna become a professional cosplayer femboy? I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I could probably get into it's just I would really have to get a camera. I would really have to get a good camera. Maybe. We'll think about it. But hey, until then, I got the hands. I got the hands. And maybe the thighs, I guess, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, the bitterness really isn't bad. We've actually done lemon already. We have done a whole lemon. And it actually kind of wrecked my lips just a little bit. I need to wash my teeth in between these, by the way. Wait, what's a mirrorless? What does that mean? Is that like a brand of cameras? No worries. I can't spell most days without autocorrect. It's a camera that doesn't use a mirror? Huh? Why would they use a mirror? Reminds me of that one anime where you have the femme bunny maid with the man hands. Oh, you mean like the buff female characters? Overlord. Do you know how a DSL? No. I actually do not know how camera stuff works at all. Just waking up, no worries. I feel that even more. I mean, I'm coherent enough to talk about it. I've not had that much to drink. Oh, that's what you mean. Gotcha. Gotcha. Anyways, half a lime later, let me get a napkin. Let me clean my teeth out again. We'll get to the frozen sushi in just a little bit. Let us type in chubby emu. Wow. A torque that fast? Wait, what? Please don't make this me. A man squatted 500 pounds? Wait, what does it mean to squat 500 pounds? After chugging 3... Wait, what?
Squatted 500 pounds after chugging 3 energy drinks. This is what happened to his legs. LF is a 28-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with numbness in his right leg. The medical team takes a full body scan, and when they look at the image, it tells them that LF might not have much time left. They need to move him to another hospital that can take better care of him. LF was a nurse working in the hospital. During the events of 2020, while taking care of the sudden influx of patients, he developed a caffeine habit. At first, it was just coffee
Fun
in the
channel?
morning, but very
Scared of
quickly,
living?
it became a whole pot of
Hey, it's all
coffee,
good.
energy drinks before moving on to pure caffeine.
Nikon?
One morning at 5 a.m.,
Aw.
LF was going to the gym.
I feel like we've
He
talked
downed
about
some energy
cameras once
drinks to
before.
prepare himself. It
That was a
time
long
to lift
time ago, I
heavy.
think, huh?
While he was warming up, everything felt good. He loaded up the bar, walked out the rack with 500 pounds on his back, and he could feel the weight push him down into the ground. After coming up with it, his vision turned dark. He racked the weight, and he could tell that the blood vessels in his face had popped, but then he laid down to do some crunches. Suddenly, a pain pierced through his chest. He felt like someone had plunged a sharp object into his heart.
Wait, why did he
Burning
keep working
started
out?
radiating to his neck. His fingers started tingling. Walking around in a world of hurt, LF thought that maybe he had just been laying down in the wrong position. But as the minutes passed, the feeling only
No
got
pain, no
worse.
gain.
Drawing
No.
upon his medical
There's
treatment,
usually a
LF
problem if you feel
suspected
that much
he
pain.
might be having a heart attack. Heart attacks are when the heart starves of oxygen. This typically happens because of a blockage. The heart is metabolically active, so it needs a lot of oxygen to produce energy to function. When a heart attack happens, it's often because a blood clot is in the blood vessel supplying blood to the heart. A medicine that can quickly start to work on this blood clot is aspirin, which is almost always given to patients with a suspected heart attack. LF had cared for these patients in the past, and knowing that this could be happening to him now, he immediately tells his coach to give him 4 aspirin tablets to chew so that the medicine can quickly absorb into his body as paramedics arrive. But it didn't seem like anything was wrong. LF's heart rhythm was normal, no signs of a heart attack. His blood pressure and his heart rate were
A
fine.
man sold bubblegum
Because he
for
was only
7
28 years old
years?
and was previously healthy, it
Oh
really
my
didn't
God.
seem like anything was wrong. LF was still standing. He was
The
responsive and oriented.
ROM
This
hack,
means that his brain
the
was
Axum
fine.
Rangers.
Paramedics told him to sit down and take a deep
Oh
breath.
no, I'm so
He should be
sorry to
okay.
hear that,
They convinced him that he
Lily.
probably didn't need to go to
Aw.
the emergency room as they leave the gym. But as the hour passed,
Who knew
LF
consuming
still
a
had
ton
his
of
pain in
caffeine
his
would mess
chest.
your heart up
At
for
home,
real?
he laid down on his bed because he
Like,
thought
I'll
he
drink
could
3
see
energy
himself.
drinks, but not all on the
Tingling
same
in his
day.
fingers and his right leg became more and more intense, and his mind was racing, unsure of what was really happening. In the bathroom, nauseous.
That's
LF goes to
understandable, that's
empty his
fair, Logi.
stomach into the toilet, but then suddenly his right leg becomes numb. He collapses to the ground. 911 is called, and LF is brought to the emergency room.
Wait, that's where they were going.
At examination, the medical team instantly
Hey, what's going on,
notices that
Setso?
LF's right
How are
leg
you
is
doing?
a different color than his left, and that it's cold to the touch. Instead of a blood clot in his heart, it could be a huge clot clogging his leg, starving it of oxygen, causing it to become a different color and to become cold. LF was sent in for a full-body CT scan.
Similar to
When the
cocaine,
images
damn.
returned, the medical team couldn't believe what they saw. When someone experienced lifts really heavy weights for compound movements like
God
squat,
damn.
bench press, or
It was
deadlift,
worth it?
they often perform the
Holy shit,
Valsalva
four.
maneuver.
Whoa.
That is, they breathe in and hold their breath through
That's
almost
some
the entire
insane
movement.
specs right there.
The reason that this is done is because when the lift is performed, it's ideal to keep every single part of the body as tight as possible.
Bully
because
Lily
anything
for you?
loose
I guess we
become a point
can.
of failure. You have to do this when you're
Just a
lifting
little
very
bit.
heavy. And the weights that I'm talking about are ones that are so heavy that when you're under the bar, you have thoughts that linger in the back of your mind that you're not going to make it. I'm not talking about something like squatting body weight on the bar, but rather 3, 4, or 5 times of body weight.
Oh,
The
that's
problem
what they
is,
meant by
when the breath
squatting.
is held in like that, during that stress, it causes blood pressure inside the body to skyrocket. And you can see it happen in real time because powerlifters will have blood vessels pop right out of their neck. The body is a closed and self-contained system, but the sudden massive
Damn, I used
increase
to
in
drink
pressure
like
can test
Monster,
flexibility
the
of blood
300
vessels.
monsters,
The heart
and they weren't
starts
that
to beat
bad.
very hard and very fast against this pressure,
But it's
causing
probably
blood
a
flow to
different type
become
of caffeine.
chaotic and turbulent. It's well
Say
documented
so?
that the setting
Uh-huh.
increases shear stress
Well, if
against
you're
the
with
walls
Clara,
of the
then you
bar
might be a
rooms.
little
In the
say so, I
overwhelming
think.
majority of the
Also, I
time,
think I just
for people who are
splashed
healthy
lime
with
juice in
no
my eye.
prior health problems, the body can handle this. In fact, when you're
I think my
lifting this
glasses
heavy,
caught most
if
of
you
it, though.
don't do this in some capacity, you can severely injure yourself. But in the
I might
setting
want to
of
go
an
wash my
accident,
face after
something
this.
else can happen. And in LF, there was an accident. The CT scan images showed that LF was experiencing
I don't
an
think I
aortic
noticed any seeds.
dissection. Aortic referring to the aorta, the largest artery that comes out of the heart, sending oxygenated blood all throughout the body, and dissection referring to a cutting open of. LF's aorta had ripped open from the inside close to where it connected to his heart, but this rip was contained to the inner linings
Hey
of the
guys,
aorta.
you watched the video?
This explains the sudden
I have to
chest
clean
pain
my glasses for
radiating
obvious
to his neck,
reasons.
but what was happening to his
I'll
right
be
leg?
right back.
Immediately when seeing this, the medical team knew
Tilt,
that they had to send
Spark,
LF to a
I don't
larger
remember
hospital
those.
that could take better care of him. An ambulance was called.
Oh, that's probably
On the
why.
ride over, LF called his mom. He gave her bank passwords, social media logins, and advanced directives on what to do because as someone who was medically trained, he knew what was happening to him. He knew that he might have waited too long that morning to get medical care, and he knew there's a chance that he's not going to come back from this. The ambulance arrived to the larger hospital as the last thing he could remember. When I was told about this case, this could have been me. I did powerlifting, but over time as I finished school and did my medical training, my gym time diminished to slowly become non-existent. I thought, how do I get back to being active again, but in a way that's accessible to where I am in life? And so I signed up for Copilot, who helped me with that. They helped make this video possible. I pay for Copilot. I'm really glad I came across it. First, they ask you some quick info about you, your goals, and what you're looking for in context of fitness. Then they use that to match you with a coach. I talk with my coach AJ at least 5 times a week. Quick messages to make sure that we're on track. Then, after an introduction call, your coach tailors a workout plan for you, and that's where it ties into the app. I go to the gym. The app links my phone and watch if you have it. Now your monitor to track progress, heart rate, movement, reps, pace during each set. It shows you how to do each exercise. Your coach plans your workouts entirely and tracks your activity, keeping you accountable. You can also change your coach at any time. AJ tailored my plan to fit my travel schedule, and my dad saw me doing my co-pilot workout one day when I was visiting, and the Army drill sergeant part of him from 50 years ago re-emerged, and he started coaching me based on the videos in the app. Copilot has a feature where you can share workouts with your friends, so I shared my workouts with my dad, and now he follows along too. Exercise and fitness are celebrations of being able to move in the function that you have, and Copilot helps me realize that goal. This is something for everybody, whether or not you have prior gym experience. Go to go.mycopilot.com/chubbyemu or click the link in the description or scan this QR code to get 14 days free with your own personal trainer. Surgeons quickly took a look at LF. Blood vessels are made of different layers. The inside layer is called the intima. Typically, when blood flows through, it kind of rolls along this inside layer through the hole of the vessel called the lumen. When a tear evolves from the intima, blood flow still rolls along that inner layer, but blood is a fluid. If it can flow into something, it will. LF's tear started from where the aorta emerges from the heart. Blood started seeping into the tear, pushing apart the layers of the aorta, creating a false lumen. Blood stuck in here doesn't travel through the body, rather it continues down the aorta, separating the layers before eventually emerging through the aorta again, further down by creating another tear. Surgeons repair the area where his tear originated. This should fix most of his problems, and it seemed like he was doing well. But very quickly, the medical team finds that it wasn't enough. The legs make up a high percentage of muscle in the body, but when we look at how blood is circulated from the heart, it's almost like nature is telling us its priorities. When blood
So,
is pumped,
is he
some
gonna
of
make
goes
it?
right back to the heart muscle. Then it goes towards the brain, the
Oh,
arms,
I'm
the
sorry.
organs, and only after all of that does it keep traveling.
Welcome
the
to Chubby
legs. But
Emu. I'm
because
so
the legs
sorry.
are so muscular, it means that they need a lot of blood to function. But
Do you?
fixing the origin
Aw.
of LF's aortic dissection didn't fix the blood flow blockage in his right leg. The muscle starts to starve of
But yeah,
oxygen,
Zing's
and it can't survive.
pretty big on cameras, I
Muscles
think.
are covered by a layer of tissue called the fascia.
That dude is dead. Wait, he had an aortic. Wait, he didn't make it. Aortic dissection. Oh my God, isn't that where like the heart splits or something?
And the fascia doesn't budge.
The major and
If
the
left
minor, or
untreated,
the left or
his
right
leg
aorta.
will need to be amputated. They send him in for
Wait,
surgery to
what
make some
happened? What
incisions to
happened?
relieve the pressure. But just doing this won't fix why his right leg wasn't getting enough blood in the first place. So, what was happening? This brings us back to false lumen. The blood flow through this.
Oh, no worries, no worries, no worries. Even a
inconsistent
hobbyist is great.
It's not supposed to exist. Even though the origin of LF's aortic tear was
Delaminated?
repaired, for some reason,
He's still alive
blood
at this
in the
point,
false
but that's
lumen
almost nearly
had started
fatal.
to pool, causing that blood to clot, becoming like a jelly. The swelling is so great that it collapsed the true lumen of the blood vessel, stopping blood flow to the leg. This is called thrombosis. Throm meaning lump,
Oh.
but referring to blood clot, and osis meaning a disorder of. A disorder because of a blood clot inside the false lumen. In order to quickly get blood flowing again to his right leg, surgeons go below
Night night,
the clot
Sato.
and
Take
use
it
a
easy.
tube
Night
to
night, sweet
connect it with
dreams.
the arteries supplying blood to his left leg. This is a temporary fix while they decide how to proceed.
Let me clean
When
this plate up
surgeons
just
cut
a little
into his
bit.
fascia to prevent pressure from building up in his right leg, damaged muscle
And then we'll
waste
take a look at
quickly
the
spilled
sushi.
out and started to float around in his body. Surgeons had gotten in just at the right time because parts of LF's leg had already died. The kidneys
Oh,
are kind of like
no.
a net that filter the blood, but as LF's damaged muscle started collecting in his kidneys, it started destroying them, blocking flow, and preventing him from making any urine. As the days pass, the medical team has to irrigate and drain LF's abdomen with fluid to try to catch wastes that should be caught by his kidneys. He's intermittently placed on dialysis, a machine that filters his blood for him.
Oh man,
Very
this really
quickly,
fucked
the
him
tube that
up.
was
Holy
connecting his
fuck.
left leg's blood supply to his right leg became infected. Hospital
So
bacteria
all
started
because he
growing
like
and spreading in
benched
LF's
way
body,
too much
causing
on the
his heartbeat
squat
and heart rhythm to
with too
become
much
erratic.
caffeine at the same
This
time.
isn't too abnormal when one
I guess
receives
this adds
kind
a
of
whole new
surgery, but
meaning to don't
LF
take
had
too
taken
much
care of
caffeine when you
patients
go
with
to work
exactly
out.
the same problem as he's having now. His heartbeat was so uncomfortable, and he was so scared that if
No
he
worries,
would
no
fall
worries.
asleep
I'm
by
sorry about
accident,
that one,
that he wasn't
Tailsy.
going to wake up. But why did the aortic dissection happen in the first place? Well, let's look at where the tear happened at the aortic arch. Do you remember turbulent flow? Well, when fluid flows through a
Mhm.
bend, the sudden change in direction
Yeah,
tends to
Papa
increase
Ri.
the amount of stress in the system.
Papa
This
Ren.
stress has been
Papa
shown to
Ki
cause changes to
Rokuma-san.
the inner lining of blood
Yeah.
vessels. A lot of methods
That's
used to
my
classify
my model,
aortic
Papa.
dissections come from different
Yeah, I also drew my
locations
first year
in the
anniversary
aortic arch. LF
stuff.
a
I was gonna
previously
hide
healthy
them again this
28-year-old man
for
with
this
no
year, but I
known
just didn't
health
have the
problems,
money.
but he
So I'm
did
still
have
really
multiple
grateful for
risk
Zing to getting
Heavy
Nini's to
weightlifting
work on it.
features way more than just the
I might try to contact them again
Aortic dissections
for
have been described in people
like
who
next
lifted
year.
just an 80-pound
I might try to
dumbbell.
plan like the
There might have
illustration
been
for
a
my 3rd year
positional
anniversary sooner.
component to this, that he was bent over in an awkward
Man ate
position
pizza
where he
from
kicked the dumbbell
7-Eleven
back
and he
to lay
found in
down
a
on the bench to
dumpster.
do his set.
I mean,
But
there
there's
are
also
some
the
stories like
component
that.
of LF taking excessive
Gas
amounts of
station nacho,
caffeine
gas
and
station
energy drinks
sushi.
that would have compounded with
Eats
this
entire thing of gummies.
Let's start with caffeine. It's a stimulant, but it does that stimulating by
So let's take a look at these. I imagine
like 400 milligrams or
though
less daily.
they've set out for at least
feel a bit more
20.
awake and alert and
Like they look better now, but I mean,
excessive doses all the time rather than blocking
I wonder if they're still gonna
gets the
be
body to release
too
adrenaline,
frozen,
which is
maybe.
going to raise blood pressure. When you drink caffeine, it takes
I'm pretty
usually
sure
4 to
these were
6
never
hours
meant
for
to be
its
put
level
in a
your body to
freezer,
cut in half. That is, it
but they
takes
were
around
sold
4 to 6
frozen,
hours for your body to break
and I
down
just put them in the freezer
Take a
because
lot of it, and it increases
I
your
thought
blood
they were
pressure
supposed
for
to be
hours
frozen.
every day. And remember, most people continuously consume more caffeine throughout the day than you could reasonably expect.
Also, I've
They
never
could
had
be
sushi like
chronically
this.
increasing the amount of
I've
stress
only ever had
put
sushi
into
twice in my life,
throughout the
and they were both like the
That's a
individual
potential risk
pieces you
factor,
ask
but
for
it might not
in a
have been the
hibachi
only thing
restaurant.
happening in LF. Lots of pre-workout supplements also feature a lot of caffeine.
Give me a second.
Sometimes it's really the only actual thing that they have, and sometimes people take multiple supplements that all have caffeine, and it's
Should
all
be
going
fine
to add up
frozen,
to
just
much
taste a
more
little
than
off.
400 milligrams daily. So,
Something nice
their
about
blood
extremely
pressure
sharp
is high
macro,
just from supplements.
Marco,
Add in energy
macro
drinks,
pick,
add in more caffeine throughout the day,
pickles.
and add in really heavy lifting. Add in that LF went to lift heavy on a winter
So sushi
morning,
ginger?
a season and a time when aortic dissections appear to be more likely to happen, and all of these risks can add up. And blood vessels are muscles. That means that the aorta has its own set of blood vessels
Muscle
that supply
powder?
its blood,
It
independent
can.
of the blood that it's delivering to the rest
I've
of the
even
body.
seen some
This is called
official,
vasa
not official,
vasorum.
what am I trying
It's
to say?
possible that LF's aortic
Like
dissection
Monster
wasn't
Energy,
just a consequence
that's
of
like a
turbulent flow
pre-workout
causing
mix
heavy
and it's like a
stress
protein shake.
but that other ingredients in his energy drinks or supplements
Oh shit, he was taking that
of his
stuff?
small blood vessels. We're never gonna really know for sure in his particular
Wasn't the
case.
stuff like they
This has
put
been
some of that in like
described
hydroxycut and
we know
stuff like that?
Supplements contain multiple ingredients in unknown concentrations because there's a proprietary blend, and nothing in this space is required to be standardized. So every batch might be different, but we know many people simply consume way too much caffeine, often without realizing that it's coming from many different sources.
They have an
throughout the
interesting
day,
smell.
sometimes from
They
bread,
still look pretty
restaurant,
frozen.
lemonade. There's other complex situations too.
I'm
such
not
as
sure
when
how
LF is
long they're
taking
meant to
medicines
sit
for higher
out,
health problems, including
or
ones
would
for
have to
mental
sit
health.
out in a
Those
case
can
like
increase
this.
blood pressure, but he wasn't taking those, and neither was he taking performance-enhancing substances. LF was medically trained.
Yeah, don't
Being
squat
able to
500 pounds. Let's
and
start
pay his
there.
bills and to make a living depended on him having and
Did
maintaining
it
his
say if he was
healthcare
under
license.
supervision or not?
Even just having performance-enhancing substances in your possession can get your license yanked because many of them are controlled substances, and the overwhelming
Oh, he was
majority
taking
of
the big
physical
bad
people
stuff.
would rather be able to have a career, be able to pay their rent and their bills for the next several years than to be able to lift a heavier weight. Can performance-enhancing substances increase the risk of aortic dissection in the setting? It looks like they might be able to. In the intensive care unit, LF's surgeon decides on a treatment plan. They'll get access to his aorta through his back while he's laid on his side. They'll make a cut along his aorta where the blood clot is and take it out.
I
Then
wonder if
they'll
this dude
remove
made it or
the
not.
inner lining of his aorta that was
Holy
separated out
shit.
and pin down the remaining portion, closing the aorta up to allow
Basically,
blood
yeah.
flow through to his right leg again. Valsalva maneuver in very heavy lifting is necessary to keep everything in your
Yeah,
body
don't do that
healthy
either.
throughout
This
the
dude was
whole
doing
movement
everything
to
you
prevent
shouldn't
injury.
do.
What happened to LF was more than just Valsalva. It was additional multiple risk factors, and most importantly, it was an accident. I lived a very similar
The
arrangement
ginger is
for
still
many
frozen
years. I
solid.
didn't lift in the mornings, but this could have been me. As days become weeks in the hospital.
Hold on, I have
less
to do a very dumb thing. How long to... I can't spell at this angle. I hate doing this. How long to microwave frozen sushi. Oh my god. The first thing I get is a Reddit post. r/sushi abomination. I have a feeling like the amount of time to defrost so it doesn't get too warm and stuff. I'm gonna eat it like right away, so bacteria shouldn't be an issue. I knew buying this was a mistake. There has to be a way to eat this, right? It was like $5. Unless it's... Hold on. If sushi can be cooked or raw, why can't it be microwaved? Wait, you can't microwave it? Is my sushi safe to reheat? The most common way is microwave. Just 30 seconds in a 500 watt. We're just gonna hit it for 30 seconds. This is... Oh my god, this is a fucking nightmare. This was a mistake. This was an absolute mistake, guys. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. That tub should be microwave safe. Oh, it might not be? Okay. You're smart. Very smart. Very, very smart. Let's try this instead. Wasabi. These things are like ice. Cover it with a paper towel. They're stuck to each other. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah, they sound frozen. Do not give strange frozen sushi to people that have been under the influence of alcohol. I did something dumb. Why did you delete your photography collection? Oh. Also, hello, unstable little sausage man. Wait, I saw the word bottom and I thought unstable was here. I'm too mean to him, aren't I? Anyways, I knew like the sushi and stuff like were frozen too, and the the soy sauce is may or may not have combusted a little bit. I don't even know where the hole is, but like I'm just gonna let it soak the plate a little bit and put this somewhere else. Okay, let's video and
Appears to improve. Nothing needed
try
be
to
amputated.
salvage
As
this.
physical therapy months later, he was able to first stand up and then walk again, and he was able to
Ginger
make a
sushi packet.
Hey everybody, my name's Luis Flores.
At least
and I'm
it's
the
not
real patient
frozen
LF.
anymore.
Right now, I can still go to the gym, I can still work out. I can't lift more than 35 pounds. I drive with my left foot, and I can still do patient care. Life still goes on, and I gotta just adapt with what I
Yeah,
can
Alex
and
is
can't
one of
do.
our local
One thing
bottoms.
that I would have done differently that day when I initially presented with those symptoms is that I would have went to the hospital right away. That way I would have not sustained the deficits that I've sustained right now. However, God works in mysterious ways. I'm just glad that I went back and called that second ambulance. If you're at home or you're doing something and you're starting to feel something
Oh,
that's
that's
not
why
right,
there was a second
please get checked out
ambulance.
immediately. I would have never thought at the age of 28 I would go through such a
The
medical
fact that he's
emergency.
alive is
To the
amazing.
point where in an ambulance I had to call my mother and tell her what my wishes would be. There's always a saying that in the medical field that one day we'll all become patients. And now that I have the perspective of both being the patient and the provider, that gives me an edge to be more and more of a
Oh, that's right. I
compassionate
forgot he
provider.
was also a
My
nurse.
goal now is to get my doctor to nurse practitioner, and I just been accepted into Rush's doctorate program. And so that's something that I have looking forward to. My program starts in the fall.
Best of luck in your
Aw.
studies, Luis.
Excitement.
So much for watching.
I
Be sure to
understand
check
that
out
completely.
Copilot, link in the description, or this
Excitement
QR
can
code.
definitely keep
Take care of
somebody up.
yourself and be well.
I hope the autoplay will go to some. Oh no, hold on.
My name is Dr. Adi Jaffe, and I'm an ex-meth distributor
Why
who
would
sold
you-
hundreds of pounds of meth. And this is how crime works.
Wait, what?
Being a meth dealer, sleeping in bed with the meth pipe next to you and a gun right to your right, and with hundreds of thousands of drugs in your closet is an insane endpoint. It's not normal. It was like my life got a hard reset. I mean, I had to go right to
Hold
the
on,
beginning.
we'll go back to Chubby You in a second. Oh, you found it? What do you mean by scuff?
I started selling meth because clients of mine wanted access to meth. And so I started out buying very small amounts from street dealers that I knew personally. So an 8-ball, which is 3.5 grams at a time. The labs I saw in Southern California were a joke compared to even
Okay, I'll be
the
honest.
makeshift
This is stuff I
labs
would
that
watch, but
Walter
kind of
had.
watch in my own
A
time.
man squatted 500 pounds after
Let's go here.
a farmer sprayed 1 liter of herbicide.
I was
in
just gonna
between
stay away
his
from the
legs.
femboy
This is how
goodness.
his organs shut down.
Have a good sandwich.
PT is a 43-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with chest pain and scrotal eczema. He tells the admitting nurse that he could feel his heartbeat in between his legs
Wasabi?
because sores and strange wounds started appearing there over the last several days. But all of that was because
Between
the
his
medicine
legs?
that he was applying to the area was working. PT was a farmer living in the country with his wife. One day, he had to sneak in his own house.
Oh,
It
wait,
was
what?
4 in the morning. He had too much to drink, but he told his wife that he was going out with the boys. As he creeped into his bedroom, he knew if he woke her up, he wouldn't wake up alive because he had been to a place and had an encounter that he shouldn't have had. PT's secret meeting that night came with what he
Wasabi's
believed was
supposed to be
punishment
kind of hot,
from God.
right?
After the events of that evening, he thought he felt what was at first a dull burning sensation from under the shaft crawling up just below his belly button every time he needed to urinate. But as the time passed, he was convinced that there was
It's got an
discharge
interesting
present there.
heat.
He thought he could see it.
The weird is
He
I
thought he
can't
could
really
smell
taste the
it,
wasabi,
at
but I can
other
feel my
times in the
tongue
day,
burning,
he
but
just
it's not
wasn't
like
sure if something was really there or if this was all just in his mind.
it's not it's hot.
Sometimes
It's just
he
like
would
no
scratch,
hot
and
but
he couldn't
burning.
stop scratching
It's
because the area
interesting.
would get itchier and itchier. One day, PT was in the field spraying herbicide to get rid
So
of some
let's
weeds, and an idea
The
popped into
sushi's
his
still
head.
kind of cold.
Sometimes when he'd really dig in, he'd sometimes end up with
So-
chips of flaked off skin in his hands. If plant leaves slough off when herbicide is applied, a new
Let
foliage
me grab like a little
appears
pinch of
underneath.
wasabi.
This is just like skin.
This
So applying
is
herbicide
this
between his
is
legs should strip away and
this is
exfoliate
definitely a
what's there,
penalty
leaving layers
challenge.
underneath anew. He knew that for sure. He had an infection in this area from his encounter that one night, so applying this should fix all of his problems, he thought.
Oh
In the
no.
bathroom, PT took a small amount of herbicide and diluted it in water. He soaked a paper towel in it and started rubbing it all over the shaft, the scrotum, and the perineum. Because he couldn't see all the way in there, he took the tingling sensation he felt as confirmation that it was working. Some medicines you take 2 or 3 times a day, so he thought to apply this herbicide at the same frequency, taking 10 minutes per treatment. A few days into doing this, PT
Something
in the
didn't
shower
taste
noticed
right.
something with his scrotal skin. It was painful, swollen, and starting to slough off. Clearly, his treatment was working. If 2 or 3 times a day was
Wait, what?
producing
No, that
results,
doesn't sound like
4
it's
times would
working.
be better. If 10 minutes works,
That does not
20
sound like
minutes
it's
would
working.
clearly be optimal as he started soaking his perineum in herbicide and putting a diaper on to increase contact time so that the
What?
chemical can do its magic. As the days pass, PT continues his treatment, but he starts to notice that his chest would feel tight. In between his legs felt tender. It even hurt to walk because the skin of his legs would rub together in that area, but that just means the herbicide is working. But finally, the hurt was too much. It was getting harder. to
What
breathe. This had been going on
What
for
the
at least
fuck?
7 days now. PT went to an urgent care in the town nearby. They told him to stop wiping his groin in herbicide and to stop putting a diaper over it. They didn't know which herbicide it was, and they didn't ask. They concluded that it probably doesn't get through the skin, but they noticed some of the damage and injury that appeared there and washed and cleaned the area, telling him that things should be fine if he just stops applying the chemical there. But things weren't going to be fine. In the morning, PT woke up and felt like he was suffocating. The moment he got out of bed, the pain in his
I'll be
crotch
honest,
was
I think something's wrong with the
His wife
wasabi.
asked him what was wrong, but he didn't answer. He got into his car and drove himself to
The
the
sushi
emergency
itself
room,
isn't too
where we
bad,
are now.
but the
At
crab does
physical
taste a little
examination,
strange.
The medical team found that PT's blood pressure and heart rate were normal. His breathing appeared to be labored. When they saw
The rice
wounds
actually
between
tastes
his
pretty good,
legs, they saw the
which is
area
weird.
was swollen, eroded, with bloody scabs. Scrotal skin was bleeding and it was ulcerated, and parts of it appeared to be necrosed.
Like,
They noticed on his legs a dark
I guess
colored
maybe it's
liquid that
too
appeared
cold.
to have splashed
I wouldn't really
or
say
rubbed on,
ammonia.
likely from the diaper that they had
It's
peeled
just-
off to examine the area. When asked what this
Actually,
was,
that
he
second
told
bite
the
wasn't
medical
too
team
bad.
what he had been doing over the last few days. When they asked him which herbicide it was, he showed them a picture of the bottle on his phone. Immediately, the medical team get a chemical test and obtain a sample of PT's
As long,
urine.
yeah, so,
In the
I think
test
something
tube, a
just
deep blue
happened with
color appeared, and this gives the medical team
like I don't
some
think
clues
wasabi
as
was
to
ever
what's
meant to be
happening.
frozen. This
The
should have
herbicide
never
that
been
PT
sold
rubbed on his
frozen.
body is paraquat, used in
I
agriculture
don't
in
think
the
my
United
like I
States,
live
but
in
were
the sticks.
restricted
I live
use
like
due to the fact
yo
that its
rednecks
misuse
around
can
here or
result
some
in
shit ain't
fatal
that. Like I live in one of those
However,
areas
the
where there's not
mechanism
like a
whereby
real
it
town like
exerts
30
that
minutes in either
toxicity
direction.
is why it's so
I don't know
effective
where they
as an
got this
herbicide,
sushi.
and all of this derives
Like
from its chemical
this should like not
Plants
even
use sunlight to conduct
people don't
photosynthesis
even
to
know what
produce energy
sushi is. Like
necessary
it
for their
don't go in the
survival.
freezer.
Water
Who
and
put
light
this
are
shit
used to
in the
transport an
freezer?
electron through a chain, with the
But I
end
mean,
result
I
of
didn't
energy and
know.
oxygen
I didn't know.
produced.
And I guess
Electrons are
neither did
subatomic
they.
particles that are
I just
associated with
bought it as
energy,
a
and their movements are
like a
responsible
one-off.
for
This looks like a
electricity.
bad
But
idea
when
kind of
paraquat
moment,
is sprayed onto
and
the
that's
plant,
why it's on
it
the
has an
punishment
extreme
wheel.
affinity for one electron to get sucked into its structure. Electrons are negatively charged, so when a chemical gains and incorporates that electron into
But the
its
crab is
structure,
actually.
its total charge
I think this would have
reduces
been
by
really
1.
good.
So we'd say that paraquat
I think
gets
this could have been
reduced.
really good
Oxygen is abundant in plants, and
if
comes
it
into
was not
contact with this
sold
reduced
frozen.
paraquat. They react. Oxygen takes the electron, reducing itself before it goes on to cause permanent damage.
Zank, I actually do not know. But I think it's
cycling
safer than
nonstop.
gas
This
station
disruption
sushi,
of biochemical
which is left at
equilibrium
room
is the primary
temperature.
driver of paraquat's herbicidal
I think
mechanism,
the
but
taste
this
has
exact same
suffered
mechanism plays out the same
as a
way
result of being
inside of
frozen.
humans, but PT
But I
didn't.
think it's safe to
Paraquat
eat.
inside his body. It was only
It's
ever
never
on his
been at
skin,
room temperature
so
till now.
What's happening here? When the medical team did the urine test,
It was in the freezer for
of paraquat in the urine.
6 days.
This means that it isn't just inside his body, but that paraquat is floating around in his blood. So
5
much
days,
so
maybe?
that his kidneys have started collecting and filtering it and excreting it in
Would
his
hate to
urine.
be on the
All of this
video
meaning that
later.
PT's topical application of
VTuber
paraquat
eats
has resulted
frozen
in systemic absorption.
grocery
And
store
because he soaked
sushi
his perineum and
in
his
a
scrotum and the
farmer's
shaft
town.
in so much paraquat
This is
for
what
so
happened
many
to
days,
his
the
body.
total amount in his body could be as if he drank it.
It's
The medical team
definitely
took a blood
not
test and
less
find that
safe for
PT's
being
liver
frozen.
And his kidneys are shutting down, thinking that there couldn't have been that much that absorbed
There's
through his
no
skin. They
way
to wash the area between
this
his
is that
legs
risky,
to give him some
right?
antibiotics just in case that those
Like,
wounds are
where's
starting
the
to get
risk?
infected,
What kind
and
of risk are we
rehydrate him
looking
and
at?
push water into his body so that his kidneys can function again. But it wasn't enough. The following day, PT complains to the medical team that the pain between his legs is worse than it was the day before. Despite the area being cleaned,
This
and
guy
no
gonna
paraquat
lose his
present,
dick. He's gonna
the
lose his
bleeding
balls
on
and
all of those
everything.
parts was more severe than before. But even worse, he tells them that it feels like a rubber band is being tied
Unless
around
there's
his
some
chest
enzymatic
because he's
action
struggling to breathe.
happening, keeping the
medical
sushi
team
warmer
noticed
than
that
the
his abdomen
surroundings.
is now swollen, and another blood test finds that PT is going into multi-organ failure, and there isn't enough oxygen in his blood.
You'll see some really dumb stuff happen on Chubby Emu
Paraquat
stuff,
is a
which is why it's
bipyridal
funny.
herbicide. Bi meaning two,
Like
and
I said,
pyridal referring to
I've seen a
pyridine,
video where
molecule that
somebody
has high
injected
affinity
some
for
sort of like
electrons.
cheese
Another herbicide in this class is
calcium thing
diclon,
into their
something that you can
testicles.
get off the shelf
You
in
you
home
will be
improvement stores
surprised
in the
what
United
people will
States.
do and
Do
end
you
up on
remember
his
that
channel.
oxygen in plants that reacts with reduced paraquat? Well, that pathway tracks
This
in
should be
humans
no
too.
more
The
like I
resulting
don't know how long it is
superoxide
sat.
radical is reactive.
I'll
Nature
be
tends
honest,
towards stability.
this could have been
Something is
sitting in the
reactive.
freezer
Another way to
at my
describe it
grocery
is that
store
it's
for a month.
unstable. And in order to
Or
stabilize
2.
itself, it
Or
needs to
3.
react with something. We know that matter
The
is
cheese stuff was
conserved, meaning that it's
supposed to
neither
be
created nor destroyed. So if something is
something like
unstable,
farmers
and to
would
stabilize
inject into
itself,
like
it
farm
reacts with something
animals'
else, then a
testicles
transfer of matter
so that it
occurs
would
at
like
this
neuter
time.
the
For a
animal.
biological
So
system,
like the
a
man
change
who
in
ended up
structural
on this
integrity
channel was
out of the
trying to neuter
ordinary
himself
because of the actions
because he
of a
felt like he
reactive
was a
compound
hypersexual
means
or something.
permanent damage happening. It means that normal function can't occur anymore.
You guys really want to see that
Innate
video?
stores of chemicals that can prevent
I mean, this
damage
doesn't
done by
taste that
superoxide
bad.
and the
I was
hydrogen peroxide
expecting
that results
something.
from it. These protective mechanisms can
What
have
Novap
high
does to a
capacity
motherfucker.
resulting in the hydrogen peroxide
For
getting neutralized into
real.
water, which isn't toxic. But when paraquat is in the body, it doesn't stop cycling electrons, creating huge amounts of superoxide and exerting oxidative stress. Protective mechanisms quickly become overwhelmed. As the hours pass, PT starts to fall in and out of consciousness. Because his oxygen level in blood was low, the medical team gave him some supplemental oxygen through a mask, but his condition kept getting worse. All of this telling the
How's it
medical team that
going,
the
Cheesy
severity
Balls?
of PT's poisoning is as if he drank paraquat, and it only takes a small sip of it to be fatal. Typically,
Oh,
when
this is kind of
substances are
spicy.
applied dermally, they don't
This is
usually
kind of
result in
spicy.
systemic toxicity. The skin
The
has
packaging
proteins
said
and
spicy on it,
specialized
didn't
structures
it?
to protect the body from external pathogens. But PT's situation is a little different. The
I'm just
scrotum
gonna
is
hope
highly
that.
vascularized, meaning that there's a lot of
Wait,
blood vessels and a
can
large
it? How
blood
long would it
supply
take
flowing
for
through
this
the
stuff
region.
to go bad?
Because it's slightly offset from the body in an effort to give gametes an environment to thrive that's cooler than body temperature, scrotal skin is thinner than the skin on the arms and the legs. Scrotal skin also has many folds and wrinkles in it, meaning that should the area not be properly dried before clothing is put on, liquid contact time can increase. But PT didn't just quickly rinse this area in paraquat. He immersed the shaft, the scrotum, and the perineum, applying a large amount. But then he didn't clean it off and put a diaper over it, dramatically increasing the contact time that paraquat had with his skin. In a small science experiment,
What the
scrotum
fuck
was
am
found
I
to absorb
watching?
creams
What
rubbed on
the
it at a
fuck
rate
is
42
this?
times more than when
Chubby
those creams
Emu,
were
where did
applied
you
to the
find
forearm,
this,
meaning
man?
that compounds can potentially absorb more through this area than anyone
This is
else.
like probably top
just
3
dry up and
worst Chubby Emu situations to ever end up in. What the
all in a
fuck?
single day before he did it again the next. Paraquat absorbs through the skin, especially the kind that's known to absorb a lot.
I'll be
if it's
honest,
applied
as
to
a
it.
penalty
But then
game
the wound
for
started
failing the
appearing.
word game,
area was ulcerated with blood scabs,
this will make a
meaning that
good
when he did
punishment.
this
Like this,
reapplication, it was
don't
applied
eat
over
frozen
damaged
sushi.
skin,
Don't freeze your
creating additional
fucking
opportunity
sushi.
for
Do
Paraquat
not.
to leak into his body
I almost want to go to the grocery store and just like, why? Why do you have this? Where did you get it? Why? Why?
because his kidneys had completely
People
shut down.
around here
The
in
liver
this
normally
town, I would be
metabolizes and
surprised
breaks
if they
down
knew what
chemicals in the
sushi
body,
was.
neutralizing them. But Paraquat doesn't get metabolized. The only way to get it out of his blood is through the kidneys. But getting it out of the blood doesn't get rid of what's already absorbed into his organs. As Paraquat reaches an equilibrium flowing back and forth between organs and the blood, the one place that it appears to be accumulating in PT's body is his lungs. You see, cells
Why is
in the
there
lungs are
liquid?
known to have a
The
pump
soy
for a
sauce.
kind of chemical called
I did something dumb. That was me. That was me.
many, and amine referring to a
When I
functional
heated
group
up the
involved in
sushi on the
nitrogen.
plate,
These
I
chemicals
forgot
have
to take
many
the
nitrogens,
packages off
and
the
they're
plate.
involved in normal function in cells, and on lung cells,
So
they
the
purposely pump those chemicals where the
the soy sauce started to,
0.6
you
to
know,
0.7 nanometers. The problem
combust out of the
Paraquat
package.
is a chemical with two nitrogens separated by exactly that distance, meaning that in the lungs, Paraquat is pumped in and heavily concentrated to the point where the amount
Yeah.
in lung tissue is
Like I said, it
50
was a
times
dumb
the
thing.
amount in the blood. The lungs have no mechanism to
I
pump
wouldn't
this
have. I
Paraquat
would have just like completely
it
not
enters
even used the
cells, it
packaging
cycles
stuff
electrons
if I was
endlessly.
sober.
But the problem is made worse
Just
because of the function
drunk
of
things.
the lungs. Do you remember that oxygen
Melted
was involved
plastic
in
soy
reacting with
sauce.
reduced Paraquat? Well, the lungs are the first place in the human body where fresh oxygen is received from breathing in. If Paraquat is ultra concentrated in the lungs and oxygen accepts the electrons stolen by Paraquat, going on to start a cascade of massive cellular damage, then it means that PT's trouble breathing that's been happening for days before he presented to the emergency room is actually his lung tissue dying, with permanent damage being done. The body detects this and sends the immune system in.
Guys,
causing
I'm not
inflammation
finishing this.
and even more damage.
I know it's just
All
one
at a
piece,
time
but this
when
is
Paraquat stays concentrated in the lungs, continuing to cause damage, and it won't stop until PT
that one
stops
definitely
breathing.
deserves its
When the
place
medical
on
team
my
realized that PT had Paraquat in his urine,
punishments.
they sent a sample
The
of his
punish
blood
will.
to test for
It
the
has
amount
served
of
its
Paraquat
purpose.
present. Days later, the result returned. Paraquat ingestions
What guys?
were
What do you
recorded
think
with
would be a
meticulous
good
detail
drink
over
to
several
like
years, and
sterilize
survival
my
probability can be
insides?
determined based on Paraquat
Should I
level in the blood
go
and
get
how
a
many
diet
hours
soda?
post-ingestion the patient is. PT's Paraquat level was 0.5 micrograms per milliliter, but his hours after ingestion was unclear.
I don't think I'll
because
get to
he
that
didn't
bad.
drink
My
it, but
stomach's
rather
actually
dermal
really good
absorption
about like not
became
getting
systemic
like
toxicity.
upset in doing
Because
that.
he was symptomatic for at least
But I
a
wonder
day
if that's
before he
just
presented to the
part of
emergency
me
room,
having
he is well
like
beyond
minor
24
IBS.
hours. As the day passes, PT was
So my colon
struggling
does
to
a pretty
breathe,
good
but
job of
the
keeping
medical team
itself
couldn't
clean
give him
and
too much
whatnot.
oxygen because it would worsen his condition quicker. Bipyridal herbicides don't have
Pepto-Bismol?
an antidote.
Isn't
There isn't any
Pepto-Bismol
way
like,
to easily remove it from the blood, and there
you know,
isn't
one
any
of
way to
those things
suck it
you
out of his
don't want to
organs,
have?
and there isn't any way to regrow the parts of his lungs that have already died. At 6 days after he initially presented to the emergency room, the medical team
I can do
noticed
one
that
better.
PT
I can go
had
get
erratic
an
heart
Alka
rhythm.
Seltzer.
It developed into a situation where his heart started shaking in
Or
place, not actually coming together to make a full contraction to move
plain
blood
hot
throughout
water.
the body. The medical team tried to do CPR to
High
resuscitate
alcohol
him and to get his heart
concentrations
beating again,
shots.
but they were not
Oh, I
able
don't
to
feel
bring him back.
nauseated at all.
At autopsy, widespread lung fibrosis was found in
Anyways, you
PT,
guys figure out what
consistent
happens
with
to
systemic Paraquat poisoning.
like, is this
There's a
dude
wide
gonna
range
get
of
like
herbicides
he's already
out now.
neutered,
Some
right?
are not toxic in humans when
I
ingested,
wasn't paying
but
attention
old
to the
houses,
video.
farms,
Is he even
agricultural areas
alive?
in the United States
He
will still
fucking
use and have Paraquat. Controls have been put in place to restrict its use, but around the world, this poisoning still happens, and often enough to be in the news a couple times a month. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of
What
yourself
the-
and be well.
Wow. No. I feel a lot of people don't die in Chubby Emu videos. Husband was found with another woman. This is what was done to his What?
RB is a
Hold on. Let me go wash this plate down. And I'll get an Alka-Seltzer, maybe some apple cider vinegar, guys. I don't feel sick at all, but I will do that. The other option is taking a shot of bourbon, but I mean, I'd rather not mix it with medicine, so we'll do stomach medicine. Somebody's asking for head pats? Aw, I'd give you a head pat. I see Lily and Jen took over for me though, so that works too. Anywho, do not rub. I know. It's just like that one was just like that was easily top 3 worst chubby emu videos I have ever seen. And I'm just like, that one was just so it was so bad, so dumb, and I'm just like at least you could say his genes are out of the gene pool. Yeah, the dude who rubbed pesticide over his nuts died. I shouldn't be laughing, but I mean, it just like, it was just so aneurysm. And anyways, this one's gonna be fucked up too, I think, just in a different way. So, hold on. Where's my thing? I don't have Pepto-Bismol, but I guess this will work maybe, hopefully. Like I said, I don't feel sick. But if it'll help, like, neutralize things a little bit.
Is a 42-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with pain in his hands and feet. He tells the admitting nurse that the hurt had been slowly building up since earlier that day until he finally couldn't take it anymore. But as he says this, he starts to lose feeling in his lips, tongue, and his face. Arby was living with his wife Zoe. They had been married 24 years. A couple months ago, Arby
attempting to lick
he was enjoying the time
asbestos.
until suddenly he ran into his neighbor. This shouldn't have been a problem, but Arby was with a woman who wasn't Zoe. The neighbor knew that something was happening here. Arby knew that the neighbor knew that something was happening here. And the woman that he was with didn't know that Arby was married. And this awkward exchange was going to change his life. Zoe had thought something was going on with her husband for a while. The neighbor told her what he saw, and she couldn't deal with this. She scrubbed through every single record on his computer, browser history, DMs.
No, I
She
don't
called
feel
the
sick at
internet
all.
service
I do
provider
not
to
feel
get a
sick at
detailed
all.
list of all the
I was
websites
just being
that he
like,
accessed.
what could I
She
do
looked
just
up
like as a
this woman.
precaution?
She felt no need to
That's all I was
confront him
taking
directly
suggestions.
about
I feel
this.
fine.
One evening, Zoe and Arby were
Like,
at home together when suddenly
unironically,
a
I
man
feel
broke
really
in.
good right now.
Arby tried his best to fend off this thief, but
Let
he
me
was
take off my headset
seriously
for a second.
injured, and the man
I need to
got
get
away. Zoe asked her husband if he was okay and told him that she was definitely going to take care of him, so he should just relax. She knew how to make the perfect remedy that would fix him up. As the days passed, Arby started noticing that the food that he would eat would come right back up. Zoe told him that he needs to calm down. That attack must have been really stressful, and he just needs to cool his nerves. At home, Zoe would watch Arby live in a world of hurt. The harder his struggle, the more satisfied she was. He started noticing that he was losing more hair than he normally would in the shower, but he didn't know why this was happening. One day, Zoe made Arby a tuna sandwich for dinner. Immediately
Jelly
after
juice?
eating
What's
half
jelly
of the
juice?
sandwich,
It's an
Arby
Alka
felt
Seltzer.
something was wrong. He couldn't finish it. The next morning, he drove to work.
So
and in
what did the
car,
woman do?
His hands and feet started tingling. Very quickly, even a slight
Heavy
breeze
metal
against the back of
poisoning?
his hand would feel like he was getting skinned alive.
Wait,
He had to stop on the
what
side
did
of
she
the road
use?
because he couldn't even touch the steering wheel anymore. He calls for 911 and he's brought to the emergency room.
What the
where we
fuck?
are now. At examination, Arby looked fine. Typically, when the Achilles tendon at the back of the foot is tapped, there's a reaction. This is called the ankle jerk reflex. Arby's only 42 and his medical records say that he's healthy. This reflex should be
No
intact,
spoilers?
but when the medical team tested
What's
it,
jelly juice?
Arby didn't have it. A tuning fork vibrates. This is something that people will normally feel. When the medical team put
Me
a tuning
either.
fork to
And
Arby's
it's only
foot, they
like
asked him to say stop when he doesn't feel it vibrate anymore, but he never
2
said
months
stop
ago.
because he never felt it vibrate in the first place. Given that Arby has an intense building pain in his
Oh, you
hands
just
and
know
feet,
of the
that he's
symptoms.
missing reflexes, and that he
Huh.
can't feel vibration in his feet, it looks like something is wrong with his nerves, but is it
Super
only
salty
his
cabbage?
nerves? When the medical team did a
Oh.
CT scan of his head, it looked normal. Nothing was wrong in his brain, at least not yet. This means that centrally he might not be having any problems, but this peripheral neuropathy, peripheral referring to the outer parts of the nervous system, neuro, and apathy referring to a disturbance of a normal vital process, means that something is wrong with the nerves far from his brain, explaining the pain in his hands and feet, and coupled together with gastrointestinal upset, which could also happen because of something wrong with the nerves. It gives the medical team some clues as to what's happening. Nothing happening to Arby looks immediately life-threatening. It's not like he's having a stroke or a cardiac arrest. Neuropathy could have been developing over weeks to months.
Okay,
maybe because
after
of
that
nutritional
hell,
deficiencies, or maybe
I'm gonna
infection.
take like a
Not
piece of
having a
chocolate or
reflex
two.
in the ankle isn't something that people are going to check
That
for
one
every
chocolate
day,
showed
but as
up,
minutes become hours in the hospital,
like,
he starts telling the nurse
yesterday
that
or
the
one
pain
not
was
so.
spreading to his arms
Dark
and legs,
chocolate.
and slowly he starts to become somnolent. When nurses try to talk to him, he slurs his speech, his eyelids start to droop, and it gets harder to get a response from him. All of this
Yeah, the
indicating
good
that whatever's
stuff. The good stuff
happening
you
to
got
him
me, lady.
is
Thank you so
spreading to
much.
his brain. This sudden and quick decline in his condition suggests that
Loud
something is not
swallows.
only inside his
Oh,
body
is my
causing this,
suppression
but that
off again
something
right now?
may have been put there
That's right, I had to turn
intentionally,
it off for
maybe
a little while. I'm
against
so
his
sorry,
knowledge.
guys.
All of this happened after
I
he
always
had
forget
eaten
to
the
turn it
tuna
on,
sandwich
though.
that he couldn't finish. A sandwich prepared by someone who might wish to harm him as an act of revenge or malice.
Oh,
Put
no.
together, this indicates that he might have been poisoned.
Chocolate sushi.
Relationships are
Pocky,
messy.
I need to order more
Sometimes they're
Pocky.
toxic. Choosing
I
a
really
life
need to
partner is a
do order
daunting
more
task,
Pocky.
but taking control of your internet security is an infinitely easier choice.
Nord?
And you can do that with NordVPN.
I knew
Is your
it!
browser history suspicious? Connect to NordVPN with just the click of a button, and now no one can call your internet service provider to track it. Want to watch region-locked movies, TV, and anime with someone special? All the stuff from Europe, South America, and Japan that aren't available in the United States? Connect to NordVPN with just the click of a button, and now you can see them. Want to travel the world but get cheaper bookings on flights, car rentals, and hotels because travelers booking in the US can be charged more for those
I
things
skip
than
it,
if
but I
they were
kind of
booked
feel
from
like with
another
his
country?
voice, I
Connect
can't
to
even take the
NordVPN with just the click
advertisement
of a button,
seriously.
and now you're
You're just like, oh god,
VPN connects you
who
to the
subscribed to
internet as if you're in
NordVPN
another
and
place on
died?
Earth. So you travel the world, but you're still home.
Like his voice
virtually
just turns an
with Nord on up to
advertisement
6
into,
devices,
okay,
phone, tablet, laptop,
what's
and
wrong with
desktop.
this
You
picture?
got it. I bought
Did
NordVPN
you,
with my own money. I use it all the time.
did somebody
and
get
they're
hacked
offering you
after
the
they ate
same
radio
huge deal
like
that I
sushi
got.
or?
Up to 4 months free with 2-year
Like,
plans at nordvpn.com.
I'll be honest, his voice
Zoe
like
had a background in making and selling cosmetics.
it's
She had
weird
heard
to
about
see
some
used in an
substances
advertisement.
that could cause an effect on an adult man, but might not be easily traceable.
Hi.
On a website, she spoofed an email with a lab supplier to purchase thallium.
I see you
sulfate.
too.
This used to be a pesticide in the United States, but it was banned in the 1970s. But if we
Another
look at the periodic
pesticide?
table, thallium is right next to lead and mercury. This means it's a heavy metal, but what exactly is it doing to Arby's body? Most elements that build the structures
is
in
a
our
heavy
body
metal,
have
oh my
small
god.
light atoms. Biology,
Those
at
don't,
least
you
what we
know,
think we
just
know of it
naturally
right now on
leave the
Earth,
body,
appears to
right?
trend towards this because small and light
She's not just
usually
poisoning
means
him,
more
she's
stable,
killing him,
and
right?
things that aren't stable are
The
considered
90 Ds
reactive.
discontinued?
They'll
Aw.
interact with parts of other structures to become stable, and that's what causes permanent damage. If something is reactive, it might not be small and light, and knowing that thallium is a heavy metal, it refers to that atomic structure, and this lays the foundation for what's happening to RB.
Generally,
The
just not
periodic
very
table
quickly.
is organized by
Oh.
trends and similarities. The table is a human invention designed to help give reference to the
Take a
things that
ride,
build
ride,
our
ride on
physical
heavy
world.
metal.
Elements in a column together have similar features. The further down a column you go, the heavier and more massive the element is. Each column is called a group. Nothing in thallium's group make up bodily structures, but things start to happen when elements get heavier.
These
Each
the
time we
sponsor
count
spot
up
is
by
in
one
spouting
the periodic
bullshit
table,
about protecting
it puts
from
us in a new
hackers.
group. If we try to spot patterns while counting up, one of the first
Oh.
things that we find is that aluminum comes right after magnesium. But if we go down by one, gallium doesn't come right after calcium. This row in between
Just be God he
contains
didn't get
elements
like
that you
full
might
of
have
like
heard of,
francium.
like titanium and iron. This brings us back to
That would,
atomic structure. As elements get heavier,
kinda
they
be
start to
explosive.
become more complex. When we count up by one along a row, that number is
Yeah,
how
I
many
kinda wanna- I
protons
don't-
or positively charged particles the element's atom has. Pure elemental forms don't have
Which
an
color
electrical
did I
charge,
have this set to
meaning
again?
for every proton there is
Could just
one
leave it at
negatively
lily
charged
blue.
electron. This row between
I think I had
calcium
it set
and
to
gallium
pink.
indicates that there's additional complexity in these elements' atoms that doesn't exist between aluminum and magnesium. Specifically, it's where additional electrons can be found in their higher energy levels. But as we keep counting up towards thallium, we get another break in the pattern right here, because atoms get even more complex when there's more energy to account for.
I always forget how
If
to
you
use
remember
this
from your
thing.
chemistry classes, the scientific words used to describe these periods is the creation of the d and f orbitals. Given its place in the periodic table, it tells us that thallium is most stable with a +1 charge, something called a monovalent cation. Mono meaning one, valent from valence, which is from Latin referring
should
to
really figure out
capacity,
how to use
in
this
this
keyboard
case,
better.
electron capacity, and cation referring to the positive charge. So thallus ion is missing an electron.
Oh,
It
that
has
one's
one
kinda
more
cool. This
proton
one goes
than it
like in a
has
spiral.
electrons. We've already established that the body likes to deal with and is made of smaller.
I
and
don't.
lighter
I'm not gonna
elements.
lie.
So what other
It
common
makes it a little
elements
harder to
are
read some of the
monovalent
letters, but this is kind of
cations in
cool.
humans? Going back to the periodic table, in group 1, we have hydrogen, which
Can
functionally
you
is
overdose
acid.
on oxygen?
Lithium is only available in
I
trace
mean,
amounts in humans, so it's not that
anybody
common.
that
And
breathes
then
oxygen
sodium and
eventually
potassium.
dies.
Looking at the size of these three ions, we notice that thallium is more similar to potassium than it is to sodium. If thallium is heavier and more reactive than potassium, but the body's machinery can't tell the difference between the two, what happens when a massive amount of thallium is ingested? On the surface of cells
Lung
are numerous
damage over
sodium
time?
potassium pumps. These
Oh,
structures
wow.
pump sodium out of a cell and potassium in. If thallium is present, it gets pumped in instead of potassium,
Let me hide
causing
this, by the way.
intracellular accumulation. But if enough thallium is present,
Wait,
these
I hit
pumps
the
stop
wrong
working
one.
altogether. This explains what was happening to RB's nerves. Electrochemical
Wait,
currents send
this one?
signals from the nerves to the brain and vice versa. Without these pumps, the difference in positive and negative charges inside and outside nerve cells can't be replaced.
My
This starts
brain's
in the
being dumb. I'm so
periphery
sorry,
before
guys.
making its way to larger nerves in the body. These pumps also need
I'm trying to
energy
turn
function,
this
but that's not working anymore either. Energy production begins
There
with
we
the
go.
breaking down of sugar. This is called glycolysis. Glyco referring to glucose, and lysis referring to a breaking down of. The final product is
Change
a
the
chemical
RGB
called
to a solid dark
pyruvate,
orange.
and the part of the body's machinery that performs
That's what
this
I'm
conversion is something
wondering.
called
Like, I don't
pyruvate
want them
kinase.
overly
In
flashing,
order to function,
but the way I
pyruvate
have it set
kinase
right now,
requires potassium.
because the
But in
keyboard's
RB
so
cells, his sodium
dark
potassium pumps have been
and the
pumping in
lights
thallium.
don't feel overly
Pyruvate kinase
bright,
can't tell the difference. Now
I don't
glycolysis is
mind
shut down.
it.
Pyruvate is needed to
It
enter
doesn't
the
look
citric
too
acid
bad.
cycle, where electrons are shuffled
Like,
among several
let's be
chemicals
honest,
in
like
order
this,
to produce a proton
I
gradient
feel like
that ends with
if it
ATP
was
production,
a white
adenosine
keyboard or any
triphosphate,
brighter,
the body's energy currency. Inside the cycle,
This doesn't feel
succinate
too bad.
dehydrogenase needs potassium to reduce flavin adenine dinucleotide.
I'll leave it on for a
but
little while and
RB's
see if
body
I
can't
like
tell
it.
the difference between potassium and
But
thallium.
usually I don't want
Now the
anything that's
cycle is shut
overly
down,
distracting.
and without this
Or doesn't
reduced
feel like
product,
it's gonna
energy
blind me.
production stops happening.
Coming
the
this
nerves and the
way.
muscles are closely interlinked. They're highly energy dependent, and they're supposed to have large amounts of potassium
Heat map
inside
pattern?
their cells. But for RB, they
What
don't
does
have
that mean?
energy anymore, and they can't send the right
this is like
electrochemical signals because his
I
body's
don't really do
machinery has
RGB.
mistaken
This is like
thallium
the
for
first actual
potassium,
piece of
and normal
RGB
function
equipment I
can't
have,
happen
and
anymore.
I didn't get it with the
This still
intention of it
isn't his
being
only
RGB.
problem. Old
I just
alchemists
wanted
knew
a
that mercury
1000
interacts with sulfur
refresh rate
containing
keyboard.
substances, particularly of the structure that we call today
Lights up and
glutathione,
turns
which is
blue
why
to
sometimes
green,
you'll find that
red
they're
depending
called
on how often you press the
mercaptans,
buttons.
from Latin mercurium
Oh.
captans, meaning capturing mercury. In more modern times, we found that not just mercury, but heavy metals like to interact with sulfur. The liver produces a molecule called glutathione, which is an antioxidant that protects the body from chemicals. Glutathione contains sulfur. If RB's
So we
body
can
has too much
officially get rid
thallium,
of frozen
and thallium binds to
sushi
sulfur, then this protective
the
mechanism is
thing.
consumed and can no longer function. There's 20 distinct amino acids that, when chained together,
They
make
did
up
the
all the
lime as
proteins in our
well.
body. 2 of these 20 contain sulfur. Keratin, which is the protein that makes up hair, skin, and nails, contains a lot of sulfur. And given that Zoe appeared to be feeding her husband thallium for weeks before he presented to the emergency room, it should make sense why RB started losing a lot of his hair. But is there any way to
Oh, I'm so
remove the
sorry.
thallium from RB's body?
I went to go work on
Maybe.
stuff,
But the
and I
problem
forgot
is the
that the
medical
video
team
needs
still
to be on
only
the screen.
suspects that this is what happened. Zoe will never admit this.
Lily, you're
RB
on a
is so
desktop.
incapacitated
Right,
they
I
can't
always
even talk
forget,
anymore.
and I hear about
The
that.
hospital lab doesn't have
RGB
any
when it comes
tests
to
that can find
laptops, that's a
specifically
completely different thing.
Presuming this diagnosis, there's something
That's
that they could give.
yeah.
Prussian
I'll be
blue
honest.
is an artificially
I wouldn't want
synthesized
RGB on
pigment
my
made of
keyboard
iron
for a
and
laptop.
cyanide.
I
Its
would want to
molecules
see the
arrange into a
letters
crystal
as
structure
clearly
that's
as
known to
possible on a
bind ionic
laptop.
potassium. If thallium could be substituted in place of potassium, and thallium often
I
has
wouldn't even
greater
want them to have a
affinity for
light.
these substrates than potassium,
Potential
Prussian
for a
blue should be
backlight
able
or
to
something
trap
in a
and
dark
contain the
area, but
thallium
not like,
in RB's blood.
you know,
But
it'd have
this
to be
assumes that it can
tolerable.
also absorb into his organs and then get into the cells
Prussian
of those
blue?
organs to suck out the remaining thallium. And we don't know if Prussian blue actually does that. RB is sent in for dialysis, where he's connected to a machine and his blood is sent there so that toxins can be filtered out for him. But that also doesn't mean that the thallium already in his organs will get cleared out. The heart is a muscle that's connected to the brain through the nerves. As thallium kept absorbing into RB's
You get it
body,
if you have
energy
radiation
production was shut
poisoning?
down at several
Oh.
stages of the process.
Can
Nerve
human eat
impulses
doggy
couldn't be
biscuits and
sent,
live?
and enzymes
I
were
feel like
deformed mostly through their
that would be
sulfur-containing
risky
residues,
because some of
all
the
because
ingredients,
of the heavy metal toxicity. When he
some
presented
of
to
the ingredients
emergency
really
room, his
aren't safe for
symptoms weren't
humans,
life-threatening.
but it depends on
But
which ones you
suddenly,
get.
RB's heart stops beating. The
I
hospital
feel like
calls
they
the code.
do actually
All
make
available
doggy
medical
and
staff
cat
converge to his
snacks
room to try to give
that
CPR
are
and
safe
give
for humans
immediate
to
acting
eat.
medicines
It's
to try
just
and resuscitate him. Zoe
um,
believed that thallium was something that couldn't be traced, but she was wrong because the medical team had collected RB's urine and sent it out for a test, and it came back positive for thallium. They had suspected it in the first place because of painful ascending neuropathy with alopecia, hair loss, that quickly starts to cause central nervous system impairment, and all of these together are very specific findings when found at the same time suggest thallium. The final words that RB uttered to his sister before he became unconscious were, "She found out, she poisoned me, and now I'm going to die." And RB never regained consciousness again. Thallium poisoning in the United States isn't unheard of, but it isn't common. It should be considered in patients who present with
She
profound
literally killed
alopecia
him.
and symmetric sensory motor neuropathy. But even then, obtaining what could be a treatment for it isn't quick and easy, and testing for it isn't quick and easy either. At autopsy, the examiner found high concentrations of thallium in RB's blood and in all of his organs. They found that his brain had swelled and that parts of his spinal cord had been compressed and other parts had degenerated and died.
Oh, no.
Inflammation and fluid were found in his lungs. Cerebrospinal fluid is something that circulates through the brain and the spinal cord. It has functions like waste removal, protection, and regulation of normal function. Multiple samples of RB's cerebrospinal fluid were taken when he was still alive, and retesting them showed that they contained high concentrations of thallium. This was a new discovery about thallium poisoning, and it prompted Arby's case to be recorded into medical literature. But knowing that it's
Oh, wow.
impossible to easily come across thallium pesticides today, in the United States, this suspected poisoning indicated malice on behalf of another person.
For
the medical
real.
team had alerted authorities about Zoe when Arby was admitted into the hospital, and in a court of law, years later, she pled guilty and was convicted. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be
Yeah.
well.
Like, two wrongs do not make a right. Like, they deserve, stuff. I wouldn't say death, but I mean, that doesn't mean... wait, full of beef. Man ate 8-pound burger in 30 minutes. Oh no, that's a food challenge gone wrong. Some of these are like worrying me. She could have, yeah. Could have just left. A man ate only instant noodles for 6 months. That sounds like me in college. I don't know if I want to watch that one. A bodybuilder mistook aphrodisiac for a pre-workout. A mom ate a chicken burrito from a suspicious restaurant. A man drank 7 liters of soda every day for 10 years. Guys, there's the video. There's the video I was talking about. A man put cheese-making ingredient in between his legs. I wasn't making that one up. Let's see the burger. The LED, the blue LED is a very interesting and it's pretty good. Cheese, I mean, Kurt, do you like cheese so much that you'd attempt something like that? Maybe not, but I mean, I don't know if we'll get to OOT. We'll see. I do want to get back to it, but I'm also like,
This is what happened
there's
to
just
his
too many
employees.
videos that I feel like
is a
I need to
40-year-old
see.
man presenting to the
Kurt,
emergency room with
no!
severe abdominal pain.
Typical
He tells the
fast
admitting nurse
America,
that a
7
burning
liters a
sensation
day.
was radiating through his upper back, and that it felt like his
Cheese is
stomach was
cheese.
inside his neck.
Grr.
8 hours earlier, GF was participating in an eating challenge hosted by a local restaurant.
Oh, come
Anyone who
on,
could
be a
finish
good
their
boy for
8-pound
me.
hamburger within 30
Don't
minutes
go putting
would not
cheesy
only get the
between your
burger for free,
legs.
but they would get their picture tacked onto the wall. GF was a bit of a hamburger connoisseur himself, knowing meats and steaks. He looked at the pictures on the
Cheese
wall.
to
He
meet
knew
you. Hey,
it
what's
was
going
his
on,
time to
Joker?
put on a show.
Good
Most
morning,
people who
good
tried
evening.
The challenge would just make a spectacle and then
We
chicken out
are
and give up just
watching,
after a few bites.
we're
The
watching
chef was
Chubby Emu.
reluctant to cook all this meat, but knowing that a serious burger enjoyer was here, it must be for real. So it is enough
Homer
talking,
Simpson
and now
for
it is time to grill
realsies.
this beautiful burger. So let's do it, the chef thought as GF calmed himself. Inside the dining
Oh, they
area,
look good
GF
already.
was ready. The chef did a final check with the 73% lean beef meat and topped it with some cheese. The burger was brought out.
Yay.
GF took a good look. He was so hungry and he grabbed the juicy burger and started biting. Nearby, restaurant patrons caught wind of what was happening. GF was
Honestly,
putting on
that
a show.
doesn't look
He didn't
horrible.
think that he'd need to pace
I
himself.
feel like
He
I've
just
seen
kept
worse.
biting. Anything that
But
came up, he
like
would
worse
push
that
right
was
back
done
down as he could
successfully.
feel the burger juices dripping off his chin. As he got into the groove of
It's,
things, he became unsure if he was even chewing because he was
like
so
for
focused.
garnish
Encouraged by everyone
or
watching, he pressed on.
like the cherry on
Unquestionably,
top.
Before the 30-minute mark, GF
Guga's on
stood
the same
proud.
level as
He
cooking with
had
Jack when it
completed the
comes to bad
challenge,
cooking.
The burger free of charge and his picture on the wall. At home now, GF thought he felt kind of weird. At first, he would burp and feel bits
One
of
slice for
ground beef
Patty?
and the slice of cheese at the back of his throat.
That-
The burger
that would
was
be the
sitting
way
like a
I would
rock
want
at
to
a
eat it.
position higher in his abdomen than normal, squeezing up through his chest. He felt puffy and bloated. But then
B-roll?
pain started permeating through his body. He could feel something sharp in his upper back as he started to panic.
Oh,
GF
no.
tried to wash everything down with some water. The burger just wasn't moving, but then it felt like the water was hanging around at the back of his throat. And then his stomach started cramping. GF grabbed the armrests of his chair. He felt like the burger
Don't
was
most
oozing out of
like
his throat,
wait, quick
but he
serious.
also
Don't most people after they successfully finish a challenge usually puke it up? Like, was that not meant to be an intended thing? I know certain challenges people will not do it, but they won't eat again for like a day or two.
Also felt like it was stuck like a rock in his stomach. In the bathroom, GF
If you're gonna
was
make
brought
8
down to the
pounds,
ground. He did have
it
some
should be
movement
one
come
giant
up, but
patty
things just
instead of
kept getting
15
worse
quarter
as he
pounders.
gets into his car and he drives himself to the emergency room where we are now. Given
Not
this history
each time?
of present illness, the medical team has
Hmm.
some clues as to what's happening. First, GF's abdomen was not only hard to the touch, but it was also swollen. This could be because there's an 8-pound hamburger sitting inside of him, but recently swallowed chewed ground beef shouldn't be that hard to the touch. What could be that hard to the touch is if the stomach perforated and is leaking gas from free air into
Oh
his abdomen,
no.
something called pneumoperitoneum. Pneumo referring to air, and peritoneum referring to, generally, a membrane that lines the abdominal cavity, but in
Perforation,
this case
like,
referring to the cavity where
you
the
know.
abdominal organs are. Except an X-ray reveals no gas present in
The
this area,
stomach
at least
stuff
for now.
got
A
out.
blood test finds that GF's kidneys
Sometimes,
have started
unless you're a
shutting down.
compulsive eater.
Excess white blood cells are now floating around for some
Food
reason,
challenges are dumb, which
indicating
is
that
why I
something
prefer
in
the
his body
spicy
is either
ones.
infected
But
or
only if they
inflamed.
don't use
But
naga
what could
chili.
it be? When the medical team looked at the
I feel like
X-ray,
these
they thought
challenges
they
are
saw
just like the
something
fun's
there,
being
knowing
taken
that he
out
had
of them,
recently eaten
and
an
people
8-pound
are,
burger.
you know,
A
finding
CT
themselves
scan
in these
shows everyone
positions.
the entire burger. The gastrointestinal tract, GI for
That is
short,
the
is
yes,
a long
Chad.
continuous muscle spanning from your mouth
Why
to
is
your
he
other
using so
end.
many
When
memes
you
this
eat,
one?
food often induces something called a stretch reflex. That is the size and weight of
I know
the food
ground
will
beef in the
stretch the
abdominal
muscles of the
cavity.
GI tract and cause contractions that ripple through, leading to a bowel movement. This assumes that food stretches the stomach a little, but not like how 8 pounds of ground beef would stretch it. Simplistically, the stomach is a bag lined with muscle that churns food, physically breaking it up before it can be absorbed into the body. But GF's stomach is a bag that's not adapted to suddenly having this much food. The swelling and the distension of his abdomen is immediately obvious, but serious problems are happening now due to this, bringing us back to inflammation. When doctors look at the blood test results, they notice that digestive enzymes are now floating around in GF's body. Just behind and underneath the stomach is a long organ called the pancreas. It's responsible for secreting digestive juices at the point where the stomach connects to the intestines, something called the gastroduodenal junction. Gastro referring to the stomach, and duodenal being the duodenum. The
Then
first
one
part
in
of the
Houston
small
called the Four
intestines where
Horsemen?
food enters and starts to absorb into the body. These digestive juices are enzymes
Like
that are
successfully?
meant to chemically break down carbohydrates, proteins, and fats so that the basic macronutrients of food can absorb into the body. If digestive enzymes have leaked into GF's blood, then it means that something is happening to his pancreas. If those enzymes are supposed to digest proteins and fats, and the pancreas is made of proteins and fats, then it means that his pancreas is now starting to digest itself. It can't contain
Wait,
those
what?
enzymes anymore,
How?
so they float around in his blood. The body detects this damage, sending white blood cells explaining the inflammation. But why is this happening? And does it have anything
Yeah,
to do
that's-
with why his kidneys are shutting down too? The organs in the abdomen.
Yeah, I know it's like he's
packed
eating
tight
himself,
and
but like,
they're
how
close
did
to
this
each other.
happen?
The human body has the ability to expand in
Now
order
you
to
felt
adapt to the
spicy?
conditions placed upon it. When 8
Aw.
pounds of burger is
What
inserted
spices
into
do
the
they
body
use?
in 30 minutes, the addition of this mass makes the space tighter. The medical team look at his abdominal CT scan. Not only is the mass of the ground beef sitting in his stomach, but they
I
also
know, the
see
fucking
that
tear.
it's squeezing out and pushing up against the pancreas, compressing it. This can cause a backup of digestive enzyme flow, building pressure up inside the organ, and without proper outflow being available, the pancreas starts to digest itself, ending in pancreatitis. Itis meaning an inflammation. Because the kidneys are close by too, it looks like the burger mass is squeezing in, pushing against the blood vessels, limiting blood flow to the kidneys, causing them to shut down. The only way to fix
He's
this is for the
literally
burger to not be in his
compacting
abdomen
himself like a
anymore.
package
Naturally,
of
the
ground
body should
beef.
move this from normal function, but as the days pass, the medical team notes that GF's condition keeps getting worse. His abdomen remains swollen.
He's
and large
all
bits of beef appear
burger.
to be blocking all movement through his intestines.
This
The tube
is like
inserted
Invader
into his
Zim
nose
gone
to
wrong.
Get access to his stomach, where they try to wash and pump it multiple times, but it seems like the beef is packed in.
This is
tight,
how I
with
want to go
possibly the
out, killed
evolution
by
of
burger.
gas in his GI tract. Competitive eating isn't necessarily a
I
new
guess the day
phenomenon.
that I
The
do
amounts
die,
eaten at
if
the
it's
highest
dying of
levels
natural
have gone up
causes, I
substantially.
do want to
In the
eat like a
United
pig
States,
and go
we have
out
a hot dog
happy.
eating contest every year in New York. Legend has it that it's more than 100 years old, but at the first recorded contest in 1972, the winner ate 14 hot dogs with buns. The record today for that same contest is 76 hot dogs in 10 minutes. These are
What the
professional,
fuck?
competitive eaters, but sometimes us regular folk might
This is
find
why
ourselves
I'm
eating
saying
more
I
than
feel
we
like the
originally
fun
anticipated.
has been
And if you
taken
wanna
out
prevent
of these
yourself from eating way too
competitions.
much and portion your meals,
Also,
you could
watching
order
them
from this
dunk
video
it
sponsor,
in
Factor.
water
Factor
before
delivers
eating the
fresh,
hot
never
dog
frozen,
is
dietitian-approved
very
meals right to your
repulsive.
doorstep. They offer delicious, flavor-packed options on the menu every week to fit a variety of lifestyles from keto to
Advertising
calorie smart,
food on
vegan,
top
and
of
veggie
this
and
is
protein
a
plus. If you're looking to mix
interesting
things up every
choice.
month on groceries and money, I bet eat a meal it's to an hour to
Also, Factor is
75,
extremely
50%
expensive.
and I highly recommend. That was done in 2007 in one of the top competitive eaters at the time. He was compared to a regular
Dunk the
untrained
food in the.
person,
It
and both had
lubricates it.
images
It makes
taken
it
of their
easier to
stomachs while they ate a
digest.
large quantity of hot dogs. The untrained person
It
stopped
sure is
at
a decision
7
that
dogs
was
because he
made.
couldn't eat anymore. And the image
Sponsor
of his
block.
stomach showed no distension,
Does it
meaning
actually
that he
skip
felt
parts
full
of the
without his
video where they
stomach
start talking
stretching
about
to a high degree.
sponsors?
On the other hand, the competitive
Is that
eater
what they're
finished
doing
36
now?
hot
Did they?
dogs in
How
10
do they do
minutes,
that?
and images showed that his stomach
That's
stretched
awesome.
to fit the glitzies, and as he kept eating, it kept stretching. The muscle was able to do all of the
So does sponsor block, like, does it exist for Brave? Like, how would I add this to Brave? This is the browser I use specifically for stuff and whatnot. Specifically for Chrome? Is Brave Chromium? Sponsor block for YouTube. Auto skip. So let's give this a. Oh, it already turned green. So let's test it out.
competitive eaters, but sometimes
Oh, this is
us
awesome.
regular folk might find ourselves eating more than we originally anticipated. Some of the best information that we have on the body during competitive
Oh my
eating
god,
is from a study that was
yay!
done in
Thank you
2007
guys.
in one of the top competitive
I'm
eaters
gonna have
at
to
the
add
time.
that
He
to
was
my
compared to a
real
regular
like
untrained
Firefox
person,
later.
and both had images taken of their stomachs while they ate a large quantity of hot dogs. The untrained person
Ah,
stopped
the
at 7 dogs
future.
because he couldn't eat anymore.
I feel
and the
smarter
image of his
now.
stomach showed no distension, meaning that he felt full without his stomach stretching to a high degree. On the other hand, the competitive eater finished 36 hot dogs in 10 minutes, and images showed that his stomach stretched
I
to
love
fit
that
the glitzies. And as he
fucking meme
kept
you
eating,
posted,
it kept
Logi.
stretching. The muscle was able to do all of this while not contracting or churning any of the food, as the final image showed the stomach flexible as much as it needed to be to accommodate the size and weight of 36 hot
Oh,
dogs.
I need to look at that
The
thing
problem
later
is,
for the DSLR
physically, we
thing.
don't know what happens long-term to people who do these competitions and have gone through the physical and mental training to do so. Clearly, some level of control needs to be acquired in practice, because regular people who aren't trained to do this
Might not work on
can't
brand
do
new
it,
videos.
no matter how big or how
Probably,
hungry
yeah.
they think
No
they
worries
are.
though.
We know that the stomach is a muscle, and muscles are controlled by nerves. If elite competitive eaters are all like this one in this imaging study, is it possible that over years and decades, something could happen to the muscle? What if one day it can't stretch like that anymore? Or it's stretched like that for the rest of their life? Or even more delicately, what if something happens to the nerves where they can't control the muscle anymore? This would result in something called gastroparesis, where there's
So I think
delayed
we finished
movement
this
out
one
of the
video.
stomach.
We play a
And
bit
issues
of
like that aren't
Ocarina
isolated.
of
What
Time.
if later in their life, in their 50s or 60s
And we
or
might do
70s,
more of
they
these
need to be on
videos
medicines
later.
for their blood pressure, or
Even
for
though I
insulin
really want to
resistance,
just like
diabetes,
actually no,
or
let me
something
ask you
related
guys.
to mental health. Some of
Fuck
those
it,
medicines
let me make a poll. Keep watching.
can have an impact on gut, muscle,
I need to
and
go
the
to Twitch.
corresponding nerves. I'll give you an example. There's a new extremely popular class of weight loss compounds that were originally diabetes medicines that could possibly cause this gastroparesis. And there's no telling if these competitors would be on this medicine at some time later in their life, either for weight loss or for glycemic control and diabetes. There's other considerations too.
More
One being that
chubby
competitive
emo
eaters may not be able to feel full or
videos
satisfied,
or
unlike the untrained person, because their stomach
Ocarina
keeps stretching
of
and stretching
Time.
and stretching without the feedback that enough is enough. The person who participated in that imaging study himself said, "Deep down, I've wondered how long-term competing is for my health. I can't ignore that feeling anymore." Other proposed
Are you
problems that
leaving in
can
about
come
5
from
minutes?
this excess
No worries,
competitive
Cal.
eating are
You going to
tears that
sleep?
can happen in the esophagus, but documentation of that actually happening so far are not so clear. But what is clear
Oh no, it
is
happened
GF's
even before he
case.
got into the
5 days
stomach.
after he presented to the emergency room, his organ shutdown was getting worse.
So
His
the dude
pancreas
is literally
becomes
full
so
of ground
inflamed that he can
beef like
start to
all
cause
over his
long-term
body.
problems, one of which could be growing a giant zit-like structure on top of it. Because the 8-pound burger was still sitting there without any movement, it's stretching the walls
Going
of
into
his
the
stomach.
field again?
Pressure on the blood vessels
Gotcha.
in the stomach muscle increases and blood flow decreases, starving it of oxygen.
Like I know this
If
is
keeps up,
like
parts of the
guys,
stomach
is it
can't
bad
survive.
that I'm getting hungry for burger? Like I know like in this context it's like this should be making you not hungry, but like look at the meat. Look at the bun. I want burger.
And it will break, causing a perforation, leaking burger, stomach acid, and bacteria into the rest of his body, which can be
No,
fatal.
fuck all the
If
other stuff.
stomach
I want the
can't remove the
burger.
burger and attempts to wash and pump his stomach can't
I'm
remove
hungry.
the undigested
Welcome in,
ground
Calv.
beef.
How are you
The only
doing?
other option is to surgically go in.
There's
and
a poll
remove it
going
from
on
him. But as
Twitch
GF was getting
to
prepped
see if
for the
people want to do more
operation,
chubby
he
emu
suddenly
videos,
noticed movement
or if they want to see me move on to
felt his
Ocarina of
guts
Time for the
immediately
night.
quake in his body. A massive passing of flatulence lasting several minutes started happening.
Wait,
A
what?
tremendous bowel movement preceded him being discharged from the hospital as he made a full recovery.
Patient GF is portrayed by my good friend Ruga Foods. We made a video together on his channel. You can see that one right here. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well.
Hey, Dr. Bernard here.
Wow. Considering, like, you know, all these things tend to put people in the hospital or in the grave. Hey, good job for him. Wow. The shit of a sensory. Century. Let's see. This poll's gonna last like 8 minutes. Guys, you have to see. This is like in my top 3 worst
Dr. Bernard
fucking
here.
chubby
Point
emu
of this video,
videos.
which is based off a case published in
Cheese, do not, or
is to
Kurt,
tell you
I'm
if
gonna
you don't need
end
to
up
put it
calling
in your
you
body,
Cheese as a
don't
nickname.
put it in your body.
Kurt,
There's no turning back from
do not
intentionally causing permanent
cheese
damage
your
to it.
nuts.
A man bought a cheese
Do
making
not
kit on the internet.
cheese
He took one of the
your
ingredients
nuts.
and
Kurt,
injected
I'm
it
looking
in
at you.
between
You're
his
one of my
legs.
moderators.
This is what happened
Do
to
not
his
cheese your
testes.
nuts.
CC is a 28-year-old man presenting to the emergency
Was
room
that
with
brain
suprapubic
worms from
pain.
undercooked pork I
Supra
saw?
meaning above, and
It
pubic
might have
referring
been.
to the region
And if
in
it was,
between
we'll
the
get to it at
legs.
some point.
1 week earlier, CC had been
But,
living his regular
yeah,
life,
for
which
right
meant
now,
something was wrong. Every day
something
he'd
was
see people
wrong.
and he just couldn't get certain thoughts about
Cheesy
them out of his
nuts.
head. These thoughts would seep into his mind and he had to control himself, staring blankly into the
People,
void in an
I
effort to
don't know.
mask
There's an
everything racing through
obsession
his
with
head.
tying
He would think
polls,
about doing very
and it
specific
happens
and
everywhere I
explicit
go.
activities with every single
Like,
person he
aside from the
encountered
Huo
face to
Huo
face, and those
cosplay,
thoughts would
that was
linger
the
in his
first
mind
time
when
I
finally
actually had a
he'd have to
clear
go to the
winner.
bathroom to fix himself up,
But you can
just to
ask
have those same
Zank.
thoughts rush right
Zank,
back
are you
into
out
his
there?
head afterwards.
Do people
These
not go out of
compulsive
their way to make
fantasies
my
were
polls
ruining his
tied,
life.
like
CC
on my
couldn't remember
channel,
a time
my
when he
Discord, and
didn't have
everything?
these thoughts.
It
When he
happens
finished
so
college and
often,
started
right?
working, he immediately realized that he had to keep himself under
I mean,
control
both
because
would be hard
expressing
to
any
do.
hint that his mind was even bordering into this territory was not only taboo, but it would
The only way I'd be
completely
able
ruin
to
his
do
livelihood.
that would be
On the
to do
internet,
one more
looking for
hour
help,
of this
CC
and
came
then
across some
switch to
image
OOT
boards
for
that
an
referred
hour.
him to a forum where he would find people spreading around information that he thought could help him
If we
fix
end up
himself.
tying, guys, I
Taking
get to
some of
pick.
these leads, he started doing his own research.
I'll pick if we
Over the
tie.
years, he studied this topic closely. At first, he started reading more about chemicals that could be put into his body directly to the pair where he believed all this wrongdoing originated
Like
from.
I could
But he
do
noticed
that, but
most
I
of the
mean,
scientific
I would end
papers
up
that he'd
like
followed
listening
were
to the
all
video so
veterinarian
much that I
studies. There was hardly
there
any
would probably
human
be
data on this. But as he kept
I
reading
don't know if
more
I
and
could
more,
put-
he started extrapolating this information before finally coming to his own conclusion of exactly what he was going to do because he needed to get these thoughts out of his head. Shopping online. CC serendipitously came across a cheese-making kit that contained exactly what he was looking for. As he picked up his package, he extracted the liquid and applied it in between his legs. Immediately after plunging the syringe, CC felt a burn. At first, he was more scared of the needle, which he didn't think that he could feel, but as he plunged another syringe's contents in a second time, finishing off the pair, he knew that he could feel something. As the days passed, CC would wake up at night in a
Zevi,
pool of his own
no.
sweat. Sometimes, randomly,
Pause on
he'd feel
Twitch is a
dull,
new thing
burning
for an
sensation
old-timer?
just under his stomach.
Oh.
But as the time continued, this pain would get worse and worse until finally he couldn't take it anymore as he drives himself to the emergency room where we are now. At examination,
There's nothing
CC
too bad
appeared
with
to be
needles.
normal.
I got over my
Suprapubic
fear of them a long
pain
time
can be
ago.
caused by many different problems, and he told the medical team that he
I
had
just
been
don't like to be
experiencing
around 'em.
night sweats and anxiety. These could be associated with a previous diagnosis of depression that he got a few years ago, but he also told them about a noticeable decrease in testicular size without telling them anything more, and this gives the medical team some clues of where to start looking. A scrotal ultrasound finds two large spherical masses, one in each testicle.
I
Unsure
wonder
exactly what this
why.
was, the medical team asked if CC would have any possible idea of what this could be, and his answer would start to explain to them most of what's happening. The cheese-making kit had included calcium chloride, an ingredient used to increase calcium content in milk because when pasteurization happens, the changed milk proteins and fats make
Dude, literally
coagulation
trying to
difficult
turn
for
his
cheese
nuts into
production.
cheese.
This doesn't happen if raw milk is used to make cheese, but at least in many parts of the United States, raw milk is unlawful milk. Calcium in the right amounts in the body is required for normal function. Your bones are made of it, but excesses of calcium can cause problems like we're seeing in CC. Calcium chloride is a salt, similar macroscopically to table salt, which is sodium chloride. The joining of positive and negative
He
charged
injected
ions makes the
calcium
solid, in
chloride
this
into
case,
his
one that
testicles.
dissolves in water. Calcium is the most common mineral in the body, but like sodium and potassium close by on the periodic table of elements, it's also an electrolyte that's important in signaling in the body, telling tissues and organs to do things.
Because he was
While
trying
sodium is
to
mostly
reduce
outside of
his
cells, and potassium is mostly inside
hypersexual
cells,
thoughts.
calcium as an electrolyte is
Or
different
something.
because it's inside cells, but most of it is sequestered even deeper inside
Thank
cell
you for the
organelles.
hydrate bowl, lad. How
Why
are you
is it like
doing?
that? Sodium, because
No.
there's so much of it floating around in the body, is often used to start a signal by going into a cell.
Testicular
Potassium is often exchanged
lobotomy.
out to further
Wanted
that
high
signal.
calcium
But
nuts.
once calcium is involved, that signal is committed. Take, for example, muscle contraction. Sodium rushes into the muscle
The thing
cell
is,
to
he
initiate
didn't
the
know what
contraction.
to do, so
Potassium
he
is exchanged
started
out of the
going to
muscle cell to
4chan
balance the sodium going in,
and
calcium
internet
commits to the
forums, and
contraction.
he got
know
a,
that you
you know,
can't terminate a
he's
muscle
like,
contraction
oh, they do,
midway through.
okay, I'm gonna buy this
Humans
cheese
have more
stuff
than
that
one
has the
kind of
stuff
muscle.
in it.
Skeletal muscle
And
moves our
yeah,
arms and
he,
legs, but the
you know,
stomach and the GI tract are
he
made of
played
smooth
I'm
muscle,
a
and the heart
doctor
is also made of muscle, and so are the
using
blood
Google
vessels,
and
all of which
4chan to
need
diagnose
calcium to
himself with
signal
what he
to
needed to
commit
do.
to a contraction. But the body runs on more signals than
Cornflakes.
just that. Normally, different parts of the body will need to communicate with one another, and sometimes these parts are physically far away. They're not directly attached, so the body will employ hormones, which are chemical
More
messengers
Chevy
secreted
videos?
into
Okay,
the
we'll
blood
play
to establish
Ocarina of
this
Time tomorrow
communication,
then.
and that initial hormone
Tomorrow's
release
gonna
can
be a big
signaled
day
by
because it's Friday. It's
calcium.
the start of the
Cells
weekend,
can't be alive
and there's gonna
forever
be a lot
because
more
while the
people
person
around.
is alive,
So
cells
there's
are
gonna,
dividing and
you know, there's
replicating,
probably
meaning
gonna be
that there
like
can be
Helldivers
too
and stuff
many
that
if they
evening.
all live forever.
But we're probably gonna
Programmed
do the
cell
Ustream You
death,
Lose,
or
the You Laugh You
apoptosis,
Lose,
has a signal start from a large release of
and
calcium
other
from the stores
things.
inside the cell. All of this
If my
giving us
throat's
some
not too
clues
fucked
as
up,
to
we
what's
might also
happening
try to
to
do
CC.
karaoke as well tomorrow.
CC tells the medical team that his testes have shrunk since he put the calcium chloride in between his legs, that this shrinkage was happening at a time when a terrible burning pain was present in the region. If blood vessels are a kind of muscle,
I
and
like
parts
the
in
image he
between
was
the legs
painting
are
there.
highly vascularized, then CC injecting calcium chloride into this soft tissue that has a lot of
Welcome
blood
in,
vessels in
Kanasior.
it means that possibly the sudden massive
Did you have a
influx
lot
of
of
calcium to
wisdom?
the region committed a muscle contraction in those blood vessels. This vasoconstriction then starves the parts of blood and oxygen, suffocating them. But this wouldn't be CC's only problem. A sudden injection of calcium could be taken by cells as an apoptotic signal, causing them to suddenly die. This kind of injury is well known when
I'm an
calcium chloride
alchemist,
is injected,
not a
usually
doctor.
into a blood vessel through the skin, causing extravasation. Then the dead
I
skin
probably should
tissue
have put a
activates the
disclaimer
immune
because I
system,
forget
causing even
sometimes
more
they
damage.
do show the
Luckily for CC, the region to which he applied his calcium chloride is known to
the
be immune
stuff.
privileged, meaning that white blood cells and inflammation typically don't happen there, likely in an effort to not damage the reproductive cells.
I'll
The
just
medical
like
team
they
wouldn't know
don't
for
show
sure the
overly
extent of
graphic
inflammation
stuff,
that
but
could
if
be
you
happening
are
in
like,
CC without going
you
in
know,
and taking
not too much
tissue
for like
samples of his
doctor
testes.
stuff and whatnot,
Going in to do that could cause
you
even
might
more
just want to
damage.
switch the
The
audio
damage to
only.
CC's testes
But
could be due
usually
to
he
a
uses
different mechanism.
imagery
Do you remember the
to
scrotal
portray
ultrasound suggesting
a lot of
masses
the
in each
images
testicle?
without
Well,
showing the
thing
images.
about salts is that some of them
Mutilated
dissolve in
test.
water. While calcium chloride
This is
water-soluble,
CBT gone
the body has
wrong.
other negative ions floating around, one
Calcium
of which is
chloride is
phosphate,
used to melt
most
the
notably
ice
from
in my
adenosine
driveway.
triphosphate, also known as ATP, and is the molecule used by
Salt?
cells for energy. Calcium phosphate is one salt that doesn't dissolve in water. It becomes a solid, and it could be the cause of these masses. And if these are calcified masses of necrotic tissue,
I need
it's
to
probably
reset my
disrupting normal
vibrator.
function because as the medical team takes a blood test, it suggests CC could have hypogonadal function. Hypo meaning low, gonadal referring to gonad, the organ that produces gametes, or haploid cells that have one set of chromosomes, but in this case relying on a biomarker level.
I
for
would say his
specific
nuts aren't going to be working too
His
well after
bioavailable
that.
testosterone level was 7%, the lower limit.
Isn't
of
sodium
normal. As the medical
chloride
team look further at CC
and
in the
HCl?
emergency room, there really isn't much
Isn't
that
that
they
one
can do.
a
There isn't an antidote that they can give that would suddenly reverse the soft tissue damage
kind of normal?
within.
I
They can
think
give him medicine for the pain. They can give him supportive care.
HCl
but
is the
there
one you
isn't
kind of want to
anything that
watch
they can
after.
do to suddenly regrow him a brand new set of testes. In the hospital, calcium chloride can be an intravenous medicine that's used in hospitals.
Yeah, I
to
was
treat
thinking sodium
hypocalcemia.
chloride,
Hypo
NaCl,
meaning low,
saline,
calci referring to
3%,
calcium, and
6%
emia
bags.
meaning presence in blood.
I
Low
always forget that
calcium
it's
presence in blood. The problem
basically
is calcium chloride
like
is known to have that very
indirectly
high risk of
whatchamacallit.
injury to the skin because the route of administration is through a needle. Some
Obviously,
calcium
that's
chloride
not
can
the
drip
image
out
of
and
the dude's
splash
ball
around
sack.
under the skin, causing
That's just
tissue
a
necrosis.
site
If
where,
you touch some calcium
you know,
chloride with
similar
unbroken
damage has
skin,
occurred with
it
other
probably won't
things.
cause a burn because there's protective
Probably some
proteins
kind
on
of
the
stock
outermost
image.
layer of the skin, and needles penetrate deeper where those proteins aren't present. All of
Like,
this
he's
to
a
say,
bit of
in the
a
hospital, we typically elect
med
to use
student as
calcium
well or something like that,
gluconate
right?
instead, which is calcium attached to a sugar molecule. This contains less elemental calcium, which then decreases the risk of this injury. This soft tissue damage that happens gives us an idea of why calcium chloride caused CC to have what looks like testicular shrinkage, hypogonadal function,
Heard it worked
suprapubic pain,
faster.
and scrotal masses at the site of his injection. The mechanisms
CaCO2
are
for
relatively
dicing.
unclear, but we know that calcium
Huh.
chloride dissolving in water creates heat.
Oh, he's a
Calcium
doctor?
complexes with
Okay.
at least phosphate to create
I
a
forgot, it's been so
water-insoluble
long,
salt.
but I
We know
knew he
that it
did
commits to
something.
signals, including one that induces cell death, and it can cause oxidative stress and damage to cells when present in large amounts.
It's also
which is
pretty
why
cool that he
cells
used to be like a
choose
bodybuilder.
sequester calcium inside specialized organelles, only releasing it when it's needed. This is something that we're not going to have a lot of information on in humans because you can't, or at least you shouldn't, gather a bunch of people and just inject this in there knowing that you can cause permanent damage. The veterinarian studies that CC likely came across
Younger and need to
highlight
get
that
blood
this
tests
can be a
done.
standard practice in some
They didn't
animals,
really hit
if that's what you
right,
wanna
and
do.
they got
But
some
our
green
best
stuff
bet here
instead.
to know CC's
Oh
course
no!
is really just extrapolation from both
Did
of
they
these
hit a
animal
lymph node or
reports
something?
and the background knowledge that calcium chloride specifically has a high propensity of calcinosis due
He
to
casted,
extravasation
what is
injury
it?
in soft tissue. At 2-month follow-up, CC appeared to be
A
in better spirits with
flipendo on
no more
himself.
suprapubic pain,
No, that's
no more
testicular
night sweats,
torsion.
and no more anxiety. He started to feel like his regular self once again, unknown the extent of permanent damage that may have been caused by the self-inflicted episode. So, we can say that he appeared to make a recovery. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well.
You know, in very rare instances, castration or reduced testicular function can help people with extreme cases of hypersexual thoughts and stuff like that. Like, I forget what the disorder is. It's like something like OCD, where it's like hyper-compulsive thought behavior and stuff like that. Sometimes, like in males, it can be a controlled way of helping those people, but it's like it's
A
not
man
something that's
ate
ever been
600
ran through
pounds of
clinical
ramen
studies.
noodles over 6 months. This is what
Holy
happened
fuck,
to his
600
intestines.
pounds?
GN is a 42-year-old man presenting to the emergency room disoriented with psychotic.
Wait. When it said only for 6 months, I thought he meant like, okay, this meal I get this one, this meal I get this one. That's a lot of fucking noodles. What the fuck? That's a lot of noodles.
Delusions. He tells the admitting nurse that he isn't pregnant, but he's here to deliver. His wife Sarah responds that very soon GN will believe that he's going to pass gas, but it's going to be so much more than that because he just ate 3 pounds of instant noodles for dinner. GN and Sarah had been under a lot of stress.
Can you
Recently,
say
he
that
took out a massive He tells the admitting nurse that he isn't pregnant, but he's here to deliver. His wife Sarah responds that very soon GN will believe that he's going to pass gas, but it's going to be so much more than that because he just ate 3 pounds of instant noodles for dinner. GN and Sarah had been under a lot of stress. Recently, he took out a massive loan to buy a local auto body shop business, but something was wrong. When the deal closed, a mysterious group of people started driving all the cars off the lot. Turns out those were rentals to make it look like the shop had more business than it really had. And then who he thought was the previous owner suddenly disappeared to another country. GN started realizing that the shop had had a terrible reputation. All negative reviews were mysteriously wiped off the internet, and insurance companies wouldn't allow their members to bring their cars to this shop. GN started panicking. He had been scammed. No cars came in for service, but he still had to make loan payments. He couldn't live off his wife because her corporate job didn't pay very well. Thinking about how he could make lifestyle cuts to save money, GN started living solely off 50-cent ramen noodle cups. He felt kind of weird eating this, but as the days passed, he noticed that he was having sloppy bowel movements that he didn't have before. GN would constantly feel hungrier and hungrier. Noodles are made of carbohydrates, of which the more one eats, the hungrier they can get. Despite trying to be frugal with money, he started eating pounds of ramen every day because it was all that he had. 4 pounds a day, 30 days a month, over 100 pounds.
I'll be honest,
every
when I
month,
was on
and
like the
more he
ramen
ate,
diet,
the
just because I
hungrier
didn't
he
have money
got.
for food in
One
college,
evening, GN woke
it
up in a
wasn't
cold
the only
sweat.
thing I
He told his wife that he
eat.
was communicating
It was
with
just a
himself in
lot
an
of what I
alternate
would eat.
timeline where he was married to her sister. But as the days passed, GN wouldn't sleep anymore. Sometimes, Sarah would wake up in the middle of the night, and the moment that she opened her eyes, she'd see GN staring at her in the face, and in the morning, he couldn't remember any of it happening. Clearly, something was happening to his brain. That could be from the stress, but as the days passed, GN started complaining of a pins and needles feeling in his fingers, meaning that something was happening to his nerves too. Stress isn't going to cause that. Something else is going on, and good thing that
Welcome to
GN
my
had health
600
insurance
pound
through his
noodle
wife.
life.
At the family physician's office, GN wasn't okay mentally, but physically, he looked fine.
I need to
But
stop
a blood
laughing.
test reveals that he has anemia, an meaning without, and emia meaning presence of blood. He had less red blood cells than normal, and they were all different sizes. If blood is supposed to carry
The
and
sodium,
deliver
yeah,
oxygen
that would
throughout
cause
the
the
body,
nerve
and
issues.
he doesn't have enough of it, then it could explain
That would
why
mess
he
with the
feels so tired and
synapses
fatigued all the time.
in
But
neural
his
electric-
anemia was so
or-
bad,
yeah,
it was as if he had a
you know what I'm
traumatic
saying.
injury and was bleeding to death. The nurse urged GN to go to the hospital where they can take a closer look, and his wife drives him to the emergency room where we are now. At examination, GN had no physical signs of injury outside of his body. He looked fine, but they immediately noticed his delusional thoughts. They confirm his severe anemia, but where did that blood go? One cause of massive blood loss in someone who looks fine could be bleeding in the gut. The medical team heard Sarah talk about GN eating a strange excessive diet, so this could give them some more clues. They send a camera down his throat to see if they can find what's happening and possibly take samples of his gut. And when they look at the images, it tells them everything that they need to know. The inner lining of the intestines have small finger-like projections called villi. The gut absorbs nutrients and water from the food that you eat. Villi increase the surface area of the inner intestinal lining to facilitate absorption because they also have even more folds on top called microvilli. This is a normal function.
Oh,
The
have
problem
you?
is, when the medical
Do
team
you
were
watch the
looking at
videos a
GN's
lot or
intestines
pretty
through that
actively?
camera, they thought they were going to find massive hemorrhaging, but instead, they found that it looked like his villi might be gone. If these structures are vital to absorption and GN has anemia so severe it's as if he's bleeding
Oh,
to
wow,
death, and anemia
nice.
could be caused by a deficiency of iron because red blood cells need iron to carry oxygen throughout the body, then it means that he isn't bleeding, but rather he has a nutritional deficiency
Yeah,
caused by
doctor
a
stuff's
problem
always
in his
interesting.
intestines. Massive amounts of ramen noodles is another clue for the medical team. They took a sample of his intestines to look at underneath a microscope, and they find that the villi were in fact all gone. And when they looked closer, those villi were gone because white blood cells were everywhere inside his intestines, as if his immune system was attacking his gut. Putting everything together and confirmed by this imaging and an additional blood test,
Brew?
the medical team
Ah,
finds that GN has
Brew.
previously undiagnosed
The Raycon
celiac
advertiser.
disease. This explains his anemia, and it
I've
can
not
explain
seen
his
his stuff in a
delusional
long
thinking and
time.
erratic behavior. Wheat-based products like the flour used to make the instant noodles that GN ate contains proteins called gluten. If we go a
yeah.
little deeper, because gluten is a protein, it's made of
His
amino
insides
acid
literally
chains.
turned into noodles.
When we talk about digesting proteins, we're usually talking about cleaving these chains into
Just
something
donate
more
600
usable by the
pounds of
body,
ramen. You'll be
gluten
okay.
is rich in a specific
This
amino
won't stop me
acid
from
called
eating ramen
proline,
once in a while.
and having a lot of that makes it difficult to digest. People who have celiac disease have a genetic mutation. The genes in our body dictates how proteins are made. So someone who has celiac disease has mutated proteins, but what does that mean? One
Cut
important
yourself
kind of
off
protein in our
by
bodies is human leukocyte antigen, known as HLA, which is typically on the surface of cells and tells the immune system which cells are from your body and which ones aren't supposed to be there. People who have celiac have a
$5.99 is the
mutated
limit.
version of HLA, which happens to connect with gluten. When combined, this wrongly signals to the immune system that a pathogen is present. It prompts the immune system to attack the gut, destroying the villi, impairing absorption, leading to nutritional deficiency. This excessive gluten intake in his diet from hundreds of pounds of instant noodles was causing everything happening to GN. No iron means that his blood cells can't form properly, causing anemia and fatigue. And altering the composition of the gut, which is connected to the brain through the vagus nerve, can start to cause neuropsychiatric
Oh, see, this is where I
Cells
did
have a
things
lot of working
differently.
parts inside, but an
When I was on
important one here is
the
a
instant
protein
ramen
called
diet,
tissue transglutaminase,
like I said, I did have a few
TTG,
other
which
things,
can help support cell survival
but
among other functions.
I did take
This brings us back
multivitamins
to
every
gluten.
single day.
We've already established that
Now, of
high
course, the
proline
body doesn't
content makes it
absorb all that,
difficult
but
to
it
digest.
helps.
But there's another
Especially
amino
when you're
acid
not
that's
getting a
even
balanced
more
diet.
prevalent in gluten called glutamine. The problem is tissue transglutaminase.
Speaking of which, I need to go ahead and take
transglutaminase,
one.
which is everywhere, converts glutamine to something that makes gluten bind really strong to celiac mutated HLA, causing the extreme immune system response, and it's still not over. People who have celiac
Yeah,
disease
meat.
have antibodies against
I had a lot of
TTG.
deli meat.
This is often the blood test used to diagnose celiac. But also interesting is that these antibodies disappear
Chubby
on a
emu.
certain condition where no more tissue damage is occurring anymore, which means for someone who has celiac, all of this stops happening when gluten isn't present anymore. At this finding, the medical team start to replenish GN's deficient nutrients, but not by mouth.
We
All
might
he
switch
has
to
do
brew
is eliminate gluten
at
from
some
his
point.
diet.
That'd be
Specifically,
another
no more
channel I
eating
would
only
like to
instant
catch up
noodles
on.
made from wheat flour. No barley and rye-based
Not right
foods
now,
either
but at
because
some
all
point.
of those have gluten.
If you know any
When
other
GN
names
was
like
well
that, Jen,
enough,
feel
his
free to hit me up.
delusions disappeared. His anemia was fixed.
We might
and
just
as he
have
was
a
discharged from
similar
the
taste
hospital,
in, like,
he was told to live a
content
strict
creators.
gluten-free diet. As the months passed, his business started picking up. He had less stress and he was eating well. But as months turned to years, something started happening again. One evening, GN could feel his gut quake and shake. He started having terrible bowel movements, and he could feel that he was losing weight that he didn't want to lose. He would wake up at night sweating, and his body temperature would be so high that he couldn't go back to sleep. He started having all the same problems that he had when he was eating massive amounts of ramen noodles every month because he was eating massive amounts of ramen noodles again. Knowing that
Oh,
he can't eat like this,
no.
his wife tried stopping him from doing this, but the harder she pushed him to stop, the more the delusions in his mind told him to do it. One problem with going gluten-free
Wait, what?
is that it's really hard to go completely gluten-free. It's possible that he was still incidentally consuming gluten before he relapsed into the instant noodles without knowing about it. For example, oatmeal shouldn't have gluten, but it's not to say that it wouldn't have been in contact with something that does have gluten somewhere in the supply chain, like wheat, barley, or rye. Some food seasonings, spices,
Is this
and
why
sauces might also have
gluten-free stuff
gluten too,
exists?
and even toothpaste might have
I
it.
didn't know
But
this could
GN's
happen
night
to
sweats,
people with
recurring fevers, and unintentional
conditions
weight
like
loss
this.
started to get worse. At the hospital, again, Sarah tells the medical team that GN
Painfully
probably isn't
difficult
following a gluten-free
videos?
diet.
I've
They
not heard of
confirm
that
his
one.
thoughts are delusional, irrational, and
Why does he eat them
nonsensical.
so aggressively?
Abdominal imaging
Because
reveals
I'm
what looks
guessing,
ulcers
like,
in
the
his small
delusional
intestines.
thoughts,
These would impair nutritional
behaviors,
absorption in his gut,
like
but the problem
he's
is those
like
ulcers
behaviorally
are associated
impaired
with a narrowing
under
of
those
the
conditions or
intestines,
certain
something
conditions.
called a stricture.
Relapse.
And even worse, there was backup and obstruction of his gut. If this isn't addressed quickly, pressure will build up in his intestines, stretching the muscle walls, starving it of oxygen and blood, causing his bowel to perforate, leaking its contents everywhere
Disaster
in his
breakdown
body.
is
But
something I watch
where
a
did
lot.
those ulcers come from?
Airline
Jan was
disaster
sent
is
in for surgery
interesting.
where they removed the
Let me
affected
write
part
those two
of his
down.
intestines. Looking at those removed parts underneath a microscope, the medical team found weird, abnormal white blood cells inside an unusual growth that shouldn't have been there. Cells from this growth were starting to infiltrate deep into his intestines, and when they examined these abnormal white blood cells, it tells the medical team what was happening to GN's celiac disease. We've already established that when someone has the genetic mutation for celiac, their cells interact with gluten in a way that prompts the immune system to react. It sends a chaotic cascade of interactions that ends with destruction of normal gut tissue. The problem is, over a long period of time, when gluten is continuously ingested and this interaction doesn't stop, some of the white blood cells involved in the immune reaction start to change. Somewhere, possibly in this chaos, the genes of these cells get rearranged and they start to grow in a way that they weren't meant to grow, and they start to act in a way that they weren't meant to act. Celiac disease is an enteropathy. Entero referring to the intestines, and apathy denoting a disturbance of a necessary for life function. Given that the white blood cells found in the parts of GN's intestines that were removed were supposed to be T cells, and that there was an abnormal growth of tissue inside what looked like ulcers, all of this indicates that GN has enteropathy associated T cell lymphoma, EATL. OMA referring to an abnormal growth associated with lymphocytes, the kind of white blood cell found in his gut because of enteropathy. This didn't have to happen. Going completely gluten-free in today's world is
Environmental
tough,
and
it's
nuclear?
likely that even in GN's most sincere
Oh.
efforts to become gluten-free at first, it's possible that something else
So
that
they'd
he
probably be
didn't
the
know
type to
about,
like take
maybe
the in-depth look at
supplements,
like what
vitamins,
happens to
old
stuff
kitchen
like.
utensils, had gluten in it. This could have
Which one was
restarted
the most
his
recent one,
delusional
like
thinking,
Hiroshima
leading
or
him back to
Fukushima?
aberrant behavior, impaired
But like those
adherence
types
to the
of
gluten-free diet,
investment
ending in increasingly massive
disasters and
ingestion
whatnot.
of gluten-containing foods for prolonged periods of time. Enteropathy-associated T-cell lymphoma is an endgame for celiac disease. It's not very common, but in literature, you can see it's associated with refractory celiac disease, which is celiac disease that doesn't respond to gluten-free diet. Or more realistically, on the medical side, we don't really know where hidden gluten could be present in any given patient's life, despite them taking the most sincere and aggressive attempt to truly be gluten-free. But for GN, removing those ulcerated
When
parts of
are
his gut
taxes
might not be
due
enough.
in
There
the
might still be
US?
mutated and abnormal white blood cells
April
floating around
15?
in his gut, causing problems that aren't visible yet. The medical team start multiple
I need to
medicines
find
to
time
try
to
to
submit
stop those
them within the
abnormal
next 2
white blood
weeks.
cells from doing further
Basically,
damage.
yeah.
Often, people who have EATL
Gluten-related
will progress
seizure.
and start to have other organs and other parts of the bowel involved. This can often end with a GI tract
Not specifically
perforating,
because of the
becoming
ramen, but
unmanageable
like
by any medical team. But luckily
the
for him,
compounds
after
composition
a
of the
lengthy
ramen
hospital stay,
themselves.
he appeared well enough to go home. If you have celiac disease, usually just the symptoms that happen when you eat gluten should deter you from eating more gluten. But that raises the question, was GN born with celiac, or did he acquire the genetic mutations somehow in his adult life? He was 42 when he got his first diagnosis. What we do know is that instant noodles alone
Wow.
very likely did not cause that genetic mutation,
To
but
develop
rather
it
revealed
that
something
late?
that was going on
Oh,
in his
whoa,
body
whoa, whoa,
as he
whoa,
made
whoa, whoa, whoa.
A, but rather revealed something that
This is exactly how they're lined up in my grocery store. But instead of Nissan, we have the Maruchan ones. I was gonna be like, the labels looks kind of familiar. This has to be an IGA.
was going on in his body as he made A, recovery. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well.
But yeah. God damn. Only A recovery. Sodium up the ass for... Oh, did you see the... Yeah. I didn't look at that just because I've already... I'm used to
very
seeing that
likely
stuff.
did not cause that genetic mutation, but rather
So...
revealed something that was going on.
Yeah. Have you guys ever seen how much one of those big pickles has? Like, let's just, for example, Hot Mama pickle sodium. Can I get like the... Where is it? If you eat the entire pickle yourself, that is 2,800. So when I ate the one yesterday, I only ate half that. So the pickle that I had yesterday was about 1,400 milligrams. And I don't know if we had the ramen as well, but I'm just kind of used to sodium, but definitely don't overdose sodium. Night-night, Grimlock, take it easy. Night-night. Like, high sodium's not too bad. The only problem is prolonged periods of high sodium is what you want to watch out for. The occasional treat will not do you in. But, I guess, we gotta figure out how this one went down. Bodybuilder mistook aphrodisiac for a pre-workout. This is,
A bodybuilder
First, how does this
mistook an
even happen?
aphrodisiac for pre-workout supplement. This is what happened to his brain.
Exclamation mark jump should be the way to do it. Where's my stream? That should be the command. Yeah. There might be a bit of a delay, depending on latency. Beef jerky for a week? I imagine that might be able to happen. You use bombs instead? Weird. You could try to F5 maybe? But I also think, is there a bottom like at the bottom of the Twitch player? Let me see. I've never really looked at that thing. Where's the actions? Oh, that's to stand. Dance, jump. Huh. I don't know how to use the one thing, but yeah, exclamation jump should work. But if it acts weird, I'm not too sure.
JC is a 37-year-old man presenting to the emergency room unconscious. Paramedics tell the admitting nurse that they saw him have multiple seizures in the ambulance. JC was a bodybuilder who was getting ready for a show. Being a veteran of the space, he had a good idea of what does and doesn't work for him during prep. Being 37, he noticed over the last couple of years that his body started putting on fat in places that he never thought about before.
If it's not working, I can just try to reload it. It's weird that it worked for me, but yeah, give me a second. It's not much of a jump. It's like a tiny hop. But I'll go ahead and save, reload, and just try to refresh the connection to Twitch, maybe. So, like, if I was to just type it. Just use bomb, yeah. To get a big jump, just do bomb. There you go. It knocks out the...
Every time you needed to get prepped for a show, the fat put onto these places would just seem harder to get rid of. This isn't something that's out of the ordinary when someone ages, but JC was a competitor. He needed to be in the best possible shape, so this fat needed to go. JC read online about a supplement called Yohimbine. Others at his gym had talked about it, including his coach. This is a natural product derived from tree bark that used to be FDA approved for erectile dysfunction. The rescinding of that approval doesn't stop people today from using it for such, but not only that, these online articles kept mentioning that Yohimbine can act exactly in the places where all his stubborn fat accumulation was happening. He concluded Yohimbine would not only be a great addition to his daily supplement stack, but also to his product lineup. JC ran a small supplement business. Recently, a tax credit was put into place whereby he could get some money back if he did some research and development. He'd purchase raw powder wholesale and he'd distribute it online. He had happy customers and his product was good, but it was when he would take small cuts of his large purchases to mix his own concoctions that he would have trouble. Many bodybuilding supplements are white powders, and Yohimbine is no exception. While creating his mix, JC got a phone call. He stepped away. When he came back, some labels were obscured and everything looked similar. He proceeded to mix, not realizing that he dumped more than 300 times the regular Yohimbine dose in what was supposed to be his pre-workout drink. At the gym now, JC was training. He held off on his pre, so it became a peri-workout drink. As he puts the bottle lid to his mouth, he one-shots the mix. Immediately after ingesting this massive Yohimbine dose, JC didn't really feel anything wrong. He kept going on with his sets, but within minutes, he started noticing that he was shaking. He tried to stop, but he couldn't. His heart started racing and he felt a sense of doom shrouding over him. An uncomfortable sensation started permeating through his jaw as he started feeling like he couldn't breathe. As he tried to continue on with his sets, he could feel his heart beating like it was inside
I would have
his
just asked
skull,
somebody to
and his
911.
eyes were getting pumped out of his head. In the bathroom, JC's vision was blurred. A sensation rippled through his cheeks and liquid flooded under his tongue as he emptied his stomach into the toilet in a way like never before. But it wasn't over. JC started shaking violently, losing consciousness. The gym manager hears the commotion, goes into the bathroom, and she finds him on the floor. She calls for 911, and he's brought to the emergency room, where we are now. At examination, the medical team notes that JC's heart rate and blood pressure were slightly elevated, and his seizures kept recurring. He doesn't regain consciousness in between each convulsion. When they look at his eyes, both pupils were dilated, which is better than if they were different sizes from each other, but still not good given that JC would stay unconscious after each seizure. And at 2 hours after admission,
Probably
JC's heart rate
recreated.
and blood pressure
I feel like a lot of those images
all of this giving
tend
the
to be
medical team
like
some clues as to what's
recreated for the sake of
Yohimbine is a natural product
illustration.
derived from Yohimbe tree bark that was at one point
Like,
FDA
I feel
approved for
like
erectile
most of the
dysfunction,
time,
and
the
today
person involved
still
is
used,
not in
not
the
approved
video.
by any government agency
An
for the
exception
exact
was like the
purposes
man who
that
ate the
JC
8-pound
took them
burger.
for, to help burn fat
That
in
was
stubborn
one of those
areas, but
exceptions.
there's also some hallucinogenic properties that it can have, leading way to
Medication that
some of
actually
those
has
uses
sense of
too.
doom
But
as a real side
how
effect.
exactly does it do all of these
Really?
things? Some natural products are stimulants, and others are depressants. Based on just these names, we can guess how our bodies will react under the influence of either stimulants causing fight or flight reaction, and depressants inducing rest and digest. Clearly, if JC's heart rate, blood pressure, body temperature are high, and they're getting higher, his pupils are dilated so as to let in more light, like he's running away from a wild animal
Surprisingly,
that wants to eat
Count.
him, and his
Oh,
brain
the
is setting off
sense
massive
of
amounts
impending
discharge to
doom.
the point where he shakes and convulses
The
without
sense of doom
regaining
didn't make sense, but the
consciousness,
second you
then we
said
can
that,
say
it's like,
that
yeah.
Yohimbine is probably a stimulant. Put together,
That is-
everything that he's experiencing is sympathomimetic toxidrome.
Like, I would think stimulants,
Sympatho referring to the
because they
sympathetic
can drive
nervous system,
anxiety.
the one that's responsible for fight or flight response. Toxidrome being a word formed from syndrome, a grouping of symptoms happening together, toxi from toxin, an exogenous substance that somehow made its way into the body, and mimetic, meaning that the toxin is inducing a problem mirroring the effect that would be caused by a massive, non-stop adrenaline release. But how is it doing that? This brings us to the idea of transmission. Signals from the brain are sent to all parts
Various
of the body
medications,
through the
disease,
nerves.
curiously.
Signals can be to turn
Jellyfish
things on
venom?
or off.
Mementic?
Knowing that there exists a part of the nervous system that signals for fight or flight,
Memetic?
and another part that signals for rest and digest. But for example, the heart reacts differently to signals from each one, then we could guess that the transmitter for fight or flight could be different from the one for rest and digest. And we know that this is what's happening because the neurotransmitter responsible for
Sympathetic
fight or
and
flight is something
non-sympathetic.
called noradrenaline, related to adrenaline, all involved in sympathetic nervous system response. The thing about fight or flight versus rest and digest signals is that
That
in the
always
body,
makes me think
either
of
signal can be
norepinephrine.
promoted or they can be blocked because signals can be to turn things on or off.
They can.
The words used to describe this are
Everybody responds to
agonist as
different
the promoter
types
and
and
antagonist
classes
as
of
the blocker.
antidepressants
Ant from anti
differently.
meaning against. Take for example this
Like,
commonly
I'm a
known
good
medicine.
example
It's used for attention
of
deficit
where most
hyperactivity disorder,
antidepressants have had
ADHD.
horrible
It's a
side
stimulant by
reactions
the
in
very nature
myself.
of directly promoting fight or flight when excessive amounts
So
are
that's
taken.
why
Interestingly,
I
its
ultimately had to
chemical
stop
structure
taking
shape
them.
is similar to that of
But that's why,
noradrenaline.
like,
In this
this
case,
is
we
gonna
can
sound
say that
weird,
this medicine is
but
an
I've been on larges of arrays of antidepressants, mood stabilizers, and stuff like that. Because, like I said, I used to be pretty psychotic, and I had been in a ward on like just one occasion. But this is actually one thing that kind of got me started on reading about like psychotherapy, like all this like literature and stuff like that. Is when the medicine doesn't actually respond, you kind of have to like start looking at other things to do to like kind of like either cope with it, like reaching out to people, working with like CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. For me, the one that ended up working was just a little bit of CBT until I started learning more about psychotherapy and like emotional intelligence and things like that. So like, there's always going to be a non-medical option, but it is hard to arrive to those or even like, learn about them and take the time to learn them and stuff like that. Not that kind of CBT. I know. That's why I had to say CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, just because, we live in an age where CBT is almost always going to be referred to. If you use computers, closed beta testing. If you don't, or you're just a little more sus, you might think of ball smashing or something.
But knowing that JC is having a
Anyways,
massive outflow of
had to buy the
sympathetic
jump command. You
response,
had to buy
what
the
does
jump
all of this
command?
make
That's
of yohimbine? We've
weird.
already established that there's
But
one part of
hopefully
the
I've
nervous
reduced
system that
everything
signals
that
for
had a
fight or
price
flight,
down to
and
like one
another that
point.
signals rest and digest. There are
Giggles.
specific nerve
I've been
fibers
night
that are
callers. Take it
sympathetic
easy.
for fight
Hit
or
me up
flight,
about
and
the
there are nerve
resizing, or
fibers
not the
that are
resizing.
parasympathetic
You know what I
for
mean, the
rest and
sizing
digest.
stuff.
Inside
So
these
I can
fibers are structures that receive
look into the
neurotransmitters
cosplay thing later.
specific to the type to propagate the signal. For
Can't beat
sympathetic
this.
fibers, these are
What do you mean? Can't
adrenergic
beat this meat?
receptors, labeled this way
I
because
mean,
they
what?
react to
8 pounds of ground
noradrenaline.
beef?
Of these, there are
I
also
think that.
specific subtypes that
Okay, I'll
provide
stop.
different function. In a genuine fight or flight situation, all of these will fire off to evoke the response, but when targeted specifically, they can behave very differently. Hours after being admitted into the hospital, JC's
You must
condition
overdose
was
on CBD oil?
He's conscious again, but he's
100
agitated,
to
disoriented,
100
and
ratio
confused. Because he's too stimulated, they can
on 2
try
different
some
cookies.
sedatives to help counteract
Oh
that
no.
action, but there might be something better.
I've never done the
This
good
brings us
CBD
back to
oil.
agonist and antagonist.
Also, I
If
had like
JC's
no
having
response to it, so I just kind of had to get rid of it.
sympathomimic then we know that
Because it wasn't
yohimbine is
properly
a
distilled and had
stimulant.
like
If
too high
agonists
of a level of
promote and feed
THC.
forward a
So the
signal,
fact that I
then
didn't
we
even
could
respond
expect
to
it
it was
to
a
be
sign
an
that I just didn't
agonist
need to do it
too.
anyways.
But the problem is, yohimbine is an antagonist, meaning that it blocks noradrenaline signal in the nerve fiber. And not only that, it's a competitive antagonist, meaning that it will displace whatever's there in order to occupy the spot to stop the signal. For
These are
adrenergic
terms I haven't
receptors,
heard in a
there are
while.
subtypes of alpha and beta, and among these there are even more subdivisions like alpha 1 and alpha 2. You may have heard of beta blocker medicines for blood pressure,
CBT
and that refers to
employee undergoing CBT to get rid of their obsessive compulsive
alpha
finding
which gives
Odyssey.
us some more clues as to what's happening to JC. One important tissue that nerves connect to is the smooth muscle of blood
Placeholder?
vessels.
Yeah, no worries, no worries, no
Typically,
rush.
alpha-1
No
receptors
rush.
are known
Sleep
to
well,
be
sweet
there,
dreams.
signaling to constrict the blood vessel, causing blood pressure to immediately shoot up. This is what's happening to JC, but this happens when the receptor is agonized, but yohimbine is an antagonist. So why is it doing the opposite? Well, in normal function, the body has a way of balancing itself through something called feedback. Naturally, when the body swings one way, it will try to compensate in the opposite direction. And while alpha-1 receptors reach blood vessel muscle, alpha-2 receptors are inside the central nervous system, going from nerve to nerve. We know
Yeah,
adrenaline
just
and
let it go for
noradrenaline
now.
are what's sending signals here.
I'm surprised
We know
that the
when our
bomb
body
one
is in a
does
state
work
of
for
fight or
you,
flight,
though.
adrenaline and noradrenaline flood
I wonder
the
why
system.
it's being weird.
But that fight or flight response normally is short-lived on the
There's
order of
also a
minutes.
chance that there's
And if we
something
know
to
that
do
the
with the
body
stream being
performs
up
feedback,
for like
then we can guess that
36 hours,
stopping this
37
fight or
hours.
flight response is somehow built
You
into
ended up
the
in the
sympathetic
hospital with a
nervous
regular
system,
heartbeat,
explaining what yohimbine
and they
was
had to
doing
take your blood
JC's
pressure
body.
and kept the cuff
The
plating all the
alpha-2
way for now.
adrenergic receptor in the brain
Just
binds
giving me
noradrenaline
KG.
and then tells
Aw.
the brain to stop releasing it. This acts as a check against the system in normal function. But if yohimbine is there blocking alpha-2, this mechanism is shut off. Normally, the brain is in equilibrium, meaning that there's
Oh.
still some noradrenaline release when you're doing regular daily
So that's
activities. But when
how
it doesn't
the
get
fight
shut
or
off
flight
and it keeps getting
responses
released,
continue
the effect
to.
builds up quickly because normal function
That would be
isn't
kind of.
happening anymore.
This would be
The
a little bit
vomiting,
of a
the
dangerous
incredibly
substance
high
then
heart
for
rate and blood
pre-workout
pressure,
stuff, huh?
the recurring seizures without regaining consciousness. All of this because a massive dose, 300
Because
times
it's almost
the
like
normal amount
you're
of yohimbine,
this.
was accidentally consumed by JC
I could see why it
in
would
just a
also be
couple of
used
sips.
in like
But this isn't his only problem. In the setting
erectile
of massive
dysfunction
overdose, comparing to regular function
medication
to
as well.
describe what's happening isn't accurate. When we say yohimbine
It's almost
is
like
a
slightly
competitive
inducing the
antagonist
fight
of
or
alpha-2
flight
that assumes
and
therapeutic
preventing your
dose,
body from
but
like
when
calming
excessive
down,
doses are present, there
so
are
you
so
can
many
work
more
out.
yohimbine molecules present than there are places for it to bind on alpha-2
This sounds like some
receptors.
kind of
This
substance I
excess
wouldn't want to
floods
mess
the
with.
body, binding to alpha-1, blocking that signal. This results in the blood vessels dilating, and the heart wants to compensate for this by beating faster and harder, and it can do that because the alpha-2 pathway is turned off, leaving
Harder,
excess
better, faster,
noradrenaline to
stronger.
run amok, even stimulating the beta adrenergic receptors too. But there's only so many adrenergic receptors of any subtype to the amount of yohimbine that JC took. In the brain, serotonin
I'm glad
is
you're okay
another
though. I'm glad you're okay
neurotransmitter.
now.
The brain is connected to the gut by something called the vagus nerve. Serotonin helps modulate smooth muscle contractions all along the GI tract, and with excess yohimbine present, aberrant activity starts to happen, including the vomiting that he experienced. In other documented cases of yohimbine overdose, there are descriptions of unconsciousness for several hours coupled with priapism, pushing forth the notion that it's something that can be used for erectile dysfunction if you ignore the side effects. Yohimbine is also known to have dopamine activity when
If you
taken at
ignore the
very
side
large doses.
effects.
All of this indicating neurologic toxicity
Wonder why I didn't get
because he's
approved by the
unconscious,
FDA then.
and cardiotoxicity
Mhm.
because his heartbeat and blood flow throughout his body are so unstable. At any minute, things can immediately turn for the worse for JC. Could there be any way to directly remove the massive amount of yohimbine right out of his body? No. But knowing how it works enables us to give medicines
Yeah,
that directly
if you can
counteract
find
its
another
effect. If yohimbine
like
is an alpha-2
aggressively
adrenergic
antagonistic.
antagonist, then the answer
Yeah.
would be to give him an alpha-2 agonist. But what would that look like? Recently, there's been reports on the United States East Coast, specifically Boston,
Basically,
and
you
especially
just use something
Philadelphia,
that's more
that horse
competitive on that
tranquilizer has entered into the illicit supply.
structure,
It's called
whatever it's called.
xylazine. It's mixed in usually with fentanyl, and the way that it functions is that it agonizes alpha-2 adrenergic receptors, pushing the feedback mechanism forward, heavily blocking any semblance of fight or flight response from happening not only in horses but in humans too, resulting
Tranquilizer.
in tranquilization. Interestingly, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration has approved an antidote for xylazine accidents in horses known as yohimbine. The news reports and the videos that you may have seen about horse tranquilizer might have included images of skin lesions that appear on the users. It's basically an open wound that can fester and rot flesh and expose bone, muscle, and soft tissue.
See, if it's too
underneath.
graphic, he
Do you
won't put it in
remember
his
that there's
videos.
Alpha adrenergic receptors on blood vessel smooth muscle? Well, if xylazine agonizes alpha and alpha causes
Trazodone, I've heard of that one.
vasoconstriction, then it's possible that these lesions are coming from xylazine
Super
constricting
harness.
the blood vessels so hard that they starve of oxygen and die. This would make the most sense if they appear at the site of injection, but reports say that they can appear in
I remember
other
seeing
places on the
trazodone in
skin
the
too.
pharmacy at the
However, at
hospital
the
I
moment,
worked
this
at
is
many years
speculation
ago.
in humans because the reality is we still don't know
Priapus?
much about how xylazine
Roman
specifically
penis
is exerting
god?
its effect. However,
Ah.
there is some new information out that could contribute to the conversation. Receptor systems can often engage in crosstalk, modulating each other's activities. And one system that could interact with adrenergic receptors are opioid receptors. It's unclear if the mixing of xylazine into fentanyl is purposeful specifically because of this particular detail. In some cases, there are reports of people specifically looking for just xylazine now, but mechanistically, the antidote for opioids doesn't work for just xylazine, at least not in the way that it does for other opioids, because just like adrenergic
Why is that
receptors,
being
opioid
dispensed out
receptors
of the
also
vending
have
machine?
subtypes, and this research suggests it towards one of smaller prominence. The research is still very early. On the clinic side, in humans,
There's
this is what we see.
something really
We'll see the
funny.
research develop some more
Bronze
over time,
decorations
but
thanks to
we're not
that.
sure how those skin lesions are happening,
Oh.
and we don't know how well
I have a
yohimbine would
feeling I
work as
probably
an antidote
recognize
in
him.
humans for xylazine, despite evidence of it working in horses. But mechanistically, knowing what we know now, this all gives us a better idea of how JC could be treated. In humans, a common alpha-2 agonist that we use is a medicine called clonidine. This technically should counterbalance his yohimbine dose. If
No way. Wait a second. Do I still... Clonidine hydrochloride HCl. I'm not obviously not going to show off the bottle. I used to take 0.1 or 2.1s. That was actually the sleeping medication I'd use. Not a typical. It's kind of like for ADHD, but it's the purpose I took it was under the basis of intrusive thoughts causing insomnia, and it acted as it was like a GABA inhibitor, and it helped slow down my mind, basically tranquilizing my brain and my thoughts and stuff like that, and it helped me to sleep. But I forget why I stopped taking it. I stopped needing it when I started to do better mentally and stuff like that. But I forget if it was like some sort of dependence, a side effect. Like what? Well, let me just see. Why did I stop taking this? I mean, it's better to not take it than if you're not taking it for a reason. But like, what were some of the side effects? Fatigue. Even during the day. Right, I thought it might have been contributing to my chronic fatigue and stuff like that. So like it does help with sleep, but I feel like the sleep, it would eventually start to compete with like real sleep. And I wanted to like it was basically used to like knock me out rather than to get to like sleep. Once I was able to
noradrenaline is out in
like sleep
excess
just
in JC's body, blocking beta
naturally,
also would be a good idea.
then I
If his
stopped
seizures
taking
keep
it.
recurring and seizures are sudden, chaotic discharge of electrical activity in the brain, then giving him some
You also
medicines
took it
to
as
slow
well,
down
Jen?
his brain and his nervous
Was it for
system
like kind of
will
like a
help.
similar
Yohimbine
reason?
passes through the body fairly quickly. Half-life is a measure of how long it takes for the blood level of that substance to be reduced by 1/2. For yohimbine, it's an hour or two. Knowing that yohimbine is broken down by the liver and then excreted in the urine, the medical team collected samples of JC's urine throughout his hospital stay, and they could see the yohimbine levels cut in half, but at a rate much slower than an hour or two, because
Probably just
in
because there
setting
was
of
so
overdose,
much.
regular function to describe what's happening isn't accurate. 1 hour after the blood pressure medicines were given, JC's heart rate normalized. He was able to regain consciousness, but he might not be out of the woods just yet. The medical team needs to do some tests to make sure that everything is normal, and while they were doing those tests, they knew cognitively he was all there. Over the following 24 hours, the medical team were able to confirm that JC's blood tests, physical, and neurologic exam were normal as he
Oh.
was discharged from the intensive
But it was
care
related to
unit, and he was able to
ADHD.
make a full recovery.
Okay.
Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well.
So that makes sense. So in some cases, like you're saying, severe ADHD, sometimes with people with like, really overactive brain, thought patterns, OCD, ADHD, you know, a little bit of medication to tranquilize the thoughts of the brain, stuff like that, could just help the brain like return to, just normal function. It's a non-stimulant based way of dealing with ADHD. It's usually not, first, what's that thing? Frontline medication, first line of medication. So it's interesting. Diagnosed with OCD and ADHD, then that medicine would make sense, yeah, as an option. You say used to, did it get better over the years? Either by other medication or techniques and stuff like that? Like, you don't have to answer if it's, like, too sensitive a subject, but I'm, like, curious. As far as, like, what the prognosis over time has been like. Anyways, chicken burrito from a sussy restaurant.
A mom ate a suspicious chicken burrito from a shady restaurant.
There
This is
are
what happened.
non-stim meds. Like clonidine, for example, is just that's a unique case. Wellbutrin is like kind of like an atypical antidepressant. Hold on. I used to know these names, but none of them really worked. I use stim based just because my brain needed it. And I guess that's just because of my lower energy levels. Like sometimes I do struggle with chronic fatigue. So non-stim stuff just didn't really work for me. Non-stimulatory. So viloxazine, atomoxetine, clonidine, Cap-V, guanfacine, Intuniv. The lack of appetite. This is another reason why stimulant-based ones kind of work for me. Guys, I already eat like a hog. Which is funny because, like, me losing weight little by little and already getting close to, like, the mid-160s. I still eat a lot. And on days where I do not take my, like, ADHD medication, the Adderall and whatnot, I eat even more, or I have an even more intense. I just have a naturally like high metabolism, and just I need to eat way too much. So it just ended up helping, just because it solved like multiple issues with one medication. But non-stimulatory medication does exist.
To her digestive system. DC is a 42-year-old
Self-medicate.
woman.
If you can get by
presenting
with
to the
caffeine, go
emergency
for it.
room with abdominal
Caffeine
pain
does
and a
nothing
massive
for
headache.
me.
She
I
tells the
can
admitting
guzzle
nurse
that
over
stuff.
the last several weeks,
Which
she
is
could
why when
barely
I look
eat
for like
bread,
energy
rice,
supplement
and
drinks and
fish
stuff
oil
like that, I
capsules.
always look at
They
the
were the only things
complex.
she could keep in her
The
stomach. 4
complexes, the
months earlier,
blends,
DC got a
the
chicken
other
burrito from a
chemicals
new
they put
place
into
that had
these
opened
things.
up. She was running late
I'd
for a
rather them
meeting,
not
so
even
she was
include the
eating in
caffeine,
her
to be
car.
honest.
The burrito was
Just because
delicious, and
caffeine
she
does
took a
nothing
big
for me.
bite at a stop sign. But as she
But I will
chewed,
take
something
caffeine
suddenly
on
cracked
occasion.
against a tooth in the back of her mouth.
Especially like
It
green
didn't
tea
hurt,
caffeine
but
and
it
stuff like
startled
that.
her. She spat
Just
out the
to
food and thought that
boost
she could
the
feel
metabolism,
part of a tooth
especially like
had
when I'm trying to
chipped
lose
off.
weight.
She wasn't sure how
You
extensive
know,
this damage was,
a
but
little
she
extra
was
here and
panicked.
there just
She
kind of
started digging
contributes
through the
to
food, frantically trying to find what did this.
like
And then
the
she came
colon's
across it, a chicken
productivity,
bone piece
metabolism,
embedded in the shredded thigh meat
digestion,
from the burrito.
absorption.
But she couldn't find the part of her tooth that had
How would
chipped
you
off.
compare Rogue to
It didn't seem
GS?
like a lot of damage. It didn't hurt. If she went back to the restaurant to accuse them that their
The way I would compare the two is, I would say they're pretty interchangeable. They are kind of different blends. I do think that the Gamer Sup blends might be just a little bit better. However, the way they advertise their servings is where it gets a little weird. If you were to look at like raw concentration, you could say GamerSupps uses a bit more caffeine in terms of raw bulk. The serving sizes compared, like, let's just look at them. Like, I hope my sponsors, like, don't get mad at this, but I mean, I'm just being super honest and unbiased. So let's kind of take a look at these. Now, I say I like them both, but I probably will stick with Rogue more often than not. But I like them both just because they all have different flavors. They all have different flavors to enjoy. So we have, we have Tiger Blood here, and we have Titty Milk right here. Now, I'm going to show them off in terms of just pure size and whatnot. So note how the one on the left, we're looking at 30 servings. Meanwhile, Titty Milk has 100 servings. You know? Rogue has 175 milligrams of caffeine per serving. The rest is energy blend. GamerSupps has 100 milligrams per serving. But like, just in terms of like raw amount, like, there's a fair bit of this stuff in here. Okay, you can absorb caffeine through the skin. Huh? The powder is a little bit more fine, I guess you could say. Now, the one thing that I will say, why I guess you could say, like, I would think the energy maybe, like, it's pretty much about the same. I want to say GamerSupps might just have a slight bit more of an advantage in terms of, like, cooling and stuff like that. However, the one thing that I will say about Rogue, and why I probably prefer to users over GamerSupps, is they have more taste. You get a lot more taste. I could probably put one of these servings through like 40 ounces at least of water. Meanwhile, when it comes to like GamerSupps and stuff like that, usually one serving to like 8 ounces almost feels like it's not enough sometimes. So you end up doing like 3 or 4 servings for like a full thermos. And that's already like 400 grams of caffeine on top of everything else. So you, like, my problem with GamerSupps is you just go through it way too quickly. Even though it's supposed to have more servings, you have to guzzle it. And I feel like they have like, a little bit of false advertisement with that whole 100 serving things. So if it's like, it's only got 30 servings, you get this, the thing's heavy. The thing's actually, But like I said, I will drink both. I do kind of like both. But each of them have their own flavors. You'll find flavors, and sometimes the flavors like run out on either end. So like the Skittle flavor, the dragon fruit mango, the what else do they have? The rocket pop flavor, and then GamerSupps is the one that's got like like Titty Milk, lean, Grandpa's ashes. I would say just pick depending on which one you like flavor of. If you want the Weep Cups, go for GamerSupps as well. But I like both. I like both.
Their food had chipped her tooth. What were they going to do? Thoughts started racing through her mind. She knew that she had to get
Hopefully
back
that
to
answers
work.
the question. If you
restaurant
have
could
like
just
any
say that she
specific
made it up,
questions,
that she
I'd be
was the
more
one that
than
put the
happy
bone
to
there.
answer them.
She didn't want to be confrontational.
Even if you
and
want like
because it
exact
didn't
product
hurt,
labels
it
and
didn't
stuff like
seem like a
that.
big deal. She drove back to the office to attend her meeting. DC would
They
notice
all
her
use
tooth,
pretty
but
similar
only when
stuff
she
in them
wanted
as well.
to, and eventually she forgot about it.
The
It didn't hurt.
complex
But one day,
in
weeks later,
GamerSupps
she was sitting
uses
at her
like
desk and she
a lot
thought
of
she could feel her
L,
heart beating in
like
her gums.
taurine,
Looking in the
citrulline,
mirror, she
carotene.
thought like her face
And
was
I
getting
used to take
swollen.
taurine
Sometimes,
supplements.
when she'd have a cold drink, that one particular tooth would be
One thing that
ultra-sensitive and
GamerSupps
really start
doesn't
to hurt
use.
with the pain radiating
Wait,
through her jaw.
GamerSupps
At the
doesn't
dentist, they
actually
found that DC's
use
chipped tooth
taurine
was
at all.
infected. Good thing this was caught in time
They
because
use
bacteria
thymine
inappropriately growing
and
inside can
tyrosine.
spill into the blood and start to cause massive problems. The operation turned out fine. She'd have to deal with some post-operative pain, so they wrote her a prescription
Actually,
for it. And because bacteria was involved, they gave her
Rogue
another prescription
has
for antibiotics.
Venonine
And she
as
was on her
well.
way. But one of these was going to turn DC's life upside down. Bacteria has the potential to grow uncontrollably, causing infections. So
One thing about
this
gamer
was the
stuff
kind
is
of
they use a
medicine
lot
that she
more
needed
natural
at
stuff
this
as well.
particular point in time, but something was wrong. 2
Rogue
days after taking
usually
the
use
antibiotic
more
by
of the
mouth every 6
actual
hours,
product or
DC didn't feel right.
compounds.
Normally she'd take mid-afternoon naps, but when she woke up from this one, she experienced a mental fog
Also, I
that she
will
had never
also
felt
say
before.
this.
But even worse,
I can't
a
say
sense
any
of doom
specifics, but
shrouded
Rogue's
over
gonna be
her.
doing
She had
something
had some
different.
experience with feeling down throughout her life, but she started having
Probably
some
in the next
truly
month or two.
terrible thoughts and feelings that she just couldn't shake.
We're
At
not allowed to
first,
say
she
what,
thought it was
just
the
know
pain
something
medicine, but she
different
stopped the
is on
antibiotics
the way.
early too. She started feeling
So
a
you'll hear
little
about
better
it first
as time
whenever we
passed,
get
but
permission to
clearly,
start
something
advertising
had
and talking
changed in
about
her
it.
body, and she wasn't
Time
sure
to
how
start
to feel
drinking
like she did
shampoo.
before the tooth operation. Antibiotics need to be finished in their entirety. If the directions on the bottle says 5 days, you should take it for those 5 days, because if not, the bacteria can grow back.
Let's be honest, who has ever accidentally forgotten to finish their
The
dose of
bacteria that grows back
or
can be
bacteria
resistant
before?
to that antibiotic because those were the survivors who might have had traits that help them adapt and survive.
Yeah, this
that
is why you really
antibiotic.
wanted to finish
DC
taking
knew
them.
this,
I've
but the
only ever
dark
done that
and
like
terrible
once or
thoughts
twice, and
were
it was
simply
simply
too much
because
for
I
her to
lost the
handle,
bottle
and her
and
tooth
forgot
and her
that I was
gums
even
were
taking
healing
them.
just fine, she thought. This brings us back to
You
the
did
idea
test
of
that?
bacteria
Wait, what?
growing uncontrollably, causing infection. That's one part
Watch
of the
out, bro,
equation.
I got
You
tiger
see,
blood.
humans coexist with bacteria. In the
Eye
lining of our
of the
gut are
tiger.
trillions of microbes
But the
helping us
tiger blood
digest
one, I
food
forget what the
and
flavor
live our
is
normal
supposed to be,
lives.
but it's
They're
good.
normal.
It's
They're
delicious.
supposed to be there. They create
Like
their
they've got
own
a couple of
community called
flavors
the
that just
gut
remind me of the
microbiome.
Pixie
If
Sticks.
antibiotics are given when someone
So
has
they have
an
a
infection,
hydration
which is
line, an
defined
energy
as an
line.
inappropriate growth of bacteria, then it lends weight
And I
to
think
the
the hydration
connotation
line
that
actually gives you
all
even more
bacteria
servings.
are bad, and that we
But
must get
the
rid of
Rogue
all of
products
them
are
to be
very
in the cleanest
concentrated.
condition possible.
You get a
because
lot of
that's
bang for the
disease-free.
serving.
But that line of thinking isn't fully correct. The gut microbiome is essential for normal function. But what does that mean? Well,
If
these
anything,
trillions
I
of
actually
bacteria
use
help
the
do a
Gamer Sup
variety of
scooper
things, like synthesize vitamins.
to scoop my
they
Rogue
metabolize
powder.
bile, which helps us digest fat and metabolize hormones. Because the microbiome is like a living ecosystem, it can competitively
So as somebody
exclude other
who
pathogens
wants
trying
to
come
keep
in and
drinking
take
stuff,
residence in the
I
gut,
don't need it to be
protecting their
highly
host. And more
concentrated in
recently,
energy
we're starting
product.
to understand how
I
extensive
do
a
like
role
the
it plays
Rogue
in helping
because
immunity. For
if
example,
I'm just
traditional
drinking the Gamer
chemotherapy
Sup
used
stuff,
for some malignancies
I'll
have
drink
gone
it
by
too
the wayside
fast, and
since
then
the
I'll have like way
mid-2010s
too
in
much
favor
energy
of immunotherapy,
or energy
medicines
product.
that enable the immune system
So sometimes
to
I will
recognize
even
and
just
attack
mix
the
in
tumor.
like
We found that the presence
non-stimulatory
of certain
stuff
bacteria
like
in the gut microbiome
crystal
makes those
light
therapies more effective
lemonade
against the tumors. This
or
strongly suggests
electrolyte
that there's a link
products.
between the gut microbiome and the immune system, showing just how important this entity is. But if DC is
Basically,
getting
fancy
antibiotics
Gatorade.
that are intended to eliminate bacteria from her tooth infection,
Can somebody
then it
completely
means
destroy
that
their
some
microbe?
of the bacteria from
Kind
her
of.
gut is going to be incidentally eliminated in the process. That's a trade-off that we need to account for because the bacteria from that tooth infection could spread throughout her body, putting her in the hospital and could threaten her
Mhm.
life, while the bacteria in
This
her
is
stomach
why
should
you
grow
won't see
back,
like
but how long would that take? And when that bacteria do
higher
grow
line
back, how will
medication
we
like
know that the right species are going to be
penicillin's
there?
pretty
Shortly after all of this, on a
normal.
Monday afternoon, DC
Amoxicillin.
had a watery stool. She thought maybe
But there,
it was the
there's much
yogurt that
stronger
she
ones
ate
out
in the
there
morning for breakfast.
that are
Throughout that afternoon,
more
she kept
either
going to the
broad
bathroom. Each time the movement
or
out was more intense than the one
like
before, and every time she thought she
destructive
was
but
done, she
targeted.
could feel that there was going to be more on the way. But everything was inconsistent. The next day on Tuesday, she was fine, but on Wednesday, she woke up with what she thought was a fever, and she felt like her entire digestive system was getting ejected into the toilet. Standing up, she felt like her organs were getting dragged out of her body and into the ground. She couldn't even keep down water. She'd take a sip and liquid stool would just gush out her other end. And as she kept getting more and more dehydrated,
Oh, no.
her head started pounding. It hurt so bad, she couldn't even swallow headache medicine without having a watery stool. Unable to take this, she drives herself to the emergency
That
room.
was one hell of a
In the hospital,
burrito.
the medical team gave DC fluids and medicines for her headache. Knowing about how her bowel
Is this
movements
even
have
normal
been
food
over the
poisoning?
last several days and that she has a fever, it's possible that she has
What the fuck was in
infectious
this burrito?
Diarrhea. They do a quick test, and they find that she doesn't appear to have a stomach bug, but she still has a fever. So they give her some empiric antibiotics just in case, and some medicine for her
I mean,
headache.
that's
And
one
after
way
a
of
few
doing
days,
a
she's discharged
microbe
from the hospital
transplant.
feeling okay, but that would only be for a short time. About a week after
Also, I
that
need to check
hospital
one of
stay,
my
DC started
Discord
having
things really
watery
quick.
stools again, but this time something was different. The
Oh,
smell
the
was something
2000
that she
issue.
had never experienced
That can
before.
happen,
It
Sing.
was one of the most awful sensations in her life up to that point, and she didn't want to believe that it was being produced by her.
Yeah, I remember the tooth
At
infection.
First, she thought that something was weird about that yogurt that she ate for breakfast again. She
Oh,
looked at the date
no.
and found out that it was expired, but this time the stools were really out of control. She was in the bathroom every
So it's
hour
not just
for
the
days,
burrito.
eating
The
only
tooth
rice and
itself
bread,
is inviting
if she could even
anything
keep
from
those
whatever
down.
she
Back in the
eats to get.
emergency room again. The medical team take a sample
Oh,
of her stool
no.
to test, and when the results return, it tells
Luxury
them everything
bones.
that they need to know about what's happening. Do you remember the gut microbiome? Well, when DC got antibiotics for her tooth infection, the one that she got is known to be a culprit for infectious diarrhea. But when she was in the emergency room the first time, they took a sample of her stool to test, and it said that she didn't have infectious diarrhea. That might have been true at that point in time, but at that hospital stay, they gave her a second, different antibiotic empirically, since she had a fever and those multiple bowel movements. Do you remember those dark thoughts that DC had after she started taking the first course of antibiotics? Well, it's hard to say for sure exactly what happened, but there's research that shows links between the gut microbiome and some psychiatric problems. You see, the gut and the brain are connected by the vagus nerve, and this bidirectional connection means that one will have an impact on the other, which will come back and impact the one. If DC started having symptoms possibly related to mental health after the first antibiotic, and antibiotics are known to change gut microbiome composition by eliminating all different kinds of bacteria, then it's possible that some change was taking place back then, and it not only impacted her brain, but also her gut. Judging
I
from
mean,
those
you could say a lot of the
uncontrolled
gut
stools. And
like
given
dictates the
that she
brain
suddenly
function.
stopped that antibiotic
That's why they say to
and then went to the hospital
trust your gut
afterwards
instinct.
to get a different antibiotic, then we can
Neurons
guess
that
that
wire
even
together
more
fire
normal gut
together.
bacteria was eliminated when they didn't need to be. But then the
Anti-depression
question is,
bacteria.
with all those gone,
That could be a real
what
thing, yeah.
bacteria replaces those eliminated? Test results for DC return, and it tells the medical team that the bacteria Clostridioides difficile, also known as C. diff, is present in her gut. This is the cause of her diarrhea. This is infectious. It can spread all throughout the hospital, infecting other patients who may also be on antibiotics but don't
Oh,
have this particular
no.
bacteria growing in their gut.
This
yet.
is something
this
almost
result
as
is
bad
read,
as E.
DC
coli,
was put
huh?
in a private hospital room. She's not allowed to share it with anyone. The toileting facilities are dedicated to her. All medical staff
Wait,
have
where
to
did she
gown up
come in
and glove
contact
up
with us in the
before
first
entering her
place?
room, and they must wash
Oh,
their
is this
hands
where the
after
burrito
dealing
comes
with
in
her,
there?
because they inevitably will have
Oh,
to physically deal
no.
with other patients, people, and objects in the hospital. The thing about C. diff is that it makes and releases toxins that not only cause non-stop watery
Did
stools,
someone
but
not
also
wash their
damage
hands when
to
they
the
made
gut
this
inner
burrito?
lining. They can destroy
C. diff
cells
is
of the
scary.
colon, and then the
Yeah.
immune system gets triggered to act in the area.
This
causing
is a big
colitis,
bad one,
itis,
huh?
meaning inflammation. As the days pass, DC sits in her hospital room suffering with sporadic bowel movements every day. Her problem was first caused by her chipped tooth not getting taken care of early. It became infected, and the antibiotic that she got for that infection started to change everything. Shortly after DC received a second, different antibiotic, the recomposition of bacterial species in her gut microbiome happened, very likely leading to C. diff coming in and taking over. Ironically, the treatment
Wait, so
for her
how
at
did
this
the
time
burrito
is yet
even
another
do?
antibiotic,
Like, how did it come
one
into
that has
play?
activity against Clostridioides difficile.
How did she
And in
chip
this
the
case,
tooth?
taken by mouth, because the intravenous formulation of
Maybe
that
a bone in the
antibiotic
burrito?
wouldn't have the same activity in her gut, because taking it by mouth puts it directly there. If she's dehydrated from all these watery stools and has trouble keeping even water down, then they can replace her fluids intravenously. In the hospital, days later, DC starts to feel better. This third antibiotic
Oh
appears
no,
to be
it's a
working for her.
boat. There was
She's rehydrated and her
oh.
fever is gone. Several more days pass.
Okay, that
She
makes
appears well.
sense.
No more loose stools, no more fever.
I'll
no
be
more
honest, this
swollen
is why I'm
abdomen,
scared to
and she's
eat Burger King
discharged and sent
sometimes.
home. and everything appears to be okay.
There is a
but only
period
for
where
a
every
short
time we
time.
would get like
One day, a few
the
weeks later,
sausage
DC was eating some fruit with
croissants.
breakfast. In the afternoon, she felt a
I
sour
could
stomach, maybe a
literally,
little heartburn.
like, if I didn't
She
throw them
wanted to be
away,
careful given
just
everything
start
that had
keeping
happened
a
recently.
jar full of
She
these
tried an
bone
over-the-counter
chips that would show
medicine
up in the
that someone had
sausage.
recommended to her,
I'm
one that
surprised
would
I
help
never chipped or
limit
broke a
stomach
tooth.
acid. They told her that it might take a couple of days to start working, but that
Hey
in the
Porky, how are you
she would
doing?
be all good.
Welcome
but a couple
in.
days went by, and DC started feeling kind of weird again. One afternoon, she could feel her guts
I
quake
use
and shake.
Sensodyne.
In the bathroom, again,
It helps
she had
me.
a watery stool, and she started to
Like I said, that's
panic
some of
here
the best
because that
toothpaste I've
smell
ever
was
used.
so
I'll never go
familiar
back
to
to
her.
Crest.
Throughout that day, she had multiple, uncontrollable, loose, watery stools again. In the hospital,
Like
again,
this was like 2 or
DC was
3
found to
years
be
ago.
experiencing a recurring episode of C. diff. Do you remember
Like
that
I almost
concept
never get
of
this. Like it has
antibiotics
scarred me
producing
mentally.
resistant strains of
The amount of
bacteria?
times we've seen
Well,
like bone
it doesn't
chips
appear
in
to
the.
happen
It'd
often,
only be
but
one.
data
Like
says
I would
maybe
never find more
20%
than one
of
chip in
patients
the
with C.
sausage.
diff will get a recurrence.
But it
And
was
even
like, you know,
worse,
every time I
sometimes
eat
it could
there,
be
I'm
associated
so
with that
suspicious
stomach
of it that
acid
I will
medicine
chew it so
that she took.
thoroughly,
The thing about
or just mush it
antibiotic
around my
treatment
mouth
of
just to make sure
Clostridium
there's no like
difficile
bone chip in
infection
there.
is that misuse of antibiotics were the cause.
I
in the
take it
first
easy,
place.
Calamity.
And the ones
Later.
that are
Night night.
used to target C. diff can sometimes cause C.
Right,
diff.
real quickly. Omeprazole is not really an antibiotic. It's something that people will take for like heartburn or what's those preparations called again? Ulcers. It's meant to like line the like coat the inner lining of the stomach. So it's not an antibiotic.
This isn't meant to scare
Shouldn't
you
be.
about antibiotics, but rather demonstrate to you that antibiotics
Kinda like
aren't to be
Tums, yeah.
taken lightly, because DC can be
She
treated
took
again,
medical
and
advice
weeks
from a
later,
friend.
The C. diff can come back.
Wait,
And some
wait.
patients will go through this with no good solution.
Hold on, I need to watch
fruit
this
with
part again.
breakfast. In the afternoon, she felt a sour stomach, maybe a little heartburn. She
What
wanted
was
to be
the
careful
medical
given
advice?
everything that had happened recently. She tried an over-the-counter medicine that someone had recommended to her, one that would help limit stomach acid. They told her that it might take a couple of days to start working, but that in the end, she would be all good. But a couple days went by, and DC started feeling kind of weird.
Oh no, she created an environment to where
And shake. In the bathroom,
the bacteria
she
would
had a watery
be,
stool,
you
and she
know,
started to panic here
have more of
because
an
that smell
advantage
was
to
so
start
familiar to
regrowing.
her. Throughout that day, she had
Oh
multiple uncontrollable loose watery
no.
stools again. In the hospital again, DC was found to be experiencing a recurring episode of C. diff. Do you remember
Yeah,
that
and
concept
don't
of
ask
antibiotics
friends,
producing
no.
resistant strains of bacteria? Well, it doesn't
Yeah,
appear to
this is
happen
what I'm
often,
worried about because
but
now
data
it's going to
says
be
maybe
even
20% of
stronger
patients
C.
with
diff.
C. diff will get a recurrence.
I'll be
And
honest, it
even
would be
worse,
even hard to want to
sometimes
go
it
into
could be
work that day.
associated with that stomach acid medicine that she took. The thing about antibiotic treatment
The
of
risk of
Clostridioides difficile
getting in
infection
contact with
is
a
that
very
misuse
strong.
of antibiotics were the cause in the
Uh,
first place, and the ones that are used to target C. diff can sometimes
Yeah,
cause
gastro.
C. diff. This isn't meant to scare you about
Reflux.
antibiotics, but rather demonstrate to you that antibiotics aren't to be taken lightly, because DC can be
How are you
treated
doing,
again,
Porky?
and weeks later, the C. diff can come back.
We're
And
we're
some
watching
patients will
Chevy
go
because
through this
we
with
couldn't
no
get
good
enough.
solutions, suffering every time with bouts of uncontrollably watery stools
Mhm.
nonstop
Get
that can
medical
come and go
advice from
for
4chan
years.
or
In
Reddit.
fact, much of our current system of medication and prescriptions in the United States was created in part because of antibiotics.
Penicillin.
In 1928, penicillin was discovered, and its production was scaled up greatly for the world events
I
of the
still remember the
1940s.
story
At least in the
behind
United
that
States
one.
before 1950,
How
people could
when they
buy
were like
almost
putting
any
stuff on
medicine
like
that they
auger
wanted
plates,
at a pharmacy
they
and
accidentally
treat
spilt
themselves
something
without ever
onto one of the
seeing
auger
any medical
plates,
personnel.
and it
Knowing
ended
about
up,
DC's
you know,
case with C. diff, and knowing
working.
that antibiotics could, at a minimum, do what they did to her, if not also create ultra-resistant strains of superbacteria
But yeah,
that would evade every single treatment
if you don't
modality
take
that we know of
antibiotics
today.
seriously,
Episodes of
then
self-medication
stuff like
with
this could happen.
antibiotics could be potentially catastrophic
You start
in more
to
ways than what we're describing
grow
here.
stronger and
so
stronger
in
strains
1951, the Durham
that are
Humphrey
resistant
Amendment
to
was
it.
enacted by the
It's
United
why you
States
don't
Congress
want to give
require there
people
be a
like
class of prescription-only
stronger
medicine
ones
that must be
first.
prescribed by a professional who has
You want to
prescriptive
use the
authority,
weakest stuff
and then the
first
medication
until it
on that
doesn't
prescription
work.
can be verified vetted and
Antibiotics type of
dispensed by a
mushrooms.
professional who has dispensing authority, serving as a check to ensure that the right patient is receiving the right medicine at the right time. It gives authority, produces accountability, and defines liability in the case that
Mold?
something goes wrong. Antibiotics
Mold, yeah.
are prescription only.
Penicillin was
The
found on a
acid
mold.
suppression medicine from this latest episode of hers is both over-the-counter and prescription.
Is a
In
mold.
DC's case, something did go wrong despite this system. In practice, you can still find pretty easily when antibiotics are given inappropriately. Like when someone has a cold or the flu, problems that aren't caused by bacteria, they're still given antibiotics when they shouldn't. I even asked this question as a quiz in my community tab, which I think you should check out. And majority who did answer got it right, but the amount who didn't, well, it can cause some issues. Suppose only
15%
got it
would be
wrong.
kind of
In the country
surprising.
with 330 million people like the United States, that's 33 million people. But for DC, her C. diff would keep coming back over several months. She would lose her mind because she'd be fine and then randomly have loose stools, and she knew it was C. diff coming back because of the smell. Her problem was initially caused by inappropriate antibiotic use. Retrying them again and again and again could work, but there might be a non-pharmacologic treatment that might help. DC was recommended for a fecal transplant, where stool from a bank makes its way
Hey,
into
someone
her
was
gut
right.
with the intention of making her gut microbiome normal. DC was prepped, and the medical team administered the treatment through her lower GI tract. She was then given some fecal microbiota capsules, which are FDA approved to help prevent recurrence. As she was monitored in the hospital, she was noted to not have symptoms of C. diff infection anymore. DC started to notice that her mood was better, and that she was feeling better too. When she was discharged, DC wasn't sure if she was out of the woods just yet. The infection could come back. But as days turned into weeks, turned into months, DC was able to live her normal life again as she made a full recovery. Please don't be scared of antibiotics because of this video. Infections can and will be life-threatening, and things can spiral out of control in just a few
Thank you for the
hours.
headpats,
I'll never
Ryan. Good
forget a
morning.
series of
How are you
patients that I
doing?
saw who were young, healthy, and smiling with me in the hospital, and then 6 hours later, they're gone because their infection went out of control. The benefit of preventing the
You'd
end
be
of a human
surprised
life
just how
outweighs
quickly and
any risk that
proliferant
an
bacteria can
antibiotic
be
would pose in settings
under
like
certain
that.
conditions.
Now, with that said, you'll want to check with all
Morning.
the healthcare professionals who
She
are
just
seeing
needed
you
some normal
whether that
bacteria in her
medicine
gut
that you're
again,
going
yeah.
to take
That
is
way
the
she
right
can
one for you
regrow her own
at
like
that right time.
microbials.
And if you chip your tooth on food, get it checked out as quickly as you can to try to position yourself to not need what DC needed. Thanks
For
so much
sure,
for
for
watching.
sure, for sure.
Take care of yourself and be well.
The spice spelling. They wanted the spice. They know. So, right here real quickly before we go back to that, I just want to see if can I find a like a super short video about the story of penicillin discovery. They want the spice. South Park? Yeah, good morning, good morning, good morning. This has to be it. Super, 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 super short video. Almanac.
And now, a page from our Sunday morning almanac. September 28th, 1928.
1928.
36 years ago today. A day which changed medicine completely by accident.
Mhm.
It happened in the laboratory of Alexander Fleming, a Scottish scientist who had returned from his summer vacation to discover
I'll go up 3 notches for this video.
It happened in the laboratory of Alexander Fleming, a Scottish scientist who had returned from his summer vacation to discover a strange occurrence in a petri dish. I certainly didn't plan to revolutionize all medicine, Fleming later said, but I guess that's exactly what I did. What he found in that petri dish was a mold that had drifted through the air from another lab, and which had stopped the spread of a bacteria culture Fleming had been growing, dead in its tracks. Though he didn't have the resources to advance his discovery, other researchers did. And by the 1940s, they had created an antibiotic.
Thank you for the follow, Reznor.
antibiotic
Reinhard, how are you doing this morning?
Penicillin.
This amazing drug, perhaps the medical discovery of the war.
Penicillin saved countless Allied lives during World War II and won Fleming a knighthood in 1944 and in 1945 a Nobel Prize. Sir Alexander Fleming died a popular hero in
We're watching
1955.
Chubby Emu, but we wanted to look at this real quickly. Just for people who didn't know about the story of penicillin.
And though millions have benefited from his discovery over the years, penicillin and other antibiotics are now losing much of their effectiveness in the face of growing bacterial resistance. All the more reason for today's medical researchers to watch out for peculiar developments in their petri dishes.
Okay, let's see what's up next. So we did Sussy Burrito. So you guys want to do 7 liters of soda for 10 years? Pork tacos from an illegal food truck. Oh no, the brain worms. What was growing in her body was said to not exist. Wait, what? Farmer drank his own herbicide. All 5 of these are like, what the fucks? Brainworms? Brainworms. Okay.
Dr.
Alex
Bernard
wants
here.
brainworms.
I'm not
Let's
here
go
to scare
for it.
you about food trucks
We'll
with
do
this
the
video.
soda
Sometimes
next
we
then.
like to joke that the sketchier the place, the more likely the food is to be really good. If you see an
Antibacterial
unmarked
mills.
food truck in the back alleyway by a dumpster with an operator who's been
I
seen
mean, we
to
kind of
scratch
need certain
between his legs and
bacteria.
then touch
Like
the
a lot
food,
of our body is
you're free to do
bacteria.
whatever you like to do. But
Good
that's a little too
bacteria.
sketchy for me.
Usually.
Luckily, most trucks here in the United States are not like that. A man ate pork tacos from an illegal food truck. This is how his brain shut down. CD
Illegal
is a
food
47-year-old
truck.
man presenting to
How
the
does that even
emergency room
happen?
confused with a massive headache. His wife Natalie tells the admitting
No
nurse that she found him
license?
collapsed on the floor, shaking with his eyes rolling into the back of his head. Several months earlier, behind his office building, CD saw a food truck that he had never seen before. He had heard some stories about a mustached man operating the truck, dropping by at random places in this small town to sell food so delicious that most people had never tasted anything like it before. CD thought this was kind of sketchy, a blank, unmarked
Diet
truck
soda?
parked
We'll
in the
find
back
out
alleyway, but he saw the
on the next
mustached
video.
man and knew that this is obviously the perfect setting to enjoy the tastiest food. At the truck now, CD decided to order some pork tacos on recommendation from the chef. At first, CD thought that the meat felt maybe a little too tender in his mouth, almost as if parts of it were like chewing the inside of his own cheeks, maybe cooked medium rare. This was also the first time that he had pork anything, except for maybe some bacon since he was a kid, so he didn't quite remember exactly what the experience was like. The flavor was bold and unbelievably delicious, almost like it was made of something that wasn't allowed in this country. Immediately after
what?
finishing the tacos, CD felt good.
I wouldn't
He
eat
was
these,
okay
but
for the rest of the
like,
day. As he was walking to his car
did
on
they
his way
taste
out of work,
that
he thought he
good?
felt something weird in his stomach. It didn't last very long, so he didn't think too much of it. As the days passed, CD would feel kind of strange at random
What did he
times.
eat?
Some
What
weeks
is
he'd
this
have a
shit?
cough that just wouldn't seem to go away. These would come with itchy and watery eyes and a low-grade
Horse
fever.
meat taco?
These could be allergies, but he didn't know for sure. One day, a couple months after eating those tacos, CD used the bathroom. He looked back in the toilet and thought that he saw some rectangular fragments floating around in the bowl, emanating from the mass. He hadn't seen these before. He thought they kind of looked like pieces of canned tuna floating around, but he hadn't eaten any canned tuna recently. He told his wife about this, but he wasn't going to show her his stool, so maybe he was just seeing things, he thought. At a regular health checkup, CD asked about his low-grade fever,
pork?
about his cough, and about some strange headaches that he would get sometimes. He also asked about the tuna pieces that appeared in his stool. The physician, after doing some tests, told CD that this was probably allergies. It was springtime
Wait,
anyways,
probably
and so he
allergies?
recommended some
Tuna fish
over-the-counter
pieces and
medicines
stool?
to help with this, as well as recommend CD to
No, no, no.
chew
I
his
would
food
at
more
least
often.
want a soul
This would be better
sample to like,
overall for
you
his
know,
health.
be sent off
And
to
he was on
labs.
his way. CD started hearing rumors about how the food truck may have been an unlawful business, mostly because
Oh,
their small
no.
town had never seen anything like it. The mustache man didn't seem like he was from around the town, and it was rare here to have visitors, but Other people said that the man didn't have permission from the county or the state or any other authority in this area to operate a truck like this. Some of CD's co-workers reported random bouts of not feeling well after eating at the truck.
I know,
One
right,
even reported
Porky?
that she saw the man scratch between his legs and then touch the food right after, taking a small sample for himself. But CD didn't care. He remembered how delicious those tacos
I
were.
would
Months later, he
care!
came across the truck again,
Bruh!
got the tacos again, and his mind was
You can't
blown
be
at how good they were.
serious.
But a couple days later, CD thought he felt strange, and he didn't know why. It was a little bit of a cough, maybe like a fever. When he stood up from his chair, he felt like his stomach was getting pulled into the ground, and heat would radiate out of his neck. But this was short-lived. Over the next several months, CD started
Long
feeling
fork?
a constant throbbing sensation
What's
in his
long
head
fork?
that started happening every day. It felt like his head was heavy. One day it hurt so bad it brought him down to the ground, and he emptied his stomach from both ends, and afterwards he felt even worse. In the other room, CD's wife, Natalie, hears the commotion, and as she walks in, she sees her husband on the floor, shaking with his eyes rolling into the back of his head as she calls for 911, and he's brought to the emergency room where we are now. At examination, the medical team
Oh,
sees
no.
CD have a generalized tonic-clonic seizure. The
Oh
kind
no,
where
I
one
hope
shakes
it's not
and
that.
convulses. Typically, these only last a few moments, but in CD, it wouldn't stop until the pharmacist gave medicine to terminate it. His blood pressure was high, his heart rate was high, his eyes were wide open, but he was unresponsive. And this gives the medical team some clues as to what's happening. CD's wife started talking about the headaches that he had been experiencing over the last several months. Taking over-the-counter medicines sometimes didn't help. Both the seizures happening now and the headache developing over time means that something has been happening to his brain, but what could it be? CD didn't have any recent insomnia, which could suggest a psychiatric problem, or something like a nutritional deficiency or a tumor. He didn't have any recent personality changes, and he didn't have any sudden neck stiffness either, which could mean meningitis. A blood test finds that CD has leukocytosis. Leuk from Greek leukos, meaning white, cyte referring to cell, and osis meaning a disorder of. White blood cell disorder, and in this case meaning that there's more white blood cells floating around than normal. This could be because
Okay, I couldn't tell if
CD
there was gonna
might
be
have a
more or
brain
less.
infection, but having just
So
had a seizure,
leukocytosis,
adrenaline
fine.
was getting released into his body, causing white blood cells that typically stick to the lining of the blood vessels to detach, maybe causing that leukocytosis and meaning that meningitis would be unlikely. But what wouldn't be out of the question is maybe some other kind of infection. CD told his wife about the pork tacos from the food truck, but he didn't tell her about some of the other details about that truck. That some of his coworkers had recently gotten sick after eating there. That he found the unmarked truck hidden in the back alleyway. He told her about the weird tuna fish-like appearance in his stool. She tells the
that
medical
grin.
team about this, and it gives them a more clear idea of what's happening. Pigs and humans have lived together throughout much of history. This proximity has made for some special developments. Human stomachs are a definitive host for a tapeworm called Taenia solium. The worms have a scolex that attaches to our intestines, and they survive and feed off of our diet while growing to be 20 to 40 feet long. As time passes, their segments
Wow.
break off and appear in the person's stool. Some of these segments contain eggs, and
I
they're
don't
called
think
gravid
human meat's legal
proglottins.
like anywhere.
Remnants
I
of this
think.
contaminated human waste can get into pig's food supply. Pig stomach is similar to human stomach. Inside the pig, Taenia solium oncospheres hatch and penetrate the intestinal wall, circulating into muscle tissue. And when we eat meat, we're eating muscle. This is where the exposure and then the infection happens. As the medical team takes a stool sample from CD, they confirm he has Taenia solium tapeworm segments in there. It wasn't canned tuna that he saw that day, it was pork tapeworm. And if he usually never ate pork except for those 2 times at the unmarked food truck, then how did this happen?
But how does
In
that
the United
result
States,
in
agricultural policy,
tastier
standards,
pork?
and enforcement has helped prevent Taenia solium from infecting pigs. Sanitation, hygiene standards, and slaughterhouse inspection have made it so that anyone living in the United States buying USDA-inspected pork shouldn't come into contact with Taenia solium. A different species of Taenia, called Taenia saginata, is known as beef tapeworm, comes from cows, different because of how cow stomachs are different from humans and pigs. This is something that you're also not going to find with legal foods. Food trucks in the United States overwhelmingly are fine and not at all like this. The Taenia that CD has is tinea
Thank you,
solium,
sponsor Skip.
specifically from undercooked pork. Cooking it well helps against infection.
Sweeney
And
Todd,
CD is a
same
person who
movie?
doesn't eat pork except for those 2 specific times. In his workplace, another coworker who had eaten food from the same truck had also reported similar symptoms, reported what looked like canned tuna pieces inside their stool after feeling a low-grade fever over the span of several weeks, but this still doesn't explain CD's seizures. A brain MRI for CD reveals multiple lesions representing
most
viable
people would
cysts.
come out okay
The tinea
after
solium
this?
parasite wasn't just in his gut, but multiple oncospheres had lodged into his brain and have been living there for at least the last several months. They passed through his stomach wall, got into small blood vessels, and crossed his blood-brain barrier, causing neurocysticercosis. Multiple cysts were found at different stages of disease. When the larvae cross into the brain, they're small. They evade the immune system. At this vesicular stage, they make the brain look like it has holes everywhere, but as time passes, these cysts start to change. As the larvae start to degenerate and shrink, the immune system starts to react. Cysts enter the colloidal vesicular stage, and the brain starts to swell from the extra immune response. The brain keeps expanding inside a closed
Right?
space, the skull, but those cysts
It makes me never want to go to a food truck again.
continue to
I'll be
At
honest.
first, they're still active in the granular nodular stage.
But we'll
but
forget that we
eventually
even
they
watched
become
these videos
mineralized
like a
and
week
inactive
later.
with no swelling nearby. But this nodular calcified stage can cause recurrent seizures due to the fact that a calcified dead parasite is lodged
You'll
in
be
and
paranoid
stuck
for
in
like
the
48
brain.
hours
The
and then you'll go back
Tinea
to your
solium
normal
in the gut
life.
is from eating pork meat that has the oncospheres. Just eating pork doesn't give brain cysts. The pigs were infected by eating human waste that has the tinea eggs and gravid proglottids. When the undercooked, infected pork meat is consumed, that part of the life cycle
Undercooked
causes the
is
tapeworm
how
in
it
humans,
became
but
tastier.
brain cysts come from a slight deviation in the life cycle, where humans come into contact with food that may have been
I feel like the
indirect
only thing I
contact
would
with
really
human
go out of my
waste.
way to
So
have
rather than the
like
pigs eating the
I
oncospheres,
wouldn't ever
humans
eat
them directly.
undercooked.
This parasite would
But,
have
like, I do
migrated
like
in
medium
pigs
rare
to pig
steak.
muscle. Instead, in humans, it migrates to the brain. The owner-operator of this suspicious food truck had pork tapeworm himself. When he prepared CD's pork tacos, which he undercooked, hands that touched the parts of the body containing tinea eggs touched the food that ended up in CD's stomach. It's not enough that CD just ate undercooked pork that had tinea oncospheres from the pigs, but his brain infection was coming from consuming tinea eggs directly as if he were the pig, meaning that CD was infected twice by different
Oh, so
forms
that's
of the
how it
same
got
tapeworm. This is an important
more
point. The intestinal
proliferant.
tapeworm version of tinea solium
He just
is from
basically
eating undercooked pig meat.
just
The
shoved
brain
the eggs
infection,
all over his
neurocysticercosis,
insides.
is from eating parasite
Rare
eggs
breed,
from a
you
human
actually like
who
well
has
done?
the intestinal
Interesting.
tapeworm.
Is it
That
a texture thing?
Somehow you are coming into indirect
This is why
contact
some
with
cultures
their
are
feces
against
and
pork?
ingesting it.
I guess I
Or
don't blame
they
them
touch
after
around
watching
their
this.
butt where tinea eggs can be found sometimes, and they touch something
that makes
you
you
happen to
paranoid?
touch,
Aw.
and then you make contact hand to mouth. And knowing that this happens, it should make sense as to why some traditions discourage the consumption of pork if it's not for other reasons as well. This isn't uncommon. Around the world, neurocysticercosis is a common cause of seizures. In some countries around the world, people get infected because they live in a household where someone has a tinea tapeworm infection. The infected person might use the bathroom, they'll wipe, or do whichever hygienic ritual that they'll normally conduct post-bowel movement, and they may not have washed off the tinea eggs on their hands. They touch food eaten by others in the same house, infecting them. The oncospheres absorb into the gut. They don't
This
form
is
tapeworms
why
in
I
this
would be
case,
scared to
they
leave
float
America
around in the blood,
sometimes.
sometimes crossing the blood-brain barrier and embed
But I'd
in.
only go to
Over
places like
months to
maybe
years, They form
Japan,
calcified masses in the brain, and because
or
you
maybe
can't just
Europe,
easily go into the brain
Canada.
and cut out whatever parts that you want to, these aren't easy to
Like, I
remove.
definitely-
At best, they don't cause any problems, and people don't even know that they have it. But at worst, they get into the other parts of the brain. They can get into the eyes. They can get into
Making
the
my
spinal
skin
cord,
crawl.
the subarachnoid space, and they can also cause seizures.
You like
sometimes
meat chewy?
refractory to treatment. All of this brings
I don't
us
mind
to
it
the
chewy
final
as long as it stays
USDA
like not
inspected
dry.
pork isn't going to have this. So
The brain
where did the
wormies
truck
are
get their meat?
activating.
Well, it's been documented that there exists an issue whereby contraband meat is smuggled into this country through various routes. Sometimes you can find these unlawful products for sale, no further than listings on local websites and on social media. These are meat products that are banned.
I
likely for
would
the
never
reason
go to
of possibly
Craigslist
spreading
for
disease
meat.
to humans
I
and
would
farm
never go to
animals in this
Craigslist for
realm.
meat.
And while we may never know where the mustache man really got his pork from, we know CD is a person whose only time eating pork was allegedly from the truck, and others got sick from this truck. In this case, we go with what the patient says. His wife didn't appear to have the
Okay, those do
tapeworm, and
look good,
because
though.
the truck was mobile, operating in a small town that maybe hasn't had a need to handle food trucks, then we have a good guess as to where CD's problem came from. Food trucks are almost never
Yeah,
wise. If you're in an
I'm the same,
outdoor event
Porky.
in warm weather in the United States, it's typically full of trucks. Every which one has been vetted, probably inspected more often than most restaurants. The mobile medium allows
I'll
the
be
seller to
honest,
set
I
up shop
guarantee the
quickly,
food trucks
make
here
some
in
sales,
town that
and then
only
they
show up
could
during
disappear
like
quickly, potentially without any
a
accountability.
festival once or
should
twice a
something go
year
wrong.
are probably
That's
all
why some places are
unlicensed
super strict, maybe a little too strict on food trucks, but the mobility of the truck is
because
what
they're not
sets it
even
apart
labeled
from a
like this.
stationary restaurant. Extra
All the
moving
food
parts
trucks
are
in
always
town that we
added,
have that show up during
possible points
festivals
of
just look like the
As the
brain
medical team evaluates CD's
worm
situation,
truck
they start
dude's
him on
truck.
2 anti-parasitic
White,
medicines for
kind of
both
dirty,
worms in his gut and cysts in
and
his
like
brain.
a
One medicine,
marker board
praziquantel,
sign on the
forces
outside.
calcium to enter into the worm to force its muscles to contract, paralyzing
You got
it
E.
and
coli
getting
from
its
Taco
suckers
Bell?
to detach
Aw.
and to dislodge. The other medicine,
In the
albendazole,
onions?
destabilizes the parasite and begins
So
to
they were
starve
like
it,
unclean
depleting
onions
its
or something
energy.
like that?
When the parasites start reacting to the therapy, it can trigger an immune response. Because we're dealing with neurologic tissue, CD was
Prednisone.
started on corticosteroids to limit that inflammatory response. He was also started on anti-seizure medicine to prevent another seizure from happening again. As CD was observed in the hospital for a few more
Below
days,
the
he no
stream
longer had any
player,
more seizures,
you'll
and his
find the
neurologic
stream
exam
avatar's
appeared to be normal.
extension,
Everything else with
and
his
you should
brain
be able
appeared
to
be
find
okay.
everything.
And when he was discharged
There
to
is
go
quite
home,
a few
for
menus to
several
go
months
through for
after,
like all
he
the
was
different
noted to no
options.
longer have seizures anymore, as it appeared that he made a full recovery. Thanks to Angie Burger for
Awesome.
letting us film at her truck. Her burgers are delicious. If you get a chance, try them.
The
Thanks so
Angie
much for
Burger,
watching.
okay.
Take care of yourself.
I'll
and be
keep
well.
that in mind that one's probably time for soda pop. Oh,
A man
pizza!
drank 7 liters of soda every day for at
I
least
still want a
10
pizza.
years. This is what happened to his kidneys.
Also, you guys remember where I said the people in the
BA,
recordings
the 48-year-old
are
man
usually not the
presenting to
people
the
that were,
emergency room
you know,
with
the
sudden
ones sent to the
onset
hospital and
weakness.
whatnot.
The admitting nurse immediately notices that BA can't stand on his own. He sits
Yeah,
in the chair,
brainworms do
limp
sound
like
scary
a
as
rag doll.
fuck.
BA was a dad living a normal life.
If
but
I knew I
he
had
a
brainworms,
habit
I'd kind of
rooted in
just like feel like
excess. When he was
just kill
30,
me now.
He got a new job.
Yeah,
This office
actors
would stock
basically. I couldn't
free
think of the
unlimited
word.
soda for employees to drink. The HR lady loved to
It's
tout
so
this
rare
as a
that
wonderful
the
benefit
actual
for a great
person's there in
place
the
to
video,
work.
but it does happen.
Unfortunately,
Just
for
like the
BA,
Burger Man.
this availability would enable a dark tendency in his life. Over the years, BA's daily soda intake would gradually
Reenactment.
increase.
Yeah,
he loved
reenactment
the fizzy feel at the back
actors.
of his tongue every sip he took. He thought he might have had a problem one day when he looked at his desk and saw empty soda cans everywhere. The most disturbing part about this was that he had just cleaned up from the day before when there were empty soda cans everywhere. 10 years ago, when BA was 38, he noticed that something was wrong. Every day, he'd wake up thirsty. He tried to quench that thirst by drinking his normal morning soda, but the more he drank, the thirstier he got. In the bathroom, for the 10th time in 2 hours, BA had no idea
Wait,
how he
what?
was urinating that much fluid because it was just so much more than the amount of liquid that he thought he drank. His stomach hurt. He was short of breath. He had a brain fog.
He's
that would have
becoming
him stutter
soda.
and slur his words. And then one day,
His
BA
blood's
woke up
replacing
and he was in the
itself with
hospital. The
soda.
most recent memory he had was something that happened 3 weeks ago. His wife
Drink
told him
some
that his
water.
coworkers found him unconscious at his
Stop
desk.
being a
BA
gamer.
had had a diabetic
Hydrate.
coma.
Don't
His blood
dehydrate.
sugar had been sky high for at least the last 3 months, and he was high in the hospital despite not eating anything before he finally woke up. But not only that, BA also had high blood pressure and high cholesterol as he was placed on medicines.
Dude was
Doctors
in a
here
3-month
didn't know
coma?
about
I'm
BA's
just glad he woke
excessive
up.
Sugar drink consumption. No one told them about it because it was then a normal fact of life. He was advised to pursue a healthier lifestyle with diet and exercise. BA knew in the back of his mind that his soda habit may have been a focal point in this episode, but it wasn't so clear to him. He had been stressed at work recently and his eating habits weren't really that great. He cleaned up his
Pizza.
diet, started working out. Instead of drinking regular soda, he'd elect for the zero sugar about half
Oh,
the time, even though
no.
he didn't really like it. and things were going great.
He was
but only for a
doing
while.
normal soda.
BA eventually left that
And
company and no longer
now
had free soda at work. He found himself going to the warehouse club to purchase bulk packages for his own consumption, and he'd drink so much that he'd burn an entire case in a single day. One day,
Oh,
BA wasn't feeling well. He
no.
thought maybe he had eaten something funny about a week ago when all of this started happening. When he got out of bed that morning, it was hard to stand.
Sip.
He could feel a dull sensation, almost like a cramping in his calves, and he noticed that he was urinating very
I
often
need an
again.
HP
He
potion
got up
after
from his
this.
chair
Where's
to go
my
to the
sip?
bathroom again, but he felt his legs go soft as he collapsed to the ground.
Hold on,
Knowing that
I
something
need a
was wrong,
soda for
he
the
calls for
brain damage
911,
this is
and he's
causing
brought
me.
to the emergency room where we are now. At examination, the medical team noticed BA's profound muscle weakness. He told them that it happened suddenly, but he hadn't been
Aspartame,
feeling well for at
sucralose,
least a few days
NutraSweet.
before. His medical record showed his
Diet
history
is
of
even
diabetes,
worse.
high
Yeah.
blood pressure, and high cholesterol.
I try to
That's
stay
all they
away
knew
from
about.
it.
But at this visit,
Like
there's
the
a
rare
few
times I'll
clues
have a
to
soda,
what's
it's
happening.
usually
A
diet
blood
just because
test
my
finds
dad's
that BA
diabetic.
has hypokalemia. Hypo meaning low. Kali referring to
Like, I'll
potassium,
drink
or
maybe
more formally,
one
kalium,
can
as shown by its symbol
every
on the
other week
periodic
on
table of
average.
elements, and emia meaning
Hydrated
presence
properly,
in
don't
blood.
only drink
Low
Diet Coke.
potassium presence in
Oh,
blood.
speaking of
It
hydrate,
wasn't
thank
just
you,
a
Lily.
little low, it was life-threateningly low. But why is this a problem? That same blood test finds that BA not only has hyperglycemia, high sugar presence in blood, but that his kidneys are also shutting down. Wastes that are supposed to be filtered out by the
Oh, no.
kidneys are now detectable in high amounts.
Alright, take it
in
easy,
his
go
blood.
there.
These wastes aren't specific to soda consumption. They're a measure that his kidneys
Sweet
aren't working
dreams
like
in
they should be,
99.
but this wasn't his only problem. That blood test also indicates that parts of BA's muscles have been damaged and they're spilling their contents out. This is called rhabdomyolysis.
I need to
Rhabdo
start
meaning
grabbing my
striped,
sleep,
or in this case striated,
um,
referring to the
stuff.
appearance of myo, meaning muscle, and lysis,
Should be
meaning a
going to
breaking
sleep
down of.
probably in about
Striped
an hour,
muscle
maybe.
breakdown. This is also life-threatening, and it's
Then we'll
happening
get
because
ready
of
for
BA's
Saturday. No, today's
hypokalemia.
Friday.
The human body has electrolytes everywhere.
Not the
The
kidneys.
electro prefix means that they're electrically charged, just like the plus and minus that you see on a battery. So they can be used to send signals throughout the body. The most abundant electrolyte outside of cells is sodium, but the most abundant electrolyte inside cells is potassium. When muscles contract, signals from the nerves arrive. Sodium from outside the muscle cell rushes in, initiating the contraction. The body needs balance because sodium is an electrolyte, meaning that it has an electrical charge. More of it flooding into the cell causes the positive charge to build up. To balance this, potassium, which is mostly inside cells, rushes out of the cell. Then calcium commits to the contraction by changing the shape of muscle proteins. When it's done, potassium flows back into the cell as part of relaxation. But in BA's case, it doesn't finish this way because he has hypokalemia. This could explain why his muscles are weak, because the signals to contract and relax aren't normal anymore. It can explain why his muscle is breaking down and dissolving into his blood, because when potassium is released from muscle cell for contraction, it appears to dilate nearby blood vessels, helping more blood flow to the muscles. But when none of this is around anymore because of hypokalemia, then blood vessels don't get dilated. The muscles start to have a lack of oxygen because less blood gets to the area. The muscles are very metabolically active. They need lots of oxygen, and without adequate blood supply,
That's a video of
bad
him
things
back in
can
the
start to
day.
happen. But here's the problem.
Brondo.
Shouldn't rhabdomyolysis cause BA's potassium to go up? Potassium is mostly inside cells, and his muscle cells are leaking their contents into his blood. Why does he have low potassium presence
It's what
in blood
plants
then?
crave.
Well, it might be that his
Electrolytes.
muscles haven't undergone this for long enough to leak enough potassium out. Or there's another force inside BA's body aggressively taking potassium out of his blood, outpacing any amount that could be added by rhabdomyolysis. This could suggest that BA has a problem that hasn't been documented by the medical team before, but what could it be? The medical team tells BA what they want to do. If he has low potassium presence in blood, then they're going to give him potassium. If his kidneys are failing because muscle proteins are gunking up his tubules, then pushing some intravenous fluids through his body should help get water flowing through and should help flush out that muscle protein while replenishing his potassium. They'll collect his urine for the next 24 hours. If his kidneys are inappropriately wasting potassium, then this could explain to them what's going on, and they'll be better equipped to address the root cause of what's happening. but the results wouldn't be so clear to them. As the hours pass, BA gets thirsty.
Oh, no.
Often when someone is on IV fluids and the patient doesn't drink anything for several hours, they can complain of dry mouth and throat. This was happening to BA, but not only that, he was also having a massive headache. BA was admitted into the step-down unit where the entire medical team would check in with him in the morning, and throughout the day, the nurse might drop by one time in a shift. The hospital was big and busy, and he was in the part of the floor where there weren't that many people. His condition could descend into a medical emergency quickly, but that's why he was being monitored, and he was in the hospital. BA, frustrated and not feeling great, called his wife and asked her if she could bring him some drinks. If he needs fluids like the physician said, he couldn't think of a better way to get some in his body. And she brought it as he drank soda in his hospital room. And the more he drank, the thirstier he got. BA's headache went away, his dry mouth fixed, and his thirst quenched. The next day, at morning rounds, the medical team finds that he still has hypokalemia, despite getting IV potassium. But when they look closer, they find that he had made a total of 4 gallons of urine in the last 24 hours. The medical team had only given BA about 1 gallon of intravenous fluids over the last 24 hours for his kidney injury. If he urinated out 4 times that amount, the medical team has no idea where that came from. They talk more about
Wait,
this.
did he not tell
Persistent,
them?
Severe hypokalemia, like the one that BA has, can
How would
cause
you
a
hide the
problem called
bottles of all that
diabetes
stuff?
insipidus, which is different from the type 2 diabetes mellitus that he was diagnosed with years earlier. The word diabetes, coming from ancient Greek meaning to pass through, referring to the massive amounts of urine put out by someone who has this problem, as if water is passing right through them. And insipidus, from Latin in, meaning not, and sapidus, meaning tasty. A pass-through of urine that isn't tasty, because back in the 1400s when the word diabetes first appeared in English medical literature, they might have diagnosed problems of excess urine by tasting the patient's urine. That's why what we know as type 1 and type 2 diabetes today are called
Interesting.
diabetes mellitus. Mellitus from Latin meaning pleasant tasting, like honey, due to the presence of sugar in the urine.
Maybe?
Hypokalemia makes it harder for the kidneys to concentrate the urine because there's manipulation of electrolytes that happen in the kidneys during normal function. And without that correct balance, it's possible that BA's kidneys are just dehydrating himself, drawing on body water to force unconcentrated urine through. But BA is still weak. The medical team don't know why this is happening to him, and none of his problems are solved. If unchecked and uncared for, his hypokalemia can cause an abnormal heart rhythm to suddenly appear and can devolve quickly into his heart shaking in place, no longer actually pumping blood to the rest of his body. Over the next couple days, they tried giving BA some other electrolytes to see if anything can help. They tried stopping all IV fluids and were able to confirm that his kidneys were wasting all the potassium that they were trying to give him. But nothing that they tried could meaningfully replenish his potassium, stop his rhabdomyolysis, and help with his profound muscle weakness. One day, the medical student saw BA have a visitor. It was BA's wife, and she was carrying a large case of soda into his room. Given that no one had bothered BA after morning rounds, and that he never really asked for any more help from the nurse throughout the day, no one saw or paid any attention to anything that he was doing. Standing outside the door, peeking in, the student saw BA drink every single can that was brought in by his wife. He had never seen excess to that degree. The student started getting some ideas of what was happening, but he didn't want to go into the room to be confrontational, especially not without the residents and the fellows around. And after reviewing his notes before going home for the night, he saw housekeeping staff get an extra large bag to take all the cans out. The next morning, the student got to the hospital early. He had prepared notes and questions and printed out some studies that he looked up so he could present it to the medical team. All of this because he went beyond and coincidentally stumbled upon this key piece of information. Soda is carbonated and sweetened water. Its original formulations in the 1800s contain what are now classified as controlled substances, but some products now have another substance that we know of as caffeine. Both the sweetening, specifically from the sugar, and the caffeine explain everything happening to BA. Sugar is interesting because physically, wherever it is, water will want to flow towards it. In this small science experiment, I dissolve sugar in water and place it into a semi-permeable tube, meaning that only water and not sugar can flow in and out. I submerge the tube in a pool of distilled water that has no sugar in it, and you'll see that water flows towards where there's sugar. That water flows into the tube. In the kidneys, huge excess sugar from drinking 1 to 2 gallons of cola every day for 10 years can make it hard to reabsorb water because that water will want to stay with the sugar. This is documented to happen with others who have been hospitalized for chronically consuming excess soda. But we know it isn't happening to BA, at least this time, because his urine was collected for 24 hours twice, and excess sugar wasn't found in that urine. The other problem would be caffeine. We know caffeine is a stimulant, but it works by blocking inhibition rather than directly stimulating the brain and the body. So that's why it's not considered as strong. You should check out my community tab for quiz questions on things like this. In the body, there's a chemical called adenosine. You may have heard of
Adenosine triphosphate,
ATP, the
ATP,
molecule that our cells use for
mitochondria.
energy. Adenosine is also the building block for DNA and RNA, but by itself, adenosine is a depressant. It promotes sleep. It dilates blood vessels, allowing more blood to flow through the brain and the heart. It can also be used as a medicine to slow down heart rhythm, helping get a normal beat. If caffeine blocks this inhibition, then that's why it prevents adenosine from promoting sleep. And caffeine constricts the blood vessels of the brain and the heart, and it can increase heart rate. Caffeine is a naturally occurring product, and it's even shaped like adenosine, but it's what it does in the kidneys that explains what's happening to BA. Caffeine can be a diuretic. There's a similar chemical in the same class of medicines called theophylline that's sometimes used in asthma that was once described as the most remarkable diuretic that we possess today, enough so that it was compared against other diuretics that are used for treating heart failure and was found to be as effective. Today, it appears that adenosine
This was a different
enables the
kind of
kidneys
brain
to hold
crunching
onto
for
water
tonight,
by
huh?
reabsorbing sodium under the same principle as sugar, because wherever sodium is,
I wonder
water will
what
flow
Asmon's
towards
gonna
it.
post
When this
tomorrow.
mechanism is blocked by chronically large amounts of caffeine, like in BA's
I do kind of
case,
want to watch
sodium
his
stays
latest
in
video
what
for
becomes
Deep
the
Rock
urine, and it
Survivors.
throws off the electrolyte concentrations, enabling massive amounts of water
But unless
to
he
become
posts something
urine.
good, we probably
As
won't
the
watch
amount of flow increases through his kidneys due to diabetes insipidus, it appears that the kidneys concentrated more and more potassium into his urine. All of this explaining how BA drinking at least
Also, we're
7
likely
liters of
going to do
soda
a
every
review of
day
the
for
stream
at
tomorrow
least 10
morning.
years caused his hypokalemia, how it caused him to make excess urine, and explaining why muscle proteins were floating around in his blood, causing the kidneys to shut down, and why his muscles were weak suddenly. If excess soda consumption was the problem, and soda is not necessary for normal bodily function, then the answer would be to stop drinking soda. You might hear in the news and on websites and in other places from other people about how soda is bad for you. At best, they'll tell you about the diabetes, which is a big problem, one that would get countered by someone else asking about diet soda. At worst, they'll just draw some unrelated comparison without giving any whys. Well, BA's case is one of those detailed whys, and don't take my word for it.
Soda's
Similar
being
cases have
compared
been
to
described and
tobacco
published in
products.
literature multiple
Wow.
times.
Is it really
Early
that
insulin
bad?
resistance can come from all the habitual excess
I guess
sugar.
if you
I can't
can't
understate
like
how big of a
moderate
problem
your
that is.
consumption,
Depending on
I
what you
guess
do with
that
your
would make
coffee,
sense.
you can get it there too. Excess
Because yeah, I
blood
was gonna
sugar
say
levels can
coffee
come
could be
from
the
that
same
insulin
problem if you don't
resistance and
regulate like
diabetes, or it can
just
come
how
directly
sweet or
from
how
drinking
much stuff
massive
you put in
amounts
your
of soda
coffee.
all at once, and it can cause fluid loss both from the urine and from watery stools of the GI tract where potassium is
The
also
easiest way to
lost.
answer
Then,
this
a
is just too
consistently
much of a
elevated
good
caffeine
thing
level
is
for
not always a
months to
good
years,
thing.
in this case beyond the 400 milligram recommendation, but not enough to be a huge caffeine
400
overload,
seems so
leads
low.
to hypokalemia,
At least for
nephrogenic
me.
diabetes insipidus, polyuria,
But I'm also
rhabdomyolysis, ending
just
in
used to
acute
having too much
kidney
caffeine.
injury, sudden onset muscle weakness,
Coffee?
and electrolyte
It's because like
abnormalities.
not just
This can
coffee
then
itself, but
precipitate
like
into an arrhythmia of the
moderating
heart,
and
leading to
regulating
sudden
just how
death
much
if
sugar stuff you
untreated,
put into
because
it.
potassium is
For me, I
involved
tend
in
to like my
heart muscle
coffee pretty close to
contraction,
black,
and
so
not to mention the permanent
that's
kidney
never been an
damage that
issue
would
for
come
me.
from the rhabdomyolysis. The amount of
But I
people
know
who
some
get
people who
sick
prefer
like
coffee,
this from
like
this amount of soda
you know,
over
sugar
this
with
amount
a
of
side
time,
of coffee.
it's not going to be that many people. Some people do have
Yeah, for
problems
realsies.
controlling themselves in this setting of gallons of soda every day for several years, but that's not the majority. We're never going to have the actual number of people that this has happened to. Now, what about diet soda? Then there's no sugar. It would still have the caffeine to do what it did to BA. But then how about diet caffeine-free soda? Well, There was a study done looking at food questionnaire results.
Can you
from the
even call it
1970s
soda at
and
that
80s,
point?
194,000 people, and they found that there appeared to be an association of kidney stone development in the groups that consumed soda. Remember, soda was different back in the United States in the 70s and the 80s, from real sugar to high fructose corn syrup, and the artificial sweeteners are likely in different concentrations now than before. And those are just two things. The overall
I
formulation
think
is likely
Coca-Cola
different
still
now.
uses
There's
cane
simply
sugar.
a greater selection and availability of sodas today than back when this survey was taken. So take the study results with what you will. Type 2 diabetes and all its comorbidities like heart problems and nerve damage, hypokalemia and all its consequences, and kidney stones are what we're thinking of when speaking of excess chronic soda ingestion. And think of at least
I'm glad I've
kidney
never had
stones
to
for
pass
caffeine-free
a
diet. What
kidney
about
stone.
those artificial sweeteners?
I've never
I'm gonna
had one,
defer
and
to
I
what
hope
the
I
United
never have
States
to have
FDA
one.
said about it. Consumed
And
reasonably
Jen,
and
thank you for
sparingly.
staying up and
I
helping
wouldn't
with the
spend any more
moderation and
time
whatnot.
worrying about
I'll be
this.
sleeping
But
by
the
the end of the
principle
hour
remains, if you
myself,
don't
so.
need to put it in your
Night
body,
night, Jen.
don't
Sleep
put it in
well,
your
sweet
body.
dreams, and I'll
When
see you
the
later,
medical
okay?
team took
Thank
repeat
you,
blood
thank you, thank
tests
you.
after BA was told to stop drinking soda in the hospital, and his wife was advised to stop enabling his habit in this institution, they found that his blood potassium levels started to normalize. His kidney function started to return to normal, and his muscle weakness went away. Because the body is able to heal itself,
Thank you for the head
some
taps.
baseline function was achieved again as BA was able to make a recovery. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what do we have next? Farmer drinking his own herbicide. What was growing in her body was said to not exist. Man swallowed wireless earbud. Huffed paint thinner. Injected cow antibiotic into his leg. Bubblegum. You ever had plain carbonated water? Once or twice. Yeah, a recovery, not a full recovery. Swallowing gum. Numbing spray. Dry scooped 35 grams of caffeine. 96 marijuana gummies. Sussy coconut water. 1,200 ibuprofen tablets in a month. You might have to link the ones that I don't see. Unless they're deeper into his videos. Do the gummies? Okay, let's try to stay within these 12 until we go down lower. We can do the gummies next.
Hey, Dr. Bernard here. This case was an accident that's becoming more prevalent in the United States. I'm going to describe to you what a case of it looks like medically, but know that the presentation can look different based on the patient's age. So a massive ingestion
this could
will
be a
affect
good
a
one.
toddler different than it will an adolescent, different than it will an adult. In the United States, your local poison center can be reached by phone at 1-800-222-1222 anytime you might think one of these accidents has happened. A clinically trained
I could see why
toxicology
this could
specialist
become
will
more
be there
common
on the
just
phone
because,
to help. I'll also tell you why the toxicity of this massive
Yeah.
ingestion happens the way that it does, as well as some steps that you can take to help prevent something like this from happening should you be in the presence of children. A girl mistakenly ate 96 gummy edibles for lunch. This is what happened to her brain. NP is a 12-year-old girl presenting to the
no.
emergency room with a possible head injury. Her mother, Rebecca, tells the admitting nurse that she found NP struggling on the floor. When Rebecca tried talking to her daughter, none of the words that came out made any sense. NP was born into a happy family, but her dad, Tony, would sometimes get in trouble with her mom because of one particular kind of food that he loved to eat. Tony had an herbal habit. When he was younger, those herbs would somehow just find their way into his lungs. He would totally have no idea how they got in there. But as a connoisseur of sound, natural plants that come directly from the earth, Tony strongly believed in an oil extract that his friend would prepare from this plant and put into brownies, cookies, and gummy candies. This oil contained all of the cannabinoid compounds that exert the desired effect from consuming the herb in its various forms. Just having some delicious treats, he thought. One day,
96.
Tony accidentally ate too many gummy edibles. As he lost track of where he was, he walked out of the house to go buy some milk, and then he fell down the stairs. Rebecca, unhappy with her husband living like this, confiscated all of his edibles. But Tony was undeterred. One day, he purchased a mega stash. In the kitchen cabinet was a bag of regular candy. He thought of a good way to hide this from his wife, so he mixed this mega stash of edibles into this bag of candy, simply disguised so that no one would know as he placed the bag back into the cabinet. The next day, NP decided to look for some snacks while watching some YouTube videos. In the cabinet was a really large bag of delicious-looking candy as she grabbed it to go and sat down on the couch. On the first taste, NP thought that the gummy candies were delicious, such a soft and pleasing texture while chewing, with just the right kind of cherry flavor, completely oblivious to the fact that there was a dose of psychoactive cannabinoids in each one. She had no idea that if she ate more than one or two, something would start to happen. She kept grabbing more and more from the bag as she kept eating while watching her videos. As the hour passed, NP started feeling different. At first, she didn't know exactly what was happening. She could feel the sides of her eyes start to get dark. Her heart started beating faster and more pronounced. She noticed that her breathing was different than normal, but she didn't know why. The images on her tablet screen started to look funny to her as she laid her head back, but then her stomach started to squirm. At first, she didn't realize that she had eaten nearly the entire bag of candy. But as she looked, the contents were mostly consumed and absorbing into her body. And as her stomach felt more and more unstable, she stumbled into the bathroom ready to heave, not because she wanted to, but because she felt that something was going to come up, but it never did. On the way outside to get some fresh air, NP stumbled out of the door. Unaware of where she really was, she fell down the stairs. Hearing this chaos and completely unaware of what had happened, Rebecca rushed out to find her daughter on the floor. Asking NP if she was okay, Rebecca couldn't get a coherent response. In a panic, Rebecca, thinking that her daughter had just sustained a head injury falling down, she calls for 911, and NP's brought to the emergency room.
911 sooner than
At
later.
examination, doctors noted that NP was somnolent. When they could get a response from her, the words weren't coherent. She couldn't tell them where she was, and she couldn't tell them her name. Because she fell down the stairs, they were concerned that maybe she had sustained a head injury, but a scan showed that everything was normal. A blood test also found nothing abnormal in NP. If she consumed a majority of her dad's mega stash of gummy edibles, and those edibles created an obtunded mental state for NP, how would the medical team be able to discern the difference between head injury falling down the stairs and strung out from an accidental massive ingestion of edibles? The cannabis plant has an abundance of chemicals in it that are known to have a physiologic effect on the body. The ones that are psychoactive are cannabinoids, the most well-known being delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, also known as THC. This shouldn't be confused with CBD, which is cannabidiol, which also comes from the cannabis plant and has been shown to help with seizure disorder in children whose seizures don't respond well to
I've only had
medicines.
it very
CBD
few
doesn't
times.
appear to be psychoactive. This brings us to the idea of absorption.
One
Many times when
or
people
two
think of
times
cannabis,
was
they think of
usually due to alcohol.
inhalation. Normally when we breathe,
Ever
the
up tuned
oxygen from the
before?
air inhaled is exchanged for carbon dioxide exhaled. That inhaled oxygen sticks to the red blood cells and is then circulated throughout the body. When oxygenated blood exits the heart,
Thank
a
you for
large
that,
percentage of it
Vasily.
goes from the aortic arch into the carotid artery and into the brain. But if someone is inhaling smoke from an herb instead of oxygen from the air, then the exchanged gas from the smoke gets into the blood, pumped out of the heart, into the aortic arch, into the carotid artery, and directly into the brain. This is how delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol can exert its psychoactive effect when inhaled, because it gets to the brain quickly through this route of administration. But NP didn't inhale. She ate the edibles instead, meaning that there's a difference in absorption. Anything eaten by mouth goes into the stomach, makes its way into the small intestines, and then is absorbed into the liver where it's processed. It's metabolized and broken down. So, when something is eaten, it doesn't go to the brain first. The interesting thing about delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol is that in the liver, it's broken down to 11-hydroxy tetrahydrocannabinol. One goal of liver metabolism is to make chemicals more hydrophilic. Hydro meaning water and philic meaning affinity for. Making a chemical have more water affinity means that you're making it more water soluble, so it can dissolve in water and concentrate in the urine so it can be eliminated from the body. Hence why the liver is called the detox organ. Water is made of hydrogen and oxygen, so when chemicals contain more
H2O.
hydrogens and oxygens, they should technically have more affinity for water. And when we look at the name 11-hydroxy tetrahydrocannabinol, this metabolite of delta-9 THC from gummy edibles makes sense. However, nature isn't straightforward because 11-hydroxy THC happens to be even more psychoactive than delta-9 THC, meaning as NP mistakenly ate her dad's secret stash of gummy edibles, her liver turned the megadose of THC into a megadose of an even more active version of THC. The state of Colorado did research and estimated that 11-hydroxy THC from an edible could be almost 6 times more potent than delta-9 THC that goes directly to the brain.
Is this why these brownies ain't, these
Inhaling
gummies
smoke
ain't
is
shit?
known to exert the full psychoactive effect within minutes. But when an edible is consumed by mouth, the process of passing through the gut into the liver, then through the bloodstream to the brain, can take an hour or more. And during that time, especially if the person has no idea that there's cannabinoids contained within, one can consume a dose 10 times or more compared to inhalation, delayed in onset, with the effect getting more and more intense as more gummies are eaten and absorbed into the blood, bringing us back to NP. In the emergency room, the results of a urine toxicology screen returns, and it tells the medical team that present in NP's urine are cannabinoids. This should make sense. The liver is there to make chemicals hydrophilic, and the kidneys have eliminated some cannabinoids
Water-loving,
into the
so they
urine,
absorb
but
into
for
the urine
NP,
and out the
she's
body.
still obtunded. We know that the liver's attempt to metabolize the cannabinoids created an even more potent psychoactive compound in the first pass. But why is she still like this? This brings us back to hydrophilicity. If a chemical mixes well with water, it won't mix well with oil and vice versa. So, if there exists an affinity for water, then the opposite case of affinity for oil exists, something called lipophilicity. Lipo
You
from
just found a
Greek,
gummy
referring to
bear while
fats
cleaning?
or oils. NP's dad, Tony, had a
Wait,
friend
like
who
lost
made the gummy
behind
edibles that
something
he
or
ate.
like
These candies were infused with an
all
oil that was
alone
the
or something?
extract of all the cannabinoids from raw plant material and was infused into the gummies to make the edibles. Delta-9 THC is lipophilic. 11-hydroxy THC is still lipophilic, though slightly less than delta-9. The nerves in all the body are covered by a myelin sheath, which helps conduct signals faster, and these are made of fats. The brain and the cells within are also made of majority fats. All of this bringing
Two
us to the
cookies
idea
eyes.
of distribution.
Yeah.
As delta-9 and 11-hydroxy THC
Yep,
reaches the brain,
yep.
it deposits in. Because of
That
the
would be related
lipophilicity,
to
it
your case as
preferentially
well, yeah.
stays in fat tissue, like the brain, as opposed to staying in the bloodstream. An amount of 11-hydroxy THC will make it back
Guest
to the liver
star.
again to be broken down yet another time to 11-nor-9-carboxy THC, which isn't psychoactive, but still lipophilic enough to be contained in the organs and slowly leach out into the bloodstream and make its way into the urine in detectable amounts for more than a week. So we know delta-9
so
THC
that's why
edibles
it'll show up in a
become an
blood
even
test,
more
not a
potent
blood
version of
test, like a
THC
piss
in the
test.
liver. We know it preferentially
Drug
distributes
test.
into fat tissue, notably the brain.
Which
But
is why if you do this
does it
stuff, you don't
produce
want to
the
be around this
psychoactive
stuff for
effect?
at least 2
Well,
weeks.
delta-9 and
before you try to
11-hydroxy
get a
THC both happen to fit
drug
into
screening.
structures in the brain where the nerves connect. Naturally, our bodies produce endogenous cannabinoids. Endo meaning from within, and genus referring to production. Our body doesn't make THC, but it makes compounds that appear to be similar in function. Endogenous cannabinoids appear to be used to regulate other neurotransmitters that actively send signals throughout the nerves. When THC is present, it looks like the concentrations of neurotransmitters change. This is what produces the effect, and because such a huge dose of it is floating around in NP, it explains what's happening to her brain. This disruption in normal neurotransmitter levels in the brain could be responsible for cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, where herb consumers will empty their stomach multiple times because emesis can be mediated by some neurotransmitters. But there's a lot more to cannabinoid neuropharmacology than what we know about today. Some strains of plant will change neurotransmitter concentrations in different ways, and sources of the cannabinoids in edibles may be different, so categorizing for sure whether it's a stimulant or a depressant isn't accurate. An interesting point is that cannabinoid receptors don't appear to be in abundance on the brainstem. This is important because this is where the respiratory centers are that control our breathing, meaning for adolescents and adults who may accidentally ingest a massive dose of edibles, it typically won't lead to respiratory arrest. This appears to be a different situation for toddlers, who we now have some more data on in context of cannabis poisoning, as it appears some of them who do mistakenly take a massive ingestion of THC may need respiratory support, usually different than in the adolescent and adult case. Because of this, for young children, if you suspect accidental cannabis edible ingestion, don't wait. Seek help from your local poison center immediately. The United States Food and Drug Administration issued a notice that incidence of accidental pediatric edible ingestion has been increasing, with more calls being logged to poison control centers across the United States. Some of the reason could be the fact that the packaging of these edibles is designed to look like candy that you find at stores. If they're cookies or brownies, the packaging doesn't need to resemble
Wait,
anything
really?
because of the
They make
clear
them look
plastic
that
containers that we
close
often
to the
find
real
these foods in.
thing?
There's also a Delta 8
Bruh.
THC, of which products are becoming more common. It's generally accepted that its
If I
effects
made
are roughly the
a
same
weed
as
brownie, I
Delta
would
9
not
THC,
want it to
if
look
it's
like
not a
a,
little less potent, maybe causing
you
a
know,
little different
like
feel.
a
And the
Hershey's
metabolic pathway
packaged
for it
brownie
is
or
similar,
something.
creating 11-hydroxy Delta 8 THC, which appears
Genshin
more
stream
potent
was
than
okay?
Delta 8 THC.
Oh, now
A
you're
news
ready for the
story in
rebirth
late
of the Hero Escape
2022
stream?
noted a death caused by this Delta 8 THC toxicity
Make it a
in
green or
Northern
something.
Virginia,
Yeah, for real
confirmed by the
green.
chief medical examiner, with another case listed in the FDA notice predating the news story by at least a few months. Both of these deaths could possibly be associated with the patients not receiving early respiratory support during the toxicity,
I know.
which is one way that the young child can present, although we would need more information about those particular cases. A good way to prevent this from happening should you be in the presence of children is to place edibles in a physical location not visible and not reachable by children. I'm not singling out cannabis versus other potentially dangerous things in the house. There can be many. As it is right now, this stuff happens to look like candy, cookies, brownies, and other fun treats which can confuse kids. And if you're a parent, you can weigh the risk of what you want to have in the house. If it's not realistic not having edibles in the house, placing them in a way where they can't see it and can't get to it, like in a high cabinet, closed door, can help. If you leave the edibles in
This
a hot
is why I
car
leave all
or
my
in a
alcohol in
bathroom
my
where shower
room unless
steam
it
can
has
get
to go
warm,
into the fridge.
those
Then
can
we just put it in
compromise
the very back of
stability
the
of the
fridge.
compounds contained within, so those aren't recommended places.
Like,
There's also
kids don't live
medication
here.
lock boxes that can help limit access to who can get in. Typically, if there's even a little barrier to entry, it usually doesn't get consumed because the person can't be bothered. For NP, the hospital had a conversation with her parents when the urine toxicology screen returned for cannabinoids. Despite being an accident, Child Protective Services did have to be notified by the medical team because of federal law. But as it turned out, this was an accident. After some observation in the hospital, care from the medical team, and awareness for the parents, NP was able to make a full recovery. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well.
I bet Papa had to stop doing a lot of more, like, weed than he was used to. Or just gave it up, hopefully. So let's see. We need to go through 2 of these in order to scroll. So let's see what happens.
A farmer mistakenly drank his own herbicide. This is what happened.
How
to
does
his
this even
organs.
happen?
GW is a 41-year-old
Like,
man
that has to taste
presenting
nasty,
to
right?
the emergency room sweaty and panicked. He tells the admitting nurse that he took a swig out of what he thought was a new sports drink bottle, but the liquid inside wasn't a sports drink. Very quickly, a chemical test is done on his urine, and it confirms to the medical team.
Oh, so
what
he goes
happened.
fast.
They ask him for advanced directives because they need to sedate him and take control of his body to try and mitigate everything
Poison
that's about to
control.
happen. And they need word from him on what to do in case this is the last time he's ever conscious. GW was a farmer in Middle America. Earlier that summer, he had been doing landscaping on his lot. To save some space in his barn, he thought to consolidate some of his leftover chemicals into smaller bottles. On hand, he had a couple of these sports drinks. Some weren't open, some were partially consumed, but labeling everything clearly will prevent any accidents, he thought, as he poured herbicide into an empty bottle. But in the shuffle, he put an herbicide label on a bottle that didn't have herbicide in it, and the liquids all looked alike. Near a barn on his land months later, GW noticed that some of the weeds kept growing that shouldn't have been there. He had sprayed here before, but seems like he needed to spray again. He got his backpack sprayer. It still had some herbicide left in it from before, and he started spraying. He thought to bring some extra chemical with him just in case he needed to refill the sprayer, and he brought some sports drink too, just in case he needed a break in the sun. After hours in the field, GW sat down to catch his breath. He was so thirsty he had been sweating for so long because it was so hot and humid outside. He unscrewed the cap without looking and took a big gulp. The moment it touched his tongue, he knew something was wrong, but he had already swallowed it when he didn't want to do that. Immediately, he knew that wasn't sports drink going down his throat, and he realized that he had put the wrong label on the wrong bottle. GW starts to panic. Whatever he swallowed needs to get out of his body as he runs towards his house. In the bathroom now, GW tried the best he could to empty his stomach, but the more he tried, the more panicked he got. A burning sensation lined his esophagus and he could feel heat in his abdomen. A clear liquid came up. Unsure if he had gotten any of it out, and knowing that the closest hospital was at least 40 minutes away, he got into his car and started driving. On the way there, he
40 minutes away? Oh
through
no.
his guts. He wasn't sure if this was the herbicide or just his anxiety as he arrives to the emergency room where we are now. At examination, GW's heart rate and blood pressure were sky high. He told the admitting nurse what had happened, that he thought he was going to have a sports drink, but instead drank
Poor
herbicide.
guy, for
The
real.
moment this was told, the medical team immediately grabbed GW a tube of activated charcoal to swallow. The charcoal particle surface allows for adhesion of toxic molecules. Technically, this should inactivate the herbicide, and physically, it should prevent it from absorbing into his body and prevent it from flooding into his organs. But 2 hours had passed now since GW accidentally swallowed the drink. The charcoal in his stomach can inactivate the herbicide that's already in his blood. When they asked him what herbicide he drank, he said he didn't know. He had thrown the bottle away months ago. But having some idea, the medical team get a sample of GW's urine. They immediately put it into a chemical test from a kit prepared for this exact situation. In the test tube, when solution is added to his urine, a dark green color appears. This tells them exactly which herbicide GW drank. It tells them that it is now absorbed into his body. It's circulating around, and it has reached his kidneys. And it tells them
No.
exactly what's going to happen to him over the next few hours. GW was using diquat dibromite, something that's available off the shelf in most home
Drinks
improvement
go in the
stores in the
fridge.
United States. As an herbicide, it's extremely effective due to its properties derived from its chemical structure. Plants use sunlight to conduct photosynthesis to produce energy necessary for their survival. This process takes water and light to transport an electron through a chain with the end
The
result
Calvin
of energy and
cycle.
oxygen produced. Electrons are subatomic particles that are associated with energy, and you may know it best as the basis of electricity. But when diquat is sprayed onto the plant, the chemical takes away that electron used for photosynthesis and incorporates it into itself. This chemical reaction is known as reduction because electrons are negatively charged, and gaining an electron
Where you going,
reduces
Lily?
that charge by
Work
the number
time,
of 1.
sleep time, food
Then,
time?
oxygen that's normally inside the plant comes in contact with this reduced diquat. They react. Oxygen pulls that electron off, reducing itself before it goes on to cause problems. Diquat is then available to steal electrons again, and it doesn't stop. Photosynthesis no longer happens because the herbicide has disrupted normal electronic flow. The reduced oxygen, desperate to make itself normal again, reacts with several structures in the plant, not only disturbing other normal functions, but also destroying key structures necessary for survival. As the diquat endlessly cycles through electrons, the plant has no mechanism of eliminating it.
I
Photosynthesis is
know,
shut
I
down,
love it.
starving the plant, while permanent damage
was
is
my
done to
major
the
in
cells
college.
inside the plant, completing the herbicidal action. Plants and humans are completely different beings, but inside our bodies, the same mechanism of diquat cycling electrons causing permanent damage plays out the same way. 30 minutes after arriving to the emergency room, GW was told of his impending multi-organ failure, that an insult is going to happen in the next few minutes. And even if they sedate him, to put a tube down his throat so that a machine can breathe for him, and the medical team can try and support every necessary for life function in his body as best they can, there's a chance that it's too late. He might not wake up after this. As he gives the medical team advanced directives for what is about to happen, they notice that his heart rate and his blood pressure are now half of what they were when he arrived to the emergency room. He's starting to become lethargic.
He's
and
gonna
blue
die,
in the
no.
face. GW says what could be goodbye to his family as he's transported upstairs the hospital. In the intensive care unit, doctors find that GW has oliguria. Oligo meaning little or small, and urea referring to urine. His urine output is low, and knowing that he drank Diquat, he was placed on dialysis. His blood is diverted to a machine that cleans his blood and sends it back to his body, a function that's supposed to be performed by the kidneys, but can't be now because toxic Diquat is circulating around his body. But this wasn't his only problem. A camera was sent down his esophagus, and the images showed
If only he didn't
irritation
have to
and
be 40
ulceration,
minutes
all
away from
indicating
the
damage
hospital.
along the inner lining of his stomach where the
This
herbicide
process wouldn't
was in
have had to gone on for
This
like
brings us
2
back to the chemical
hours.
structure. Diquat is
If he
a
lived in the city, well, if he
bipyridal
lived in the
herbicide.
city, he wouldn't even been
Bi
a farmer,
meaning
but you
two,
know.
and pyridal referring to pyridine, a molecule that has a high affinity
You have to be
for
careful if you're going to be a
electrons. Do you
farmer.
remember that oxygen in plants that reacts with reduced Diquat? Well, nature tends towards stability. Put it another way, nature wants things to have less energy. The opposite case of that is something has too much energy, and because the tendency is to have less energy, a high energy body will give that extra energy to surrounding structures. In this case, it will do that by reacting with what's around it. This not only disturbs normal function, but it'll also break off and destroy existing structures, causing permanent damage. In humans, Diquat takes electrons from normal functioning processes, just like it does in plants, and it mindlessly does that non-stop. Our oxygen isn't different from the one in plants, so inside our cells, it also pulls electrons from reduced Diquat, creating superoxide. Normally, living beings have protective systems in place to handle superoxide
Yeah.
to prevent them from doing damage. Usually,
Fair.
superoxide is
He could have
converted
been
to
even
hydrogen
further.
peroxide, which is then neutralized into water, but Diquat was never eliminated. It doesn't get removed from cells. It endlessly cycles back and forth, creating more and more superoxide, overwhelming and depleting all protective mechanisms. A final pathway opens up, but it isn't protective. A hydroxyl radical is created, something that rips apart cells, destroying them. Diquat doesn't change, it doesn't stop, and the body can't do anything about it as it floats around causing damage in every single organ. As the hours pass, the medical team notes that GW is starting to go into shock. His blood pressure keeps dropping. The heart has 4 chambers. Blood from the veins drain into the right atrium, where it's held until accepted by the right ventricle, which pumps blood into the lungs so that carbon dioxide can be exchanged out for oxygen. From the lungs, blood drains into the left atrium, where it's held before going to the left ventricle, where that oxygenated blood is then pumped out of the heart to the rest of the body. As doctors look at GW's heart rhythm, they can see his left ventricular dysfunction from damage being done by Diquat. If this part of the heart stops beating, the body will no longer receive any blood, causing a life-threatening emergency. But luckily, all of this can still be managed by medicines that the medical team administer through his IV lines, at least for now. When medicines or toxins are taken by mouth, they go from the esophagus to the stomach and into the small intestines, where they absorb into the liver first. Typically, the liver will automatically metabolize or break down a large portion of the ingested dose. In metabolism, the liver is trying to make the chemical more stable so that it can't start reacting with parts of the body, causing damage. But GW's problem is Diquat doesn't get metabolized. It goes to the liver, causes damage, flows out, causes more damage elsewhere before returning again. As expected, a blood test finds
So we
that
probably have
GW's
time for
liver
one more of
has started
these
shutting
after
down
this
because
one,
parts of it have
and
started
then I'm
to
probably gonna
die
go to sleep.
and are now leaking enzymes into his blood.
Get ready for
the
day
only way
7.
of eliminating Diquat from the body is in the urine through the
No,
kidneys,
6.
but GW's have completely shut down. The Diquat has damaged GW's
What day is
esophagus
today?
and his stomach from the ulceration and the swelling.
They give
It's
her the
damaged his
headbands.
heart, judged by the left ventricular dysfunction.
So I'm
His
gonna wake up
kidneys
as
shut
a
down
Friday
just a
night.
few hours after he presented to the emergency room.
Wait, then
because
today
he had
was day
stopped
6?
making urine. Parts of his liver have sloughed off and are now floating
Right, 'cause
around
there's
in his
7 days in
blood.
a week,
The
I'm
same
done.
blood that has also shut down and is
Sleepy,
no longer
yeah,
able to hold
sleepy
onto
brain
oxygen
activating.
because
Thank you for that.
electrons have
That's
been
Alex.
taken from the iron in the hemoglobin due to the fact
Yeah,
that
I'm getting
GW's
sleepy,
body
sleepy.
is now under massive amounts of oxidative stress. Almost every single organ in his body has been affected so far, except for his lungs and his brain. 9 days after
Damn.
GW presented to the emergency room, the medical team sends him in for a scan of his head. Because he was intubated shortly after he arrived to the hospital, he was sedated so that a machine could breathe for him, but he was also paralyzed using medicines so that full control of his body could be taken to try to manage his impending multi-organ failure. As a result, the medical team can't talk to him. They can't ask him questions to see his level of consciousness. He can't move, so they can't tell if those parts of his brain responsible for motor function are operational. But what they did notice was that GW's pupils were dilated when they weren't dilated before,
Oh,
and those pupils wouldn't
no.
react to light. Typically, when light is shined into the eyes, the pupils will constrict so as to limit the amount of light going in. This is a natural reflex that happens in normal function of the brain. When they don't react, it means something is wrong. And in GW, something was wrong. The scan shows that abnormalities have appeared in his brainstem that weren't there before. Scans, as the days pass, show a progressive worsening of GW's midbrain. At first, it appeared swollen with fluid, but as more time passes, the brainstem starts to look like it's starving of oxygen, something called an infarction. And while
He's
the medical
starting
team
to
knows
die,
that this
but
is
being in a
happening, there
perpetual
isn't
state of
anything that
not
they can
being-
actively do at the moment to stop or reverse this effect because
Like, you
Daiquat
know.
has no known antidote. We know that outside of living beings, this chemical immediately deactivates and is no longer toxic the moment it touches soil. Before activated charcoal was used, patients were sometimes given bentonite clay and Fuller's earth in the hopes that the herbicide would bind and become inactivated.
Like,
in the
that
stomach.
chemical should
We
really
understand why
be
Daiquat did the damage that it did to GW's
super,
kidneys, to his
super
heart,
controlled.
and to his liver in the days after he initially drank what he thought was a sports drink. But why did damage not appear in his brain until several days after he presented to the emergency room? This brings us back to Daiquat's electron cycling. In plants, all available mechanisms to protect against superoxide get exhausted. The resulting hydrogen peroxide then takes an electron from an iron-containing compound in photosystem 1 called ferredoxin, shutting down photosynthesis. In humans, this hydrogen peroxide also takes an
This is
electron
why you
from
should eat
iron.
dirt
but
as
for
a
us,
child.
instead of photosystems, we have iron in the hemoglobin of our blood cells. Stealing electrons there makes it so that our blood can no longer carry oxygen, which is something that was happening to GW, explaining why he started to become blue in the face just after he arrived to the emergency room. But in his brain, the location where all the damage was happening is the area where the red nuclei
Actually,
are.
what did I do
These are
with my
somewhat
bottles? I
responsible for
spilled
helping us control and coordinate movement, but they're
Maybe
red
they
due to the
can
presence
nice.
of iron. And in Daiquat poisoning cases where brainstem infarcts are documented, most of them occurred around this area, possibly because of the role of iron assisting the nonstop Daiquat redox cycling. But the reality is, we're still not entirely sure exactly why it happens this way to the brainstem. We just know that it can happen if the patient survives the
make a note to
ingestion
find another
long
bottle of it.
enough. Bipyridal herbicide ingestions can be survivable. If they're treated very early and the patient didn't drink more than a couple of drops, the initial organ failure may not be so severe, but there's still a percentage of people who will go on to get a brainstem injury days later. It's documented that patients may look okay for days in the hospital, but then quickly become unresponsive, ending with permanent brain damage. Often, we hear much about herbicides, pesticides, lawn and landscaping, and farming chemicals that can be dangerous. Commonly, at home improvement stores, you'll find glyphosate-based herbicides, which is not a bipyridal compound. And it appears that these consumer products are in lower concentrations than what you would find with commercial agricultural use. At least in the acute toxicity setting, the effects are not the same level of impending doom for a single gulp ingested. A newly documented mechanism of cell death involving iron and lipid peroxidation from reactive oxygen species is called
short for
ferroptosis.
iron.
Understanding this mechanism, if it's even taking place in the setting of Daiquat poisoning, might be able to help understand what other therapies could be used because bipyridal herbicides don't currently have a known antidote. And Diquat isn't the only herbicide in this class. Much more common than Diquat is the chemical paraquat, which in the United States is categorized for restricted use in agriculture and cannot be purchased at home improvement stores. GW's lungs never completely shut down, and the medical team didn't have to worry about permanent damage there because Diquat can't absorb into the lungs the same way that paraquat can, which causes irreversible, permanent lung damage because of a special quality involving the space between nitrogens, in this case, part of the puridyl moieties. For GW, it's too late. 17 days after presenting to the emergency room, an erratic heart rhythm appeared. It developed into a situation where the left ventricle started shaking in place, not actually coming to a full contraction to move blood throughout the body. Several minutes passed as the medical team tried to do CPR to resuscitate him and to get his heart rhythm somewhat normal again, but the medical team was not able to resuscitate him. Following the advanced directives given by GW before he was intubated, he was returned back to his family. This was an accident that unfortunately isn't that uncommon. Chemicals like this should never be put into food containers or food packaging.
Morning,
It's why the label
Jokers. How are you
specifically
doing?
mentions this scenario. Always separate and always put very far away in distance from one another to try to make it as unlikely as possible for anyone to ever get these chemicals inside their body. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be
Yep,
well.
don't drink herbicide, guys. Let's see. So next is gonna be a really weird one.
A woman had a 3-day-long headache. This is what her kidney did to her liver. KC is a 28-year-old woman presenting to the emergency room with a throbbing headache. She tells the admitting nurse that this
Last
pain
one
had been
before
ongoing non-stop for at least the last 3 days. 6 months earlier, Casey started having massive abdominal cramps that would happen once a month. Doctors told her it was her period,
Aw.
but it would happen at least a week before, and it was the worst pain she had ever experienced in
Lily.
her life. Up to that
Lily
point.
Game Fox
At an
just
urgent care
gifted
center,
one
she told the
sub.
physician about this pain,
Thank
but
you for
they
giving
found that
your
her
sub
resting
to the
heart rate was
community.
165 beats per minute.
Espiritu
It was
de
like she was
Sangre,
running
if you're out there,
high-intensity
you
intervals
received the
while
gift
just
sub.
sitting there. It was
Congratulations.
here that she was
Thank
sent
you
to
for
the
the gift sub and
emergency room
supporting
where
the
we
channel,
are now.
Lily. Thank you,
Doctors
thank you,
confirmed
thank you.
Casey's heart rate and blood pressure were sky high, but nothing else was wrong.
First gift sub
All other
of the
tests
new
were normal.
month. I
This
forget,
is
today's
probably
March.
anxiety, maybe a
We're in
panic
March
attack,
now.
they said, as they discharged her with a
March
referral
forward
to a
into
cardiologist.
spring.
Over the next few months, Casey noticed that her hair was falling out in the shower and she lost 30 pounds, but she
Oh my
intentionally
God.
wanted to lose weight and was putting in effort to do so, so maybe nothing's wrong, she thought. At the
30
cardiologist's
pounds and
office,
losing your
doctors find
hair?
nothing else wrong. This is for sure anxiety, and Casey just accepted that she has this problem. Over the next few months, Casey got married. She went to the gynecologist for family planning. At this visit, she told the physician that these abdominal cramps that she had been experiencing that were happening 1 week before her period kept getting more and more painful. They started 2 years ago, and they really never went away. Casey was then 29 years old. In a young, healthy-looking woman, random abdominal pain has a wide differential diagnosis, meaning that it's a long list of problems that could be causing that
In 1
pain.
month.
To someone whose job is to diagnose and treat
Oh,
gynecologic
April 3rd.
disease, a prominent
Nice.
cause of
Happy early
abdominal pain to
birthday.
them
We'll see if
could
we
be
can like celebrate it or
endometriosis, but that may need
remember, and I'll
surgery
tell
to
you happy
confirm,
birthday then
and
if
you
I'm
don't want to
streaming.
do surgery in a 29-year-old
Yeah,
if
there's
you don't
lilies
have to.
around
So
here.
this gynecologist referred Casey for a colonoscopy first to see if maybe there could be some kind of gut inflammation happening, but it turned out to be much more than that. As the days passed, Casey was waiting for the scope, and she started feeling that something was wrong. One day, while huddled over in that strange abdominal pain, Casey felt a hard mass. It wasn't a lump, it wasn't swollen. When she laid down, she couldn't feel it anymore, but when she stood up, there was a stiff presence in her upper right side just under her ribs. Casey had gotten some blood tests done recently. She asked the doctor there about the hard mass, but they told her that
Who
the
is
scope
the
will
real one,
find
though?
it if there's a
Mhm.
problem. Maybe I really
Love
am
the
too
mass.
anxious, she thought, but that colonoscopy wasn't even going to happen. At the urgent care, because the mass was getting more worrisome for her, the nurse practitioner feels it once and tells Casey, "You need to see primary care or go to the emergency room because something is here." But she had already raised this issue to primary care. They told her that the colonoscopy would find it. This circular reasoning was simply too much as she drove herself back to the emergency room. But in that emergency room, the first doctor told her the scope will find it. But Casey insisted, "Please, take a look or something." An ultrasound was performed and the technician's face changed instantly when they saw the image.
Oh,
Casey was put
no.
in for further imaging, and when a second emergency room doctor came back, all the fear,
18
uncertainty,
minutes.
and doubt stemming from Casey's concerns
Start
would
of
be completely
HRT.
justified.
I hope it
The
doesn't get
doctor told
delayed.
Casey the hardness in her abdomen were a series
But
of
I'm happy you'll
tumors
get this
all
started
over her
and
liver,
whatnot.
but it wasn't liver
Y'all have
cancer
to let us know
because
how
a
that
much
goes for
larger
you and
mass
stuff
was
like
found
that.
on her right kidney. She wasn't having panic
I got to
attacks.
start
She didn't have
progesterone
anxiety. She had cancer that was
about a
growing
week or
and
so
spreading
ago.
around in her body.
I don't plan
Kidneys
on
regulate
taking more
fluid
than a
balance.
small dose
Having a
of
massive
it,
tumor inside it can
and I'm
impact blood
planning to
pressure.
stop
With more
taking the
fluid, the heart can detect
finasteride,
that something's wrong and start to beat
and then I'll
faster.
be like a good
The
mix of
increased
both
pressure could
estrogen and
also cause headaches, and
testosterone.
because the kidneys and
So
the
I'll be
liver
like,
are
you
in
know,
the
peak
abdomen where her
femboy.
pain was, this could be the cause of all of her problems.
But it's
more
mostly because
than
the
just
estrogen's
cancer
really
now,
healthy for
because
the
it's
brain.
not just on her kidney. Something
I've
has
been
spread
happy
to
ever
at
since I
least
got
her
on it,
liver.
even if I don't
And
plan on
what is she
transitioning.
supposed to do now? Cancer is a genetic disease. When the human genome was sequenced, we were finally able to have a better idea of what is a normal sequence versus a cancerous one. We've identified many of the genes that get changed when a cell becomes cancerous, but the physical characteristics of cancer are something more.
Wait, does she
The
just
genes
have
in
like
our
a
body code
massive
for
cancer
proteins,
lump
which
or
give us
something?
our physical form, but they also signal for our cells to do things.
Femboy
Proteins
is
are
the
made of
goal?
amino acids. Amino acids are
Yeah,
sequenced
if you're going
together,
for
dictated by
femboy,
our genetic
don't do
sequence.
T-blockers.
Changing that sequence either by mistake or from environmental damage causes mutations. But most mutations are harmless and usually get resolved by
Avidity
the
and
body.
maybe
But
some
sometimes these mutations
finasteride.
create proteins that signal to the cell to grow.
I
and there's no
decided to
signal
give
to
up
stop
the
growing, to
finasteride and
keep
switch to
reproducing with no
progesterone because it
signal
just
to stop
increases the
reproducing, to develop their
reuptake
own
and
blood
effectiveness
supply,
of
and
the
to survive in
estrogen.
the circulation and spread to
So
other
it's just like a
distant
kind
sites
of
of the body.
interesting
Inside the
way
kidneys
to
are
like,
multiple working parts that
you know,
exploit natural phenomena
just
to
balance
produce normal body
testosterone and
function,
estrogen
with urine being a
without
consequence of
trying to
that
like cuck the other one.
homeostasis. In order to do this, different kidney parts harbor a variety of different cells in extreme environments in order to filter wastes out of the blood. And because of this heterogeneity, hetero meaning different, and geneity from ancient Greek genos referring to kind, it means that many different kidney cancers can come out of these highly niche and vastly different cells. Things work as expected in the overwhelming majority of time, but in the instances where they aren't, cells here can acquire those mutations. Based on what Casey's kidney tumor looked like from the images, everything points to an oncocytoma. Oma from the Latin word tumor referring to a swelling, and oncocyte referring to the kind of cell inside that tumor that's characterized by an excessive number of mitochondria when looked at underneath a microscope. But something was wrong. In medical literature, renal oncocytomas are well documented to be benign cancers, meaning that they don't spread. Casey has multiple tumors all over her liver, so a cancer has spread in her body. But if renal oncocytomas aren't supposed to spread, then what's on her liver? As doctors go in and take a sample of Casey's tumors to look at underneath a microscope, they confirm the tumors growing on her liver are from the cancer on her kidney. And as they look at the kidney and liver tumors, they find that they all look exactly like an oncocytoma, defying the consensus in medical literature, because while kidney oncocytoma isn't out of the ordinary, seeing that exact same tumor from a liver sample is virtually unheard of. When she learned of this, she started to look online to find out more. Because her case defies conventional knowledge, she could only find information on oncocytomas that haven't spread, and because it's usually benign, the treatment is to surgically remove the kidney. But when she asked the cancer physician if they could do this for her, the answer was probably not. They could remove her kidney, but there were just too many tumors all over her liver. And now that it is already spread, there's no telling if the cancer is in other places in her body that just aren't visible yet. When doctors were taking tumor samples from Casey,
Yeah, discuss with the
something had
doctor on what once I
As they
could
went
see.
into her liver
Yeah,
to
always
collect,
talk
they
with
got
your
the samples
doctor.
from a
Always
needle
talk with your
inserted into her
whoever
body, and she was
handles
sent
your,
into the recovery
you know,
room. But almost instantly, Casey's body
like
started
whether it's your
feeling hot.
GP or
Her hands
whoever's
started
handling
feeling
that stuff.
clammy as her field of vision started
How do you
to
go
turn
finish the
dark.
video?
She was bleeding out
Oh
in her
yeah,
abdomen.
the
The
herbicide.
liver is highly vascularized.
Yeah, the
a
poor
substantial
dude.
percentage of the entire body's blood is flowing through the liver at any given time. Casey didn't know that she had a bleeding disorder, but this experience exposed that she does. Even without the disorder, when a small needle is present in the liver, there's a chance that it can cause a bleed. And for KC, she had a bleed happen when her liver was biopsied. And because there were so many tumors all over her liver, the medical team told her that surgery really might not be a viable option. As the days passed, doctors told Casey that they wanted to start her on a 2-medicine combination. This would do a couple of different things. First, these medicines are known to impact specifically kidney cancers and theoretically should shrink her tumors. The second thing that medicine should do would be to decrease the likelihood of micrometastatic disease. You see, when tumors are visible on imaging, there's millions of cancer cells contained within, but there exist tumors that have less cells than that aren't visible. And we know that cancer cells divide and replicate, sometimes at much higher rates than normal, meaning if they don't appear on the scan now, they could appear on the next, and medicine could target these and maybe eliminate them before they're even seen. The problem is, this medicine combination is usually used to treat a completely different kidney cancer. It's not entirely clear that it'll work for her, and her cancer may be growing somewhere else where they can't see, as Casey went to get a second opinion. Halfway across the country at another large cancer center, Casey was seen by the medical team there. They confirmed she did have metastatic oncocytoma, despite the literature saying that this particular cancer doesn't spread in the body. The medical team at the center knew kidney oncocytoma can spread, but there were less than 5 documented cases. She was told they want to start her on medicine, a different one from the combination originally proposed to her, but for the same reasons: to shrink her tumor, to try to prevent any further spread, to reduce the chances that more tumors would appear on subsequent scans. And if all this goes well, then surgery could be possible, but at a minimum, this should help prolong her life, bringing us back to kidney heterogeneity. There's so many different types of kidney cancers, but they are still kidney cancer. Any single subtype can have similarities with another subtype because they originate from the same organ, while still having key differences amongst one another. A different kidney cancer can arise from the same or similar cells as oncocytoma. It's called chromophobe kidney cancer because its cells are not colored by the standard stains used to see cancer under a microscope. But chromophobe is well known to spread throughout the body and frequently to just the liver. Surgery to the kidney and the liver has sometimes cured patients with chromophobe, and chromophobe can also happen in younger female patients. Given these two cancers' similarities and that Casey's pattern of metastasis to the liver resembles chromophobe, then theoretically she could be treated with the medicine used for chromophobe despite not having chromophobe, bringing us
I
back
think I know
to
what
her
I'm
second
making tomorrow
opinion
when
visit.
I wake up.
The physician here explains
got
to
a
Casey
frozen
how the
pizza
cancer
in
can
the
respond to the
freezer,
medicine. It could
and
stop
I've got
growing
some
and stay
mushrooms I
stable.
could cut
It could
up.
shrink, but they need time
I
to
might have
see.
my
Despite
first
medical literature
mushroom
giving no
pizza.
clear signals on how to treat KC because it says that her cancer doesn't even exist, this inference from the related chromophobe kidney cancer gave a rationale for the treatment choice. In United States medical training across all of the professions, one overarching theme is embedded in the phrase, "If you hear hooves, think horses, not zebras." Casey presented to the emergency room all those months earlier with a 3-day-long headache, with a resting heart rate of 165, a sitting blood pressure of 160 over 100.
Toilet
In a
water,
healthy-looking
wash
29-year-old
veggies.
woman with these problems, you hear and see these hooves
A
of
very
problems, and you
green
think of the
breakfast.
most common: horses or issues causing them, and take steps to rule the horses out first before moving on to identify the zebra. It's very common for this rule out part to get lost in the shuffle of multiple visits with multiple providers in multiple offices, and this is why you have to be your own best advocate. But on the flip side, medicine can quickly devolve into excess, dragging people into the deepest pits of never-ending hypochondria. In Casey's case, she was the 1 in 100 million case of an ultra-rare kidney cancer that even today is still not fully characterized. When she was experiencing all of this, searching online was no help. All renal oncocytoma mentions were assuming that it's not metastatic because the medical literature was no help, saying that this kind of cancer doesn't spread. Similarly, the internet was no help for Casey when she looked at chromophobe kidney cancer because the resources for that also outlined treatment that maybe didn't apply in her case because she didn't have chromophobe. As she was started on the medicine suggested by the second cancer physician, Casey's tumors were observed to be shrinking in size. The medicine that she received was probably the right treatment at the right time for her particular case, but a couple months into this treatment, Casey started having bleeding problems again. In the emergency room, again. Doctors look at Casey's medical record and note that that medicine that she was on can cause severe hemorrhage. Given that she has a pre-existing bleeding problem, this could worsen her situation. The benefit of medicine shrinking all of her tumors was weighed against the risk of her having recurring bleeding. But as the cancer physician looked further, it seemed that those tumors have shrunken to the point where Casey could stop the medicine and be eligible for surgery. At the research hospital, a large medical team were preparing themselves for this rare surgical case. But this was all happening during the height of the global health situation in 2021. The hospital didn't have enough blood for her
Oh
to do the surgery.
no.
If this is delayed, it may be complicated to restart her on the medicine again, and it could allow the tumors to start growing again, and in a way that the medicine won't work anymore. But luckily for KC, when she put an announcement on social media, the local response for blood donations was simply overwhelming, as a very large quantity of units
Yay.
suddenly became available for her. And as surgeons go in, Casey's right kidney and the visible tumors on her liver were all removed in a 6-hour operation. When she returned home, her blood pressure returned to how she remembered it years ago before this ordeal. No more resting heart rate of someone running
Morning,
high-intensity
Snuggly.
intervals.
How are you
No
doing?
more 3-day-long headaches, and no more strange abdominal pains before her period, as Casey was able to regain full function again.
My name is Katie Coleman. I am the real patient Casey, and I'm a metastatic oncocytoma survivor.
Katie is the founder of the Chromophobe and Oncocytic Tumor Alliance, COA. She's also a YouTuber. Check out her channel here. I put a fundraiser tag on this video for COA, and if you contribute, it will be greatly
So like once
appreciated.
again,
I'll
the
help
rare
get the ball
case to
rolling.
where they,
Thanks
you
so
know,
much for watching.
actually
Take care
show
of
up in the
yourself
videos
and
or on
be
the
well.
camera. So we made it through that. So the next time we'll start looking at either the videos from the earbud down to the gummy melatonins in the future. Snuggy, snuggy, huggy, huggy. Good morning, good morning. Did you sleep well? Did you rest well? We just finished our last video for the evening. As I am like very, very tired and tuckered out. And we're gonna get ready to go sleep. But before I do that, before I get on out of here, thank you all for hanging out with me, watching, playing games with us, the redeems, all the support, and all that good stuff, you know? I really appreciate it. But I will be back tomorrow. So, like, roughly, what is it? Where's my sleep text? Oh, I need to make a new one. Because I think I'm all out of text things. So let me just change this over to... It is 7 now. I can say 9 hours from now to be safe. I'll give myself the extra hours. But... What is it? I'll just add the hour in advance. 7, good morning, Nonamo. How are you doing? Yeah, nice, Snuggly. I'll go get sleep in just a little second. Brain's too tired to do math. 7 plus 8 is 15. And it's 3 o'clock. Right? So an extra hour would be 4 o'clock, which would be 5 p.m. EDT. Let's also change this color to white. Oh, wrong color? Maybe? Wait, I'm doing something weird. That's an outline, isn't it? This one needs to be black. And we just make the outline like 5. There we go to select the font. This should be like a size 70. But like shrunken down. How are you doing, Nanamo? What you been up to? I would talk more, but we're at the... What's it? Why did I close the Brave? My brain's falling apart on me. We need Brave open because... We're about to go to sleep. I'm gonna try to enable the VOD. Is there a long VOD that I can just leave going for the night? I'd rather use a more recent one. Unless I can enable like a whatchamacallit. Do I have a playlist set up at all? God, my channel's so disorganized. I'll probably wake up during the evening. So I'll start this one. It's a 6.5 hour one.
One either the Pope is using
It starts.
one of the gods. There's like a
I
hostage.
must have cropped this one
But what
down.
if no,
The
actually we
recent
did
events.
predict that the
Ah, I
Pope
gotcha,
might be,
gotcha.
like,
No worries. Hang in there.
the god
Existing is
himself or
always
something.
good.
Anyways, it's probably a god
It takes
betraying the
effort
gods, maybe.
to.
Does that mean the Pope has some sort of trick up his sleeve?
Okay. Let's go set up my V2. What is it?
Might be a weird twist. No, rather,
Oh,
the
I need to
temple
turn off my
lords may
phone.
have chosen their own deaths.
I'll reset it tomorrow.
But that
Me
makes
going
no
to sleep.
sense. Do you have any proof?
So what's on the?
During the Spring War, I was immobilized by Durok.
Let me go and grab a blanket.
It was like an unspoken signal not to interfere with his death.
How about we sleep in the pudding again? Because it's hilarious.
Now that I think about it, I was ordered to help Lucia escape rather than
Pudding
fight the
comfy,
Pope's army.
Pudding cold and warm. The game on that screen was Witchspring R.
Yes, there is something going on that we don't know about.
It is on Steam. I will also link the video in case you need to like pull any more information from it. Yet the old Mel, the 1.0's up there. Yeah. I should
I
pull
mean,
out
they
the
did refer
1.0
to
as
her as a
well.
vessel. Perhaps
Actually,
the
yeah,
Temple
let's do
Lords
something
prepared
dumb. Let's do
Elysian's
something
daughter as
silly.
the key to defeating
1.0,
the Pope.
where are you? I'll bring your head and like drag it to the bottom of the screen. Just because it's funny.
The fact that they've given this child their blessings is proof of that. It's as if they've all made a promise.
Now people are gonna be like, what the fuck's going on?
Now remember these sigils.
Maybe she's licking that pudding.
It's a lot of magic, but what is it?
Which springs?
Oh.
I
It's a
would say
magic
they're
circle
cheap
that can
for
summon
what
you.
I got out of it.
Memorize
They're
it
definitely no
before it
Elden Ring
fades away.
Baldur's Gate or like Hell
Call me
no.
whenever you need me, and I'll lend you my
How
strength.
much was it again?
Game is suddenly giving us a lot of OP summons. Ah, I wasn't able to memorize it. I don't think he was trying to give you time.
35?
Hey, Black Joe already
You don't
knows
need
it,
the
though.
DLC.
You couldn't? Well, let me draw it
Soundtrack
for you.
and outfits, they're pretty optional.
Tamar
Oh,
Magic
back on the
Circle.
16th they did add
A
the
magic
hard
circle
mode new game
connected to
plus update.
Tamar's room.
But no. It was a
That's
full-fledged
my
game.
faithful servant. Now let's go into Durok Temple.
That's just my opinion though.
Durok Spring. I defeated Tamar, and all that's left is to enter Durok Temple and find the spring.
Have they gone on a sale? You can always wait for them to go on a
So,
sale.
he should show up on the list, maybe? Ah, no. So he's gonna be a summon item, kind of like, what's it called? Peanut Shark? Ooh.
Sometimes they'll go on
Where
sale
are you
for
on the map?
15% off, and you'll be able to snag the game for 30. There was one
Ah, there
kind
are a
of
bunch
recently.
of warriors at the bottom of the hill.
I would just hold out
and
and
a
wait,
huge
yeah.
golem. All the golems and stuff that we saw earlier are still there. We go down there, we'll come across a path to Redbeard's lair.